It has just gone 10:00 GMT. This is Al Jazeera, and indeed our full-scale coverage of this conflict taking place, coming to you live from Doha. In the past hour, Israel has announced that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. Now, he came from a family that has been influential in Iranian politics for decades, and he joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani actually ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. He was seen as a balancing figure, but issued a strongly worded message after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. Well, a short while ago, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, confirmed the killing of both Larijani and Soleimani.
The Chief of Staff have just informed me is that the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and the leader of the Basij forces, both were killed, were assassinated today, and joined the head of the regime in hell.
Well, we are covering developments from Tehran, Ramallah and Doha. First, Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. And I suppose one has to ask, what has been the response there, if anything, from Hezbollah, of course, with Iran being a very close ally, over the reported death by Israeli officials of the leader of the security services there in Iran?
Well, not yet from Hezbollah's side, but an early warning was given to people in northern Israel, saying that Iran has sent missiles and fired missiles into northern Israel, an area that usually is at the receiving end of Hezbollah's rockets. But we've seen since the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the beginning of the war that Hezbollah had responded to the killing after Iran confirmed his death with a projectile of 3 rockets that soon ended up opening the battle between between Hezbollah and Israel in this round of fighting. So we're yet to see how Hezbollah is going to respond to the now Israeli confirmed killing of Ali Larijani, while we still are observing and seeing how Iran is going to respond to that. And again, there's an estimate in Israel that they are cracking down on the regime, and that will help diminish its abilities to threaten Israel, although, as we always hear from Iranian officials, that the system in Iran is designed to tolerate such killings and can still operate despite the killing of senior leaders, including now who used to be the most important person in Iran after the killing of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Because the estimate in Israel is that the son of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Mujtaba Khamenei, has been injured in the killing, in the assassination attempt, in the strike that ended up assassinating his father, and that makes Larijani the top guy in Iran according to Israeli estimates. There's a lot of boasting in Israeli media about these successes, not just targeting Larijani but also the head of the Basij unit. Israeli media are also talking about killing several other Basij commanders and leaders in the same strike that killed Reza Soleimani, according to the Israeli media. Now we're hearing the defense minister talking from a position of power, saying that him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are going to continue cracking down on the Iranian regime, that they called it a suppressive regime, and that they will start initiating calls towards the Iranian people to continue and take to the streets to topple the Iranian regime. This is a goal that since the beginning of the war Israel has focused on, has highlighted, although we've been hearing in the past few days Israeli officials and analysts somehow backtracking, saying that the most likely goal would be eliminating the Iranian threat and not toppling the regime.
Anita, stay with us as this story unfolds. Let's get it over to Tehran. Tawhid Asadi's there. Tawhid, have we had anything from the state government or state authorities there with regard to the death of these two very senior individuals?
Not yet, indeed. So far, we don't have any confirmation regarding the assassination of Ali Larijani, the top security official, the secretary for the national security of the country. And of course, we have to keep in mind that we are dealing not with a marginal figure when it comes to Iran's already delicate dynamism of power establishment. We are dealing with a consensus builder. We are dealing with a pragmatic, conservative actually politician who paved the way for many agreements domestically speaking inside the country with respect to the critically important roles that he had played. When it comes to nuclear negotiations, he had a role. When it comes to state TV, he had a role. When it comes to IRGC, he had a role. And of course, Iranians inside the political elite circles are seeing him as a sort of bridge between the security apparatus, the military sphere, and as well as the political establishment. So the loss is going to be, if confirmed, a big one when it comes to his role. And of course, it goes without saying that there is going to be another implication on the strategic decision-making of the country, seeing his very recent role after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the country. We know that many of the important decisions, strategically speaking, of the country were met or were at least influenced by the decisions, by the vantage points of Ali Larijani. So it is going to be another implication if those reports confirmed. And of course, in terms of succession, we have to keep in mind 2 points. First, the dynamism is quite complicated, and in spite of all these blows to Iranian political and military establishments, it continues to be functioning at this point. But still, we know that replacing someone, finding someone as an alternative for Ali Larijani is not going to be an easy task, seeing the higher profile nature of this character. And of course, domestically speaking, it's also going to be considered a blow to a nation which has already faced a long list of high-rank, high-profile figures being assassinated by the Israeli and American airstrikes that are targeting now, I can say, on an hourly basis, not just the state buildings and police stations and actually the, other public places, but also residential areas. And we have to keep in mind on that the entire nation, not the political establishment, is under a war. And Ali Larijani was one of the key figures in both controlling the war or maybe reviving a hope for a possibility of de-escalation in this already highly delicate situation. So if that comes true, that's going to be a major blow, and we're keeping waiting to see whether a confirmation from Iranian side are going to come. Still, it reminds me at least to the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the country. For several hours, Iranian side didn't come to confirm that, but at the end of the day, we just received the official confirmation from Tehran.
Tawhid, thank you. Tawhid Asadi there. Well, right with us in the studio, we've got Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. We also have Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies. To you, Rasul, first. Who is Ali Larijani? How powerful was he? I'm talking the past term. It's not been confirmed by Iranians just yet. And how was he in the whole cog of the Iranian upper echelons of power?
Indeed, he was a grand figure in Iranian politics for decades. And not only him, by the way. Larijani family is a very much well-known family in Iran. So up until recently, his brother, one of his brothers, Sadat Larijani, was the head of the judiciary, which is an extremely important entity in Iran. And his other brother was the governor of the central bank. and he himself was the parliament spokesperson. So you can imagine these major positions over there. And his father, Ayatollah Larijani, was an extremely important figure during the years that were leading to the Islamic Revolution. Indeed, because of his opposition to the Shah, he was exiled to Iraq, and that's why Larijani himself was born in Najaf, in Iraq, not in Iran. So Ali Larijani was a conservative figure, but still somehow favored by the reformist camp as well. So that's why he was a bridge between the conservatives and the reformists. He was a grand figure, but particularly after his elevation as the Secretary of the National Supreme Security Council.
He was very hawkish in those protests,
Indeed,
actually.
indeed. And then, particularly after being the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, he has been the key figure coordinating the relations between IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, and the political leadership. And then, of course, coordinating the relationship between the parallel security apparatuses in Iran as well. He was directly mandated by the Supreme Leader. He had a full authority. Indeed, just recently, before the war, he has visited several capitals in this part of the world, Oman, Doha, and many others. So, and there was questions, who is the foreign minister of the country? Is it Abbas Araghchi or Ali Larijani? The reason that Larijani was particularly involved in this file, so it's showing us that it was not only a man at the center of the security architecture, but also the one that was shaping the regional policies as well when it comes to the international affairs. Even before the negotiations between Americans and Iranians have started, there was a huge discussion. So the Americans and Europeans were saying, well, in Iran, the power lays with the security apparatuses. And if your foreign minister is going to come and have a negotiation with us, we know that he doesn't hold the power. He's not the one that's going to have the ultimate say. So there must be someone from the Iranian side that is really representing the establishment.
So, I mean, the thing is, nobody can replace him will have the same constituency. This is the point, is it not? And that would be a weaker person. And ultimately, I mean, when we look at this, Mohammed, you know, how does it move things looking ahead in this conflict? That's going to be key here.
Absolutely. I mean, what happens from here? You know, looking at the Israeli media reports, and I was just following some of the reporting from Israel, and we also just watched the press conference by Israel Katz. I think Israel is very confident now that they can continue to target Iranian leadership and try to create and exploit a kind of leadership vacuum. It'll be really interesting to hear the reaction from Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and others in the U.S. administration, because the U.S. administration has sort of moved off of regime change as an objective. They've emphasized other things, right? Degrading Iran's military capabilities and their combat effectiveness and so on and so forth. But they haven't been talking for the last several days about regime change, because the people didn't rise up in the way that I think Trump was told that they would, probably by Netanyahu and others in that pro-Israel cohort. But now, do the Americans also gain a renewed confidence that this is possible, and will that then sort of motivate them to even intensify attacks on the country? But I will say this, it's not 1953. You know, in 1953, the Americans and the British organized a military coup against Mohammed Mossadegh, the democratically elected prime minister. This is a very different terrain now in 2026. You have a much larger society, obviously, in terms of the population, very ideologically committed fighting force that potentially could be numbered in the millions. And this regime, while unpopular, there are certainly millions of Iranians who are opposed to this regime. We saw the protests, right? But there are also millions of Iranians who support this regime, and they have an ideological commitment. And so regime change is going to be very difficult, if not impossible. Yeah,
no, we'll probably get something from the US pretty soon in terms of reaction. It is what I think coming up to 6:15 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the US. Guys, Mohammed and Rasul, do stick around with us. There's a lot to discuss as this story unfolds. Now, we will be, of course, returning to our panel to talk about Ghulam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, who also has been killed in a strike. It comes as the US is facing growing isolation over its plans to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the United States and Israel launched a military offensive, of course, on Iran. A fifth of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally passes through the shipping channel. President Trump has criticized allies who host U.S. soldiers for failing to support Washington.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Well, let's bring in journalist Inzamam Rashid, who is overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. There are reports, Inzamam, of some vessels being allowed to pass through the strait there. What can you tell us? What have you seen as well?
Yes, there are, Rishad, some vessels passing through, and they have done over the last 24 hours. Mainly, I have to say, they are Iranian vessels transporting Iranian oil and goods through to China. Of course, China being Iran's largest customer when it comes to oil exports. But we've also seen a vessel from Pakistan, a Pakistan-flagged carrier, has managed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. A couple from India as well over the last 24 hours. Importantly, on the Pakistan vessel, I was actually speaking to a very senior Pakistani diplomat today, and he told me that the reason that had happened is because of trust, because of a relationship that Pakistan has with Iran, and it feels that that's the only way Iran is going to allow vessels through, is that if they are essentially allies or if they feel they are friendly countries, not with any form of aggression towards Iran. That seems to be the sentiment here. But over the last 24 hours as well, we have seen Iran carry out an attack on a vessel here in these waters, just a few kilometers south to where I am. There was a vessel off the coast of Fujairah, near to Fujairah port, which was targeted by Iran. So yes, whilst they have seemed to allow some vessels through, and they're vetting every single ship from every country that does come through, they are still targeting ships in these waters, something that they have been doing over the last couple of weeks. The big question now is whether some of these military vessels, like the USS Tripoli that the United States is sending on the way, whether they will actually have any impact here. We know that the International Maritime Authority today have said. Yes,
yeah, on that very point, this USS Tripoli, which is an amphibious assault ship, which we had reports of it being sent to the Gulf. It's passed through the Malacca Straits in Singapore, reportedly on the way to Middle East at the moment. So what more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, and it's probably got up to around 5,000 Marines coming along with it as well, which some analysts have suggested to me, Rishad, that could mean there could be some form of potential ground invasion on the Strait of Hormuz. This is all part of President Trump's kind of plan to take back control of these waters. We know that he's tried to rally together some other countries as well to get involved. Many of them have already rejected that call, some not yet decided, but it seems at the minute that the president is by himself. I just want to pick up on a quote from the International Maritime Organization, who've been speaking today, and they have said, in fact, that military escorts in these waters, taking tankers through this very kind of narrow waterway behind me, would not guarantee the safe passage of vessels. It would also not be a sustainable option, because they would just be taking a very select few number of ships across these waters. I'll just finish on one point, if I may, Rishad, following, of course, this pretty incredible news now of the death of Ali Larijani. This could now become, yet again, an incredibly important area in this conflict. Why? Well, because Iran will be wanting to get some form of revenge. They will want to retaliate from this latest killing. And if there is evidence that suggests that this latest strike of the killing of Ali Larijani has come from a base within the UAE or within one of the other Gulf countries, we could once again see Iran's retaliation directed towards the Gulf countries, like we've seen here in the UAE, the Fujairah port just down the road from me, Dubai International Airport as well, targeted again over the last 24 hours. If it is the case that Iran finds some evidence somewhere or makes even the claims and uses it as an excuse, we could see once again increased strikes across the Gulf.
Inzamam, thank you so much. Inzamam Rashid joining us from just the Strait, well, near the Straits of Hormuz. Let's get it straight to Doha now. Victoria Gatenby is here, and we've, of course, had a series of airstrikes take place in the region, and not least, of course, where we are.
Yeah, that's right. And any escalation in this conflict will be of great concern to people living in this region, because it's exactly what GCC leaders have been calling against. They've been saying that they want de-escalation and dialogue. So we have seen in the last few hours the security threat level in Doha raised yet again. About 7 a.m. local time, there were missiles intercepted, according to the Ministry of Defense, successfully intercepted, but debris from those missiles landed in an area called the industrial area in Doha, which is the capital, and caused a fire, which the authorities are now dealing with. No one was injured, but we have also had reports that a Pakistani man has been killed in the UAE as a result of debris falling in Abu Dhabi, and that comes after a Palestinian man was killed in Abu Dhabi on Monday after a rocket attack hit a residential area. Also, more evidence of the Iranians targeting civilian infrastructure. In the early hours of this morning, the whole of the UAE's airspace was closed for several hours because of reports of Iranian missile and drone attacks. The airspace has now reopened, but of course that caused major airports like Dubai International Airport in Abu Dhabi to have to cancel flights yet again. So what we're seeing is more people being affected, more civilians being affected as the war carries on.
Thanks so much indeed, Victoria Gatenby there, joining us right here from Doha. Now, Eli Jaranmeya is with the European Council on Foreign Relations. She's a Deputy Programme Director and Senior Policy Fellow for Middle East and North Africa, and she joins us now from London. Thank you so much for joining us, Eli. Give us a sense of what your take is of the developments, this developing story, of course, the death of the security chief of Iran, Ali Larijani, and the head of the Basij unit of the military guard, Golhan Reza Soleimani. How does it change things?
Thanks for having me on the show. So almost 2 weeks ago, when this war began, one of the things I was trying to closely watch for was whether indeed Israel would go for assassinating Ali Larijani. And as your guests have pointed out, he was the man in charge of recent negotiations tracks with the Russians, with the Gulf Arab monarchies, and also with the US in the background. And for me, one has to ask, why now has Israel decided to take out Ali Larijani? And in my view, the immediate reasoning is to try and block the pathways for some sort of a compromise or a ceasefire condition to be agreed between Iran and the US, because if indeed we were going to go down that path eventually, Larijani would have been the man to create the consensus inside the Iranian establishment to impose the ceasefire. So for me, that's a very concerning indication that actually Israel is trying to block the pathways for de-escalation by now taking out figures who might push for that or negotiate for that.
So, in other words, what you may well be saying here is that this could have the effect of perhaps making the regime even more resilient, as it were, and actually firming things up within it, ultimately.
Well, not necessarily resilient, but more resistant to any sort of compromise, de-escalation off-ramp that could have come about. Now, if you look at the sort of figures that have been empowered by the last major assassination that Israel undertook of Iran's supreme leader and a network of actors around him, including Ali Shamkhani, who was also another sort of bridge maker between the military establishment and the political establishment, you have to look at the people coming on the the rise and scratch our head, because these are now the most repressive elements of the Islamic Republic of Iran that are coming to the rise. They are the most resistant ideologically to some sort of a opening with the United States. And now you've further basically cemented that position by taking out someone like Larijani. And for me, I would, as an analyst, conclude that Israel does not want a diplomatic track between the US and Iran to emerge.
Now, then that brings me to what you said in the response, the first part of the response, that not resistance, but the resilience of the Iranian regime. Now, the thing is, has that taken Israel and the United States by surprise? And is it among many of the misconceptions they had at the start of the war they launched?
So look, I think that Washington for almost 50 years has misread how the Islamic Republic of Iran operates and responds. Frankly, the more maximum pressure it has exerted, the more maximum resistance Iran has gotten. Not that this has necessarily helped Iran provide its people with a better future, but it has meant that the US and Iran have been trapped in this cycle of escalation that has essentially culminated in what I would say is the biggest war the region is going to be plunged into now. We're already at the beginning, and if it continues, it's the reverberations of this are going to be, I think, beyond what we expected, much more beyond what President Trump expected, given his news reporting to the press that he didn't expect Iran to go after the Strait of Hormuz in this way or to attack its Gulf brothers and neighbors around the country. And that's exactly what many experts had warned the U.S. would come about. So, yes, I do think at least President Trump seems to be caught by surprise of Iran's capability to cause damage and destruction. But I think Israel has a much more strategic end goal in mind. And going back to your early question of what does the sort of targeting of the Basij forces, the police forces, the security apparatus indicates, to me it indicates that this is a basically next phase of this operation is to do with creating state collapse, institutional collapse inside Iran, and to potentially trigger a new phase of ethnic civil war in the country, and so that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not only busy fighting a war with the skies, but also from the bottom up as well.
Ellie, does this change Iran's war aims, as it were? And I'm talking about internally as well as externally.
Look, I still think the war aims are, first and foremost, survival. But it does seem that they are, almost 3 weeks now into this conflict, more confident that they can manage the situation. I don't know how long they can do this, but I think they are reflecting this sense of confidence that they have command and control, and that they have an ability to escalate and climb the escalation ladder for some time. So don't forget, the Houthis in Yemen have not been activated yet in this conflict, and that would open up a whole new front that would keep the GCC countries under new threat, that would keep the US military under new threat, and potentially directly into Israel, depending on what type of missiles the Houthis are capable of launching at the moment. And also, I think another point that I'm hearing very clearly now from Iranian officials is they are not yet in the mood for a ceasefire. And as your previous guests have mentioned, this war is now about a war of reestablishing deterrence, so that any future Israeli or any future US president thinks very, very long and hard before opening this can of worms again.
Ellie, thank you so much. Shili Jaran-Mia, there joining us. She is from the European Council on Foreign Relations. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. And if you're just joining us, here's a reminder of the remarkable latest developments. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an airstrike. Iranian state media have released a statement from Larijani's social media on Tuesday. The Israeli military also says that Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. Iran has also not confirmed that news. So let's ask our question, who was Gholam Reza Soleimani, well, he was Iran's top security official, serving as the head of its internal security force known as the Basij since 2019. He joined the Revolutionary Guards in 1982 and was a veteran of the war with Iraq. Soleimani was sanctioned by the United States, the European Union, as well as other countries for his suspected role in suppressing dissent within Iran. He held a degree in history and was reportedly born in 1965, and that's according to records by the US Treasury. Tawhid Asadi joins us live from Tehran as this breaking news unfolds. And Tawhid, what more have we learnt?
Well, actually, still, first things first, we don't have any confirmation regarding the assassination of these two critically important figures, the commander of Basij militia, as well as, even more importantly, the secretary for the Supreme National Security Council of the country, Ali Larijani. If confirmed, that's going to be a major blow for the Iranian political establishment. And we know that Ali Larijani is a really high-profile person when it comes to the post-revolutionary history of the country. We just take a look at the previous positions that he has. He was a member of IRGC at the very early years after the Islamic Revolution of 1979. Later, he was a deputy labor minister. Later, he became the minister for cultural affairs of the country, and the list goes on and on. He was also involved in the trajectory of nuclear negotiations of the country. He was the actually head of the state TV, and of course, very recently he was appointed as the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, and for more than a decade he was the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. And all this entire list of different positions puts him in a very specific position, in a very specific situation when it comes to Iran's political establishment. If true, when it comes to elite power dynamism of the country, that's going to be a big loss, since he was not only a pragmatic conservative person, but also a consensus builder when it comes to different parts of the wide spectrum of political, let's say, positions, political parties inside the country. He was engaged in many important affairs of the country. And of course, he was, at this point, he was one of the most strategically important decision makers of the country before the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and even more importantly, after the assassination, he turned out to be one of the most influential figures when it comes to the trajectory of decisions by the country pertaining to the war, pertaining to the foreign policy, and pertaining to the domestic affairs of the country. So we are dealing with someone who cannot be easily replaced. It goes without saying that we are dealing with a very intricate dynamism when it comes to Iran's political structure, political dynamism, and when it comes to also the military dynamism. We know that despite all these major blows, the country continues to function in terms of government's responsibilities, in terms of the formulation of policies when it comes to the retaliatory strikes. But still, we can not deny the very fact that it's not going to be easy to find a replacement again if those reports come true for the new Supreme National Security Council secretary. And of course, this is going to be a domestically significant blow for a people, for a nation that is facing one major blow after another, and that is going to be perhaps the latest after all these assassinations that targeted not just the supreme leader, but also military top commanders and other officials.
Thank you, Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Well, a short while ago, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, confirmed the killing of Larijani and Soleimani. This was the moment.
The Chief of Staff have just informed me is that the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and the leader of the Basij forces, both were killed, were assassinated today, and joined the head of the regime in hell.
Let's get over to Ramallah and the occupied West Bank, where Nida Ibrahim is. What more can you tell us here about what Israel Katz said and what the reaction has been in Israel?
Well, the reaction is celebratory, as you can imagine. Israeli military journalists, Israeli officials, all boasting what they call a strategic success in eliminating a major component, a key leader in the Iranian regime. Now, we know that Israel has not been hiding its intentions from the beginning of the war to eliminate and crack down and end up toppling the Islamic revolutionary regime in Iran. Now, in the past few days, we've seen them undermining or saying that this might not be the most likely goal, with Israeli officials saying maybe after the war, the Iranian people will take to the streets. And some are wondering whether this assassination that has been confirmed by Israel only, not the Iranians, has to do with the Israeli feeling that the U.S. might end the war prematurely. They have been talking about estimates of a potential talks to end the war, or that the U.S. is feeling the heat from the fuel prices, from the domestic pressure that Trump might be feeling to end the war, that they wanted to expand and extend the war into more, because the Israeli officials and military officials have been saying that they need more time to achieve their goals, that they need to keep cracking down on Iranian facilities, military sites, nuclear sites, as well as the key leaders of the regime. And according to Israeli sources, they've been saying that the attack that killed the Basij commander Reza Soleimani has also ended up killing senior leaders in Basij after targeting what they say a meeting that was held in a temporary or a location that is not usually where the Basij leaders meet. So they have been cracking down more and more on the regime, seemingly because they've been thinking and feeling that the regime is still standing still, it's still taking hold. And as even the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said in the past few days, that he cannot make and force Iranians to take matters into their own hands. He famously said that you can bring someone water, but you cannot force them to drink it, in reference to that the Iranian people have not taken down to the streets. It seems that this is yet another attempt by the Israeli government to create some sort of a shake in the regime, to try and push people to take to the streets to topple the Iranian regime. Of course, we've been seeing this defiance amongst the regime. We've been seeing how the system has been put in place in a way that would allow it to survive such key assassinations. But undoubtedly, the Israelis are looking at this as a main goal and are still continuing their attacks on key figures in the regime after they have been targeting key launchers, military sites, and what they call our nuclear sites as well.
Nida, thanks. Nida Ibrahim there in Ramallah on the West Bank, occupied West Bank. Joining us in the studios is Doha. In Doha is Mohammed El Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who, of course, has reported extensively from Iran. It was very interesting. Our guest a short while ago, Eli Jaranmaya, had said that this killing of Larijani in particular is perhaps a signal that, after reports of some back-channel talks of trying to perhaps de-escalate, that this is a determination by Israel not to seek a ceasefire, to continue this war to its bitter end, whatever that may be.
Absolutely. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu himself is on record as saying he's been working toward this for about 40 years. This is, from his perspective, the war to end all wars. This would be the war that would allow Israel to become the absolute hegemon in the region and pursue its expansionist agenda, its greater Israel agenda, without any sort of hindrance. So he does not want to stop. The Israelis do not want to stop. The problem for the Israelis, though, is that the Americans do not have time on their side. As I was mentioning in a previous interview, this is not a popular war in the United States. Americans are, for the most part, opposed to it. Donald Trump has split his MAGA base. He's being lambasted by very prominent Republican conservative figures. And this is an election year. So time is not on the side of the Americans. And I think Netanyahu wants to point to some successes so that he can convince Trump that, you know, just a little bit longer and we will be able to achieve victory. But I thought it was interesting what Eli said about state collapse, because that's clearly the Israeli objective here. We've seen how the Israelis fight. We've seen how they fight in Lebanon, in Dahiya, which, they developed the Dahiya doctrine, named after Dahiya, maximum punishment of the civilian infrastructure. We've seen how they fight in Gaza, right? And now we're seeing some signs of that in Iran as well. They're not just hitting military installations. They have hit tens of schools and health facilities and hospitals, hundreds and hundreds of residential towers or residential buildings. And that's really the fear, because from the Israeli perspective, if they're not able to achieve regime change, then at least from their perspective, they would want to set Iran back so far that Iran couldn't even think about a nuclear weapon, that they would just have to rebuild their society.
Rasul, I mean, what does regime collapse look like? And are we getting anywhere nearer to that? Because the thing is, it's this, I suppose it's something also careful what you wish for, because it could unleash a Pandora's box, different ethnic groups, different agendas, different wings of the Islamic parties, etc., and secularism and, of course, ideology.
Indeed. So the consequences perhaps are going to be devastating for the region. But do I see an imminent regime collapse? No, for two reasons. First, so in Iran, definitely there are millions that are hating the current establishment and want to bring them down. But on the other hand, just remember in 2023, in the most recent presidential election, an ultra-conservative figure such as Saeed Jalili has received 13 million votes. And the current president, who is mostly labeled as reformist, and to be honest, I think it's an unfair branding, because he is a moderate conservative, and he himself says that, well, I am the most conservative reformist in the country. So, and at least half of those who have voted for him are also still with the current establishment. So based on this simple mathematics, you will see that at least 20 million people are actively still supporting a regime. And when 20 million people support an establishment, so it's not a typical dictatorship that doesn't have the support base.
One thing that you said there was rather piqued my interest. Are they then, the Israelis and the Americans, trying to, as we know, they're trying to kill the leadership, but are they really focusing on the hardliners in particular?
Not necessarily. I think here the aim is not to somehow go after the reformist or the hardliner figures, but they are going through the key figures. If that key figure is practically functioning, if it is really having an authorization of making the decisions and contributing this machine, Iranian machine, to work, then he's becoming a target. So here the main aim is to dysfunction the state itself. So, and now you will see that who then, particularly after Ali Larijani being taken out, then who could replace him potentially? So, because the National Supreme Security Council, on one hand, the council that he was the secretary of, on one hand, it was the ultimate body when it comes to security policies, but also it is a major body that is connecting the office of the Supreme Leader with the security apparatuses as well. So the inevitable consequences of that is going to be IRGC replacing him or forcing someone to replace him, and that is going to further embolden IRGC and definitely consolidate the power of the newly elected Supreme Leader.
Mohammed, what does victory look like for the Israelis? Is it total regime collapse? And for the Iranians, is it just the survival of the regime?
Well, for the Iranians, certainly survival. And I think if when the dust settles, the Iranian regime survives, they are going to be hardened. And I have predicted, and so have many other analysts, that they are probably going to be more likely to pursue a nuclear deterrent. So paradoxically, this war, which was supposed to, from the American and Israeli perspective, bring about safety and peace, could actually make the world and the region a more dangerous place. I already spoke about the Israelis. They want state collapse. They want to achieve absolute hegemony in the region because they're after this greater Israel project. They want to expand. They want to expand their borders. You know, the Americans, I think, just miscalculated on was going to happen. It was stunning yesterday to listen to President Trump say that nobody knew that the Iranians would shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody knew that the Iranians were going to attack, or that they might attack their Gulf.
That begs the question, did he know what he was doing?
Well, I have an answer to that question. I would say no, he didn't know what he was doing. And clearly no one in the administration had been reading what the experts had been saying for many months on end.
With all respect, Mohammed, so he should have watched Al Jazeera. We have intensively reported about the potential scenarios. And when I was in Iran, I remember there was particular reports that we have worked on, and it was the deterrent strategy of Iran based on 3 legs. So raise the cost for Washington, regionalize the war, attack the regional countries, and close the Strait of Hormuz. And it was not a secret to journalists, to the analysts at all. It's quite surprising that the President of the United States said it was unexpected.
Nice plug, Rasul, anyway. Mohammed and Rasul, please stick around. There's, of course, lots to come here with regards to this breaking news story. Now, let's get more to the wider picture, because instability caused by the United States and Israel attacks on Iran has spilled over into neighboring Iraq. Air defenses have intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera an attack struck near the U.S. Embassy compound. It is located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was targeted several times on Monday. Meanwhile, Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. The air attacks do come after Israel announced on Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. Now, of course, we've been talking about this tension surrounding the Strait of Hormuz hitting Asian markets, economies really that rely on energy imports like South Korea and Japan. They're under serious pressure as their currencies also weaken and their stocks also fall. The crisis is also testing long-standing U.S. alliances with the nations in that part of the world. Jack Barton now reports from Seoul.
South Korea's main Kospi index rose slightly on speculation that some oil and gas shipments may soon start passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been effectively closed by Iran. Despite the rise, South Korea's Kospi index has fallen about 10% since the US-Israel strikes on Iran began, and the Korean won is at its weakest against the dollar since the 2008 global financial crisis. The index is particularly vulnerable because of South Korea's heavy dependence on Middle Eastern oil to fuel its export-driven economy. Financial services group Nomura has flagged it among the most exposed economies to the current crisis. Japan, which imports about 90% of its energy needs from the region, finds itself in a near-identical bind. On top of the economic strain, both countries are facing pressure from US President Donald Trump to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, through which at least 20% of the world's oil and gas shipments pass. And despite opposition from Seoul, the US has been redeploying air defense missiles from South Korea to the Middle East, prompting debate in policy circles here about whether after 70 years of close security cooperation, Washington is shifting from being an indispensable defense partner to a liability. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Well, Adam Bell is Director of Energy Policy at Stonehaven Consultancy. He joins us now from London. Adam, what are you making of this throttling of this strait, this choke point? Some are calling it even the potential kill zone.
So what it's doing is it's forcing up prices, and it's doing so in quite a dramatic way. Brent crude prices are up to above $100 a barrel, which we haven't seen for several years, and LNG prices are up by nearly about double. What's been interesting, though, is the way in which the price impact has played out across multiple markets. Your correspondent just spoke about the impacts upon Japan and South Korea. You're seeing impacts across Europe and across North America, where, of course, some of those oil cargoes would otherwise have flowed. However, what is the actual price itself is very, very interesting. But $100 a barrel, that doesn't imply that the markets are pricing in extended disruption. Essentially, they think we will be able to let go some stocks and we'll probably be fine. This assumes that the war will not last for much longer than a couple of weeks. If the Hormuz is blocked for more than 2 or 3 weeks, then prices will go up even further. And the challenges that I mentioned before will be even more acute.
Adam, it's exactly what I was going to ask you. What's actually been priced into these oil and gas markets? Now, I want to get a sense of, $100 a barrel, as you say, is perhaps underpricing the risks, you could argue. But when you look at it and you look at the forwards and the futures contracts for, let's say, next year, you're looking at a massive discount to this, aren't you?
Yes, essentially the markets are pricing in what you can describe as American humiliation in the Gulf. They're assuming that at some point Trump will chicken out. It's the classic taco trade, and he will withdraw forces, and the assault on Iran will cease, and cargoes will resume flowing post some remediation work in the Straits. This implies that this is a very short conflict with relatively small long-term impacts on prices.
Well, indeed. And how far can it be manipulated by speculators here who seem to have been fairly conservative in all this? Because, you know, we do also have the possibility of these strategic reserves coming in as a fillip, at least to provide some relief here.
Yes, that's right. I think that underpins prices. The assumption is the governments will act as they already have, and as the IEA has acted before, to release those reserves and to ensure that the price is suppressed. There is a limit to the amount at which we can draw upon that, of course. Typically, nations will have between 3 to 6 months of product in reserve. They will run out of that reasonably quickly if they're using it to suppress prices. This means that the conflict goes on much beyond 3 months. You probably start to see significantly higher prices, which aren't fully priced in yet.
Yes, and then when you do look at it and you see the longer-term picture, you've got to ask yourself, I mean, cutting off the Strait of Hormuz would be Iran cutting its own nose to spite its face.
To a degree, but if you're a regime that's under an existential threat, you no longer care about your nose, you care about survival. I can certainly understand why they would do that. If they think this is the way of exerting maximum pressure upon the US to back away quickly, that leaves them in charge, albeit with a lot of dead people in the ruined country.
Now, Adam, I had a guest on talking about how this $20 billion from the DFC there can come to the support of the Lloyd's market when it comes to insurance, because insurance costs have been so prohibitive, and that's really prevented many of these tankers from crossing. But even if you have naval vessels coming in and protecting you, and your insurance costs are low, you've still got the massive risk of being taken out, and you don't want to die.
Well, this is the thing. Shipping companies do, in fact, care about their crews. As soon as you become a shipping company that doesn't, your crews will tend to desert you. My expectation is they would need guarantees for safe passage that are so ironclad that may be very, very difficult to enforce, even with a naval escort. If you're in a large LNG tanker, only needs to take one drone in the wrong place before it goes up like a bomb.
Adam, thank you so much for joining us there. Adam Abel, Director of Energy Policy at Stonehaven Consultancy there in London. Now, even before the war between the United States, Israel and Iran, many American farmers said the agriculture sector was in a recession. Now they're facing a new challenge because of this conflict in the Middle East, which has, of course, meant a lack of fertilizer, which will inevitably affect costs for consumers, as Rosalind Jordan now reports.
When spring arrives in the U.S., farmers usually worry about bad weather. This year, they're worried about the price of fertilizer.
I've talked to my supplier about what we need. We've got some of it locked in. He's still having some struggles getting the fertilizer that he needs locked in too.
The struggle is because of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. Gulf countries produce 15% of the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus used in American agriculture. But with the war closing the Strait of Hormuz, there's no way for cargo ships carrying fertilizer or anything else to leave the Gulf and reach their customers. That means the cost of fertilizer has shot up, forcing farmers to make last-second changes.
I think you'll see some farmers switch some corn acres to bean acres, and I haven't pulled that trigger and decided to do that yet, but I'm sure thinking about it.
The trickle-down effect is easy to see. If farmers grow fewer crops, what's on the market will be more expensive as well, and shoppers will have to pay. Industry leaders say the only answer is to reopen the strait.
Hopefully we can see some calming down of those prices and really get back to I don't know if there is such a thing as a normal year, but get back to some input prices that allow some profitability on those farms.
One estimate says you'd need 10 naval destroyers to escort just 5 cargo tankers through the Strait of Hormuz right now. That's 10% of normal daily traffic. So no immediate price relief for farmers and consumers. What U.S. farmers say they need a quick end to the war, and even quicker shipping so they can get back to growing. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
Right, let's have a look at some of the other stories that we're following for you today. Afghanistan's government says a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It is the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dizzard reports.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached to the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dizzard, Al Jazeera.
Well, Pakistani security forces say the attacks were aimed at, quote, military targets near Jalalabad and Kabul. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider has more from Islamabad.
Pakistani security forces say that they were responding to unprovoked fire on the Pak-Afghan border by Afghan Taliban forces, after which they conducted airstrikes on two cities in Afghanistan, one in Nangarhar near Jalalabad, the other in Kabul. Now, the Pakistani fighters were involved in what they say were infrastructure belonging to the Afghan Taliban, and also ammunition depots and also weapon storage areas. Now, the Afghan Taliban, of course, on the other hand, are saying that what was hit was also one of the rehabilitation hospitals for drug addicts and that there were heavy casualties. Pakistan, on the other hand, has denied that, saying that they do not strike civilian targets, that the intended target were military targets, and of course that is creating a lot of tension in the area. Now, the two sides have been exchanging fire across the border since the end of February, after Pakistan accused Afghanistan of not containing or reining in the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Pakistan, on the other hand, had warned that they would go for reprisal attacks, after which air raids were carried out. The Afghans then retaliated end of February, and that has now blown into a full-blown war between the two countries. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
We're going to take a short break. Our extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Iran, and Israel continues after this.
The conflict is arising because of Israel's insistence on striking oil facilities inside Iran.
This is one of the oil facilities of the country that has been targeted You can see the puff of cloud once those interceptors take out those missiles and rockets and drones.
Hezbollah rockets have reached this far into Israeli territory, and Israel consider this a serious escalation.
Lebanon's government is struggling to meet the demand for emergency shelter. This stadium is being converted into a mini tent city.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The United States has perfect capability of beating any country in the world into a pulp, but it will come at a cost.
Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions.
Conflict, it's all created by human beings, so it can all be solved by human beings, if only we can learn to cooperate.
International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello everybody, I'm Rashad Salamat in Doha. You are watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. Israel says it's killed 2 senior Iranian officials, the security chief and the commander of the Basij internal security forces.
For 40 years we're protecting you and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor.
President Trump scolding allies and urging others to do more to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israel's attacks on Lebanon in overnight strikes, hours after European leaders call for de-escalation of fighting. And in other news, at least 400 people are killed in an airstrike in Afghanistan's capital. Kabul blames Pakistan. Israel has announced that Iran's security chief has been killed. Tehran has not confirmed this. Defense Minister Israel Katz said Ali Larijani was killed in a strike on Tehran. In another development, the Israeli military says the commander of Iran's internal security unit, Gholam Reza Soleimani, was also killed in an airstrike. Again, there's been no comment from Tehran as of yet. Now, we are covering all these developments from, indeed, Tehran, Ramallah, and right here in Doha. First of all, let's get to Nida Ibrahim, who is in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. And what are you hearing at the moment, Nida, about Ali Larijani?
Well, first, Rashad, let's talk about the latest wave of Iranian-fired missiles that made their way into Israel in the past few minutes. And according to the Israeli Ambulance Service, they're rushing to several places after reports of several suspected cluster munition impacts in places in central Israel. There are still more information to be shared. The Israeli Ambulance Service says there are no injuries, but many Israeli media are reporting damage to certain buildings. Also, the Israeli train systems, one of the train stations has closed its doors, saying that there was damage inflicted by the latest wave of Iranian missiles. Now, let's talk about the Israeli reaction to the killing of Ali Larijani, again confirmed only by and from the Israeli side. We've been hearing from Israeli officials as well as Israeli military journalists and analysts who have been boasting about the success, calling it a strategic step in order to diminish the Iranian regime, to make it crack from within. We've been seeing in the past few days how Israel has been focusing more on military sites, on nuclear facilities and oil facilities at times. But now we are seeing them resort back to the assassinations, not just of the most believed to be most prominent man after the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Ali Larijani, but also the commander of the Basij, Reza Soleimani, in addition to what Israeli media is saying, an attack on other senior leaders at the Basij force, seemingly to shake the regime from within. In the beginning beginning of the war, Israel has said that its intention is to topple the Iranian regime. But then in the past few days, we've seen them backtracking on such statements, saying that they cannot force the Iranians to take to the streets to topple the regime, that would be probably a goal that would be achieved after the war. But now with this assassination, we see them cracking down more and more on the regime's key leaders, seemingly as one way that they could keep the U.S. involved in this war by showing that they are conducting strategic successes and showing that the regime could potentially fall, although we've been hearing from many Iranian officials and analysts saying that the regime has been made and designed to survive such assassination attempts. But in Israel, all in all, there has been a celebratory tone of this attack.
Nida, thanks. Nida Ibrahim there in Ramallah. Now, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi, who is in Tehran. I'm assuming that you haven't heard anything yet officially as to whether Larijani is actually dead or indeed anything at all, but give us a sense of the significance of his passing.
Well, as you said, few hours after the announcement by the Israeli side about the assassination of Ali Larijani, the National Security Supreme Council of the country's secretary, we still have no confirmation, officially speaking, even though there are some speculations, some reports, but still we don't have any official confirmation in that regard. And of course, we have to keep in mind that in case of a confirmation, we are dealing with another major blow to the political establishment and even the military establishment of the country, seeing the role of Ali Larijani. First, we have to keep in mind that he has a long list of different positions in his profile from the very beginning of the 1979 revolution in Iran. He was a member of IRGC. Later, he was the deputy labor minister. He became the minister for cultural affairs, and then he was for more than 10 years the speaker of the parliament. He was also the secretary for National Security Council, the head of state TV, and the list goes on to include other important positions for Ali Larijani. And in case of his loss, it's going to be strategically important, seeing his role, seeing the power elite network, and seeing the very fact that even though we are dealing with a very complicated dynamism in terms of Iran's political establishment, it's not easy to find a replacement for such a high-profile person, specifically under this situation, specifically after the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He was the person to say many final words in the trajectory of the continuation of the war in foreign policy and domestic affairs of the country. This is going to be a major blow, as I told you earlier, in case the report gets confirmed.
Tawhid, thank you so much. Tawhid Asadi there for us in Tehran. Well, indeed, let's bring in our panel of guests now. Joining us today, Al Jazeera's Rasool Sardar, who has reported extensively from Iran, and Eli Diran-Meya. She's Deputy Programme Director at the European Council on Foreign Relations, and she joins us now from London. Right, let's first of all start off with you, Eli. And it was very interesting last time we talked that you were really discussing what Israel's war aims were. Can you clarify what this killing really, how that fits into those objectives?
Sure. I mean, my sense is that the Israeli objective from the get-go has been quite different from President Trump. The Israelis do not want to have a opening of political talks between Tehran and Trump, whether it's for a ceasefire or some sort of a follow-up negotiation of the type that they were having in Geneva. And this is about essentially blocking those pathways. Trump has talked about maybe having a Venezuelan model in Iran, or he's talked about the fact that a second or even potentially a third ring of leadership that they thought would emerge were assassinated in that first initial strike by Israel in the opening salvo of this war. So my sense is that while Trump may be interested in finding figures inside the Islamic Republic of Iran that he can negotiate with, that he can have a ceasefire with and find an off-ramp with, Israel is making that increasingly impossible to achieve.
Ellie, I mean, it's ultimately a question of be careful what you wish for, because an implosion of the regime could unleash a Pandora's box of issues.
That's absolutely correct. And Iran is a country that is far bigger, 3 to 4 times bigger the size of Afghanistan or Iraq, population size, similarly, almost 3 to 4 times bigger than what the US was managing in the invasion of Iraq back in 2003. And Iran has combined 13 land and sea borders. So what happens in Iran doesn't stay in Iran. And I think this is why Iran's immediate neighbors, including Turkey, but also the GCC states and Iraq, are incredibly worried about what Israel may be pushing for is not even regime change inside the country, but state collapse, which would be a problem for all of Iran's neighbors. But in fact, actually, Israel, my sense is, would be pretty comfortable with an imploding Iran. It's still far enough from Iran that it doesn't have to deal with its messy consequences. And an Iran that is busy with itself means that there is no longer another country in the region that can sort of threaten Israel or counterbalance its power in the region.
Ali, stick around, because as we mentioned, Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. He came from a family that has been influential in Iranian politics for decades, and he did join the Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. He was seen largely as a balancing figure in Iranian politics, but after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, he issued a strongly worded message saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that the world, or that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. Well, Iran's Speaker of Parliament says Tehran does not want war, but will defend itself. In an interview with the Parliament news agency, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said Iran is looking for long-term security guarantees.
The threat must be removed from the region and from Iran. The danger of war must not continue, and this mustn't happen again. A ceasefire followed by their attempt to restart everything again 5 months later is not acceptable. We're not seeking the continuation of war. We're not saying that we want war or that we want to disrupt the security of the region. Absolutely not. We want security in the region to be established in such a way that they never repeat this cycle again. We seek sustainable security. Sustainable security is security that is people-based within the countries of the region themselves and by the countries of the region themselves.
Well, Rasul Sadar is right with us here in the studio, and he's been reporting, of course, from Iran. You know, we talked about it there for the whole morning, but just remind us of the importance of Larijani in the whole scheme of things. It seems that he was almost the number 2.
Indeed. So this is definitely the biggest political assassination after the killing of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the country. There is no doubt about it. And it's a huge loss for Iran because Ali Larijani was almost a connecting point of the whole nexus of the Iranian political and security apparatuses or leadership. So he was connecting IRGC with the supreme leader, and he was connecting the IRGC with the political leadership, and he was also navigating and coordinating the relationships between the parallel security apparatuses over there. But particularly after his elevation as the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in 2024, he has been even more important. The bridges were societal, security, and political. He was also a bridge between the reformist camp and the conservatives as well. But after being elected as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, he has been given the existential file, which was Iran under attack or potentially being attacked again. And that's why he has been on capitals in the region and went to Moscow. He was in Oman, he was in Doha. And there were questions, really, who is running the international affairs?
I mean, where's the foreign
Iran?
minister? That's the point.
Absolutely. While Abbas Araghchi was also around, so there were questions like, who is the real foreign minister? Who is really the one that is making the decisions? And even just before the recent nuclear talks with the Americans, So there were concerns from Americans or the European leaders saying, well, the president or the foreign minister of the country, they do not represent the establishment in Iran. Then the negotiator must be someone who is properly and truly coming from the establishment itself. And then we have seen Ali Larijani's name have been floating around. So he was a true figure representing the Iranian regime, but also he was a balancing actor. So when he was around, there was a barrier between the IRGC and the politics. But now that he's not there, it seems that IRGC is going to be further stronger and it's going to consolidate Mujtaba Khamenei's power in Iran.
Ellie, would you go along with that? You know, how does it move the conflict forward?
Well, look, I think this will have repercussions both in terms of Iranian internal politics and also how this is related to the external positioning of Iran on this war and beyond it. So internally, if you're to believe the recent New York Times pieces on how the decision was made to select Iran's next supreme leader, it does seem that Larijani was in the camp that was pushing back against this hereditary succession, pushing for a much more debate within the system on who to select next, and to push away from essentially Mojtaba Khamenei from taking the reign and moving it perhaps towards a more moderate figure within the system. So with Larijani's voice now gone, those moderate camps inside Iran that were using Larijani as their sort of front man for pushing their ideas, the job for them gets even more difficult and they become even more marginalized than they are today in pushing for a much more compromise from within the society and state, but also vis-a-vis the United States. And so we are likely to see a much more hardened, militarized face of the Islamic Republic of Iran going forward now, which sees almost in a similar way to President Trump that durable peace requires strength and power projection. And so this would suggest that the conflict with the US and Israel will continue for longer than it might have under someone like Larijani trying to look for a negotiated ceasefire path ahead.
Ellie, thank you. Ellie Geran-Meyer from the European Council on Foreign Relations. And, of course, we've got Rasul Sardar right here, who's, of course, one of our own, reporting extensively from Iran. Well, let's find out more and find out what the latest action has been in the Gulf. And Victoria Gatenby is right here in Doha. And certainly, if you're in the Qatari capital last night, you can certainly evidence some of the missile strikes.
Yeah, that's right. And there were strikes in the early hours of this morning as well, just before 7 a.m. local time. The Ministry of Defence said that it intercepted a missile attack successfully, but some debris from that attack, from that interception, landed in the industrial area here in Doha and started a limited fire, which the authorities have been dealing with over the past few hours. We've also had attacks across the GCC region, as has been the case over the past 2 weeks. So in Kuwait, the Ministry of Health there says that 2 workers from its medical emergency centre have been injured after debris from a drone hit their ambulance centre. In the UAE, they've also again been pounded by the Iranians, as has been the case over the last few days. So their airspace, UAE airspace, had to be completely closed for several hours in the early hours of this morning because of problems with missiles or warnings about missile attacks. We also know from Abu Dhabi authorities that a man has been killed after debris fell on a residential area in Abu Dhabi. So there have been a range of attacks over the last 24 hours. And of course, any escalation will be viewed here with great concern because it's the opposite of what GCC leaders have been calling for. They want de-escalation and dialogue.
Victoria, thank you very much. Victoria Gatenby right here in Doha for as well. Instability caused by the US and Israeli attacks on Iran has spilled over into neighboring Iraq. Defenses have intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera an attack struck near the US Embassy compound. It is located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was targeted several times on Monday. One drone hit a hotel in Baghdad, causing a fire on the rooftop. Security forces cordoned off the area and closed roads. The Iraqi Interior Ministry says there were no casualties. The Pentagon is sending more warships and troops to the Middle East. At least that's according to U.S. media reports. The amphibious assault ship, USS Tripoli, is now heading to the region along with Marines. It was stationed in Japan. The U.S. forces already deployed in the region are being reinforced. The build-up follows a request from U.S. Central Command, which oversees American military operations in the region. Now, the U.S. is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the U.S. and Israel launched a military offensive on Tehran. A fifth of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally passes through the shipping channel. President Trump has criticized allies who host U.S. soldiers for failing to support Washington.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Now, Inzamam Rashid is a journalist reporting from the Strait of Hormuz. He says some ships are managing to pass through the strait.
They are Iranian vessels transporting Iranian oil and goods through to China. Of course, China being Iran's largest customer when it comes to oil exports. But we've also seen a vessel from Pakistan, a Pakistan-flagged carrier, has managed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. A couple from India as well over the last 24 hours. Importantly, on the Pakistan vessel, I was actually speaking to a very senior Pakistani diplomat today, and he told me that the reason that had happened is because of trust, because of a relationship that Pakistan has with Iran, and it feels that that's the only way Iran is going to allow vessels through, is that if they are essentially allies or if they feel they are friendly countries, not with any form of aggression towards Iran. That seems to be the sentiment here. But over the last 24 hours as well, we have seen Iran carry out an attack on a vessel here in these waters, just a few kilometers south to where I am. There was a vessel off the coast of Fujairah, near to Fujairah port, which was targeted by Iran. So yes, whilst they have seemed to allow some vessels through and they're vetting every single ship from every country that does come through, they are still targeting ships in these waters, something that they have been doing over the last couple of weeks.
The Philippines has begun distributing an $85 fuel subsidy to public transport drivers. It comes days before President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is expected to suspend excise taxes on oil products. The country imports nearly all of its fuel supplies and has been hit hard by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Prices have doubled since the Iran war. Now, Barnaby Lowe has more from Manila.
More than 2 weeks into the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran, fuel prices in the Philippines are skyrocketing. The price of diesel in particular has doubled. That's consequential because jeepneys, the minibuses that are the backbone of public transport here, run on diesel, and drivers, not just of jeepneys, but tricycles and taxis, have had to absorb the additional costs.
I used to make $13 in a day. Now it's down to around $2.50. The money for my family is now spent on fuel.
It's why the government has prioritized assistance for them. These tricycle drivers are among the first to receive an $85 fuel subsidy. Other public transport workers will have their turn in the coming days and weeks, officials have assured. $500 million has been earmarked for this program, and more financial aid is in the pipeline.
If prices keep going up, the subsidy won't be enough, but it will help one way or another.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is also expected to reduce or suspend excise taxes on fuel, but the country's energy minister says that may not help much, given the local oil industry is deregulated, meaning the government has no control over pricing and the Philippines' near complete reliance on imported oil.
Whether it's 2 pesos of excise or 4 pesos or even 6 pesos for excise tax, it's not as big of an impact compared to what is the jump already.
So by helping drivers, the hope is to also cushion the impact for commuters. But even then, transportation officials say they're compelled to approve petitions to increase fares across most public transport. Barton Below, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. The air attacks come after Israel announced on Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. Zaina Khoda is in Marjayoun in the southern part of the country.
South Lebanon, very much an active combat zone, especially the territory, the strip of territory along the border a few kilometers deep. The Israeli airplanes constantly in the skies, they've been carrying out airstrikes. We've been hearing a lot of artillery fire. The Israeli military trying to push Hezbollah away from this area. They are saying that they are targeting Hezbollah strongholds. There is active combat in some areas. Hezbollah too firing back. We've heard rocket launches. They continue to fire rockets across the border. Yesterday hitting the city of Nahariya in northern Israel, a direct impact that caused a number of injuries. So this battle is only at its start, really, with the Israeli military advancing on more than one sector along this border. But the advances have so far been limited. It's not clear whether this is because they are still not, planning to push with a large force. But Hezbollah is fighting back. Overnight, they say they managed to target an Israeli Merkava tank in Taibe. Taibe also in this sector of southern Lebanon. So it's still not clear whether the Israeli military has been able to set up stable positions.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines. Afghanistan's government says a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the two countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dysard reports.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached to the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysard, Al Jazeera.
Police in northeastern Nigeria say at least 23 people have been killed in bombings in the city of Maiduguri. Explosions went off in at least 3 locations in the capital of Borno State. A teaching hospital and 2 markets were hit. No group has claimed responsibility for the attacks as yet. Cubans have been protesting after a widespread blackout left 10 million people without power. The country's grid operator says the system has collapsed. The island nation is facing an energy crisis after the US imposed an oil blockade in January. President Donald Trump has threatened to impose tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. Trump has said he would be, quote, honored to take over Cuba. Well, we're going to take a short break. Stay with us. The news continues at the top of the hour. Up next, Inside Story looks at the difficulties the Strait of Hormuz possesses for Donald Trump's war against Iran.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that intense Israeli strikes targeted the town.
The Strait of Hormuz has effectively been closed to most shipping since the US and Israel attacked Iran, sending energy prices soaring worldwide. The marine channel in the Gulf had been the gateway for 20% of global energy supplies. What difficulty does this pose for Donald Trump? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. Despite all the firepower and modern weaponry Israel and the US have unleashed on Iran, a narrow waterway in the Gulf is emerging as the key battleground in this conflict. Geography is stacked in Iran's favour for control of access to the Strait of Hormuz. Not so favourable for US President Donald Trump, the weak response from a host of countries to his request for military and naval assistance. First, let's take a look at the map. The Gulf is like a giant maritime cul-de-sac with some of the world's biggest energy producers on its shoreline. All of the shore on the north is Iranian territory, around 1,500 kilometres, a vast area. Moving along the coastline from Iran, Iraq has some shoreline, then Kuwait, and a stretch of coast belonging to Saudi Arabia. As we move south, we come to Qatar, then the United Arab Emirates. All of these countries, of course, major producers of oil and gas. Then we come to the choke point, the Strait of Hormuz, the maritime gateway to the world for all of these energy producers. At its narrowest point, the strait is about 33 kilometres wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, while Oman controls the south. Before the war, an estimated 20% of the world's oil was transported through the waterway. The geography of the area presents significant military challenges for any naval force in hostilities with Iran. For one, it would have to enter a narrow channel and while there would be prone to attack. So what are the options for the US, Israel and Iran here? And who has the stronger hand? How critical is control of the strait for the outcome of the war and for the rest of the world? We'll speak to our panel of guests in just a moment. But first, this report from Alexandra Byers.
For days, Donald Trump has been saying the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran are decimating its firepower. But now he's warning his NATO allies, help us or face a, quote, very bad future. Specifically, help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran quickly blockaded the vital waterway after the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks more than 2 weeks ago. It sent energy markets and the global economy into a tailspin.
Remember, it only takes a couple of people to screw up the strait, but all you need is a few people dropping mines here and there, and we are demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory, because it is their territory. It's a place from which they get their energy. And they should come and they should help us protect it.
Trump said he's demanded about 7 countries send warships without identifying them.
Some of the countries have minesweepers, that's good. Some of the countries have a certain type of boat that could help us. We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. As many instruments got an ocean in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open.
Earlier, Trump said he might order the U.S. Navy to escort commercial ships through the strait. It worked during the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s, but Iran's a different threat now, with more technologically advanced missiles, as well as thousands of drones and anti-ship mines. For its part, Tehran says the strait is open, just not to the U.S. or countries that help it.
I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who wants to have a safe passage for their vessels, and this is up to our military to decide. And they have already decided to let a group of vessels belongs to different countries to pass in a safe and secure. So we provide them security to pass because we have not closed this strait.
Trump's demands for help come after he spent the past year slapping tariffs on countries around the world and threatening to take Greenland from Denmark, a NATO ally. And so far, no commitments. Japan, South Korea, the UK, Australia, France, all saying no, they are not sending ships. Attacks on tankers and Gulf countries are continuing to destabilize the region. While back in the US, people are feeling the cost of the war at the fuel pump, where prices are surging. It's adding domestic political pressure to Trump and his Republican Party, with midterm elections looming in November. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of the issues that are raised there with our guests who are joining us for today's Inside Story. In Colorado Springs, Eli Bremer, Republican strategist and retired major in the US Air Force. In London, Andreas Krieg, Associate Professor at the School of Security Studies at King's College London. And in Bath in the UK, Patrick Bury, Defence and Security Expert at the University of Bath and a former British Army officer. Thank you, all 3 of you, for joining us today on Inside Story. Andreas, let me start with you. Iran clearly started this war with a weak hand, outgunned by Israel and the US, militarily degraded after attacks from Israel and the US last year and by Israel in 2024, and having lost its supreme leader. It appears they're using what they have, which of course is their geography.
That's absolutely right. I mean, the US is now sucked into an asymmetric conflict against a militia with a state. In many ways, we have to look at the IRGC, which controls the strait, especially the naval component of the IRGC, as a militia with a state that operates not like a state that cannot be decapitated, but more like a network. And what they're trying to do, as many insurgent groups or terrorist organizations, other violent non-state actors, is they're trying to disrupt and play a game of endurance where they try to extract concessions and leverage from whatever is available to them. And the most potent form of leverage that Iran can extract is from its geography, the fact that they are controlling the northern shore of one of the world's most important energy, if not the most important energy choke points, and doing that to extract concessions from the global economy, from the United States, and also showing that they could potentially keep on doing this for an indefinite period of time, making it impossible for a conventional state actor or a military to actually open them up as quickly as Donald Trump and others are suggesting.
Eli, I mean, yes, arguably what they're doing is a breach of the laws of the sea and the laws of war as well. But as a military expert, they don't have many other options. It's probably what you would suggest they would do, I mean, if they weren't your adversary, which is inflict economic pain on the world, hold the world's economy hostage, is it not?
Well, I think this is an incredibly logical response. As you pointed out, they don't really have a lot of other cards to play in their deck right now. So using their geography is obviously what they're going to try to do. But they're also going to try to pressure and get public opinion in the world to go against this conflict, this war, by trying to keep oil prices high, because as your report showed, that is hurting public opinion in the United States. But the risk that they're going to have is if President Trump is able to bring in several other countries to work on this from a naval point of view, then Iran's going to have a really difficult decision, because they've made a lot of enemies early in the war by firing on their neighbors. If they fire on warships from other countries outside the United States who are escorting ships through the Strait, then they risk really becoming a pariah globally, despite the oil prices.
So, Patrick, both of our other guests say this is a scenario everyone thought of. Do you think that the US prepared properly for this scenario? Do you think President Trump properly weighed up the risks of this?
So it's very difficult to say from the information we have at the moment, but I think we could say with a high degree of certainty that the Pentagon planners would have definitely prepared for this. I mean, this is one of the key courses of action you'd be planning against. It's one of the key reasons that other US administrations, when they've tried to be, or it's appeared that Israel have tried to chain gang them into taking action against Iran, it would have been one of the key decisions why numerous presidents decided not to take concerted conventional military action against Iran. So there's a difference between the certainty with which we can say the military advice would have been passed up the chain and the certainty with which that's been taken on board. We do know that, you know, from previous insights into how the Oval Office is being run under Trump and this administration, it is not as bureaucratically process-driven as previous administrations, to say the least.
Eli, you're broadly a supporter of the president. Surely some of the things that he's doing now, moving a Marine Expeditionary Force from 2,200 Marines that were based in Japan, asking allies for help. He didn't even consult allies before the war. I mean, did he make the right preparations, or is he doing all of this a bit late?
Well, first of all, President Trump is a very unconventional president, which has its strengths and it has its weaknesses. And frankly, from the United States point of view, from President Trump's point of view, there has been obviously a tenuous relationship with Europe, with the NATO allies over there. President Trump in his first term did push for them to do a lot more investment. And he's been openly disappointed with what has historically been a much better relationship. So there's some strained dynamics there. Regarding the Marines that are heading into the region, I think there's another move that is likely to happen. People are asking the question with President Trump saying that he doesn't want to put troops on the ground. Why would you send the Marines? My guess on that is that they're looking at the island of Krug and putting boots on the ground there, because that would put asymmetric pressure again on the Iranians, particularly in the area of their current and their future economic ability to export oil. So what we're seeing is an unconventional president, which is leading to unconventional tactics. Will they work? We'll see. It's worked in Venezuela a lot better than I and other people would have predicted. So we're definitely in a different era with President Trump.
So the mention there of Karg, Andreas Krieg, that is where Iran's oil production is, where it sends out its tankers from. It's already been attacked, but not the oil facilities so far. Do you think that's what he's planning to do with the Marines? Because there are also all sorts of other little islands in the area that the Iranian Navy and Iranian forces can use if they wanted, and we'll come to convoy operations, but if they wanted to disrupt convoy operations.
I think the problem that President Trump now has is that he is in a spiral of escalation that he doesn't control. Much of what has been dictated over the last 2 weeks has been dictated by the Iranians, not necessarily vis-à-vis Israel and the US, but certainly indirectly via the Gulf states and the global economy onto the United States. And what you don't want to do in this sort of spiral is escalate further. So a landing on Karg Island would fundamentally attack, undermine the center of gravity economically of the IRGC and of the Iranian regime. It wouldn't completely destroy it. I mean, Iran has a lot of other ways to get their oil out, but it would be a major escalation to which the Iranian will respond in kind towards the Gulf state and potentially even towards the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz is the most vulnerable point of the president of the world economy, of the Gulf states, then this is where the Iranians will exercise more and more pressure. Using the 2,500 Marines for some landing operation on the islands north of the Emirates, some of them are Emirati islands that were seized illegally by Iran in 1979, will not do much. It will certainly not help securing this very narrow corridor. Because if you actually look at the corridor and where it is situated, the islands which are on the western side of the Strait of Hormuz will not necessarily do much. If you were trying to seize the northern islands of this corridor, it also won't do much. Much of the firing of missiles, drones, is coming from the hinterland. So you'd actually have to seize the northern shore, which is rugged terrain, very difficult to seize and hold. Looks a lot like Yemen, by the way. And a lot of the tactics that Iran will likely employ would be that the Houthis have employed against shipping in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Again, we were extremely unsuccessful. The US was unsuccessful, so far so that the US had to go approach Oman to broker a ceasefire. So I don't think 2,500 Marines will make any difference whatsoever to opening up the strait.
Patrick, are we in essence in a race now? How quickly can the US and Israel destroy the missiles, the drones, the launchers, compared with how quickly does the oil price rise and cause the financial markets to tumble and tumble?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it to some degree. I mean, what's really interesting in the emergence is the US has been really, and Israel have been very good at degrading the number of launches. So say on the first day of the salvo, the Iranians fired about 350 ballistic missiles, 300 drones. The next day, the ballistic missiles were down to 175, but 500 drones. And since then, it's been going down by a really high attrition rate of about 50% a day. As of yesterday, it's down to about 30 ballistic missiles, 50 drones. The really interesting thing happening is that the Iranians are getting into a groove with their drone targeting. And so a higher number of that smaller amount of drones are actually getting through. And they're hitting very effective, in some cases, targets, exquisite pieces of kit like THAAD battery radars, of which there's a very limited number. That's therefore decreasing the amount of response alert time for a lot of the people living in the Gulf and in Israel. And so that is a race that I'm very interested in watching. That even though the capability has been seriously degraded, the capacity, the capability that the Iranians have retained, especially in terms of drones, has shifted. And that has implications for exactly what we're talking about here, the targeting the Strait of Hormuz and the energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf and beyond.
Eli, we'll come to the appeal to allies to help in a moment, but just the whole idea of using convoys in the Strait of Hormuz, this battlefield that's now become the main battlefield, is it viable?
I think it's viable. I also think it's one of the most likely scenarios that we're going to see unfold in the next week or two. This oil price issue is hurting most of the world. It's hurting American consumers, but American oil companies are, of course, making a lot of profit off of that. Politically, the consumers mean more than the oil companies. With that said, I think there are many other countries, in fact, most other countries in the world have a reason to want to get this strait reopened. And the only way I see it really getting reopened is a regime change in Iran, which is probably not happening, at least in the near future, or degrading the Iranian capabilities to launch against these ships, which I also don't see happening. As the other guest pointed out, they're getting better at targeting, and that's pretty dangerous for ships. And the U.S. and its allies have clearly some problems with their air denial systems. So the only other scenario I can see is getting multilateral countries to come to the table and put lots of naval ships there so that Iran politically can't attack those ships, because what they really don't want to do is expand this war. They're holding on right now. The regime's got to hold on. Their goal is to not lose this battle and to be a regime at the end of it. If they start bombing ships from 8 or 10 other countries, that gets exponentially harder.
Andreas, you have studied this very, very closely, and you are a historian too. There is a historical precedent for this. And we have to go back to the 1980s. The Iran-Iraq war lasted 8 years, killed estimated 500,000 people. The US then supporting the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. There were convoys then that the US did through the Strait of Hormuz. But how much has changed since then? Because, for example, there weren't any drones around then.
I think this is a scenario which is completely different from what we see today. First, obviously, in the 1980s, the US wasn't a direct party to the conflict. Iran was still in a post-revolutionary process of consolidating power. The IRGC was nowhere as organized as it is today. We obviously have completely different technology. At the time, in the 1980s, the biggest problem would have been mining and mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That didn't happen. But what we see today is Iran is unlikely going to use mines. There's been obviously conflicting reporting about this. But what they're trying to do is use a range of different smaller either skiffs that can attack, similar to piracy around the Horn of Africa, attacking ships, or using drones and underwater vehicles that are functioning like mines, but do so being remotely controlled and thereby being a lot more agile and thereby providing a kind of more, what's the right word here, probably a more discriminatory approach to targeting vessels, which means mines will hit everyone. Mines means you actually close the straits. If you use these sort of drones, you allow some vessels to pass and others not. And so the situation that we see now is entirely different. I also disagree with Eli here in terms of thinking that any sort of Navy would actually trust this sort of scenario and go through the straits, because it would expose very, very expensive kit, not just of the US military, of any military, to this kind of unconventional threat. Because the Iranians can launch all kinds of, obviously they have some element of control of the air because they can fire missiles, they can fire drones, but they also control the maritime as well as the surface maritime domain, where they can use all kinds of small skiffs to cause massive damage to very, very expensive platforms. So, you know, having a Navy ship there is not going to act as a deterrent. I also don't think that the US can actually deter the Iranians from attacking, because the Iranians have gone quite nuclear when it comes to going against American sort of assets and American interests. So I don't think they would hold back and would be deterred in any way. The fact is, most of the US Navy is far away at the moment from the Strait of Hormuz, and I don't see why they would go anywhere close, because everyone in the US Navy would tell them that's almost suicidal.
Patrick, you heard Eli say that he thinks the way forward is international partners coming forward. And certainly we've heard President Trump demanding that. He seems to be demanding a coalition of the willing. It seems to me, though, not a lot of enthusiastic responses so far. It doesn't seem many are really willing right now.
No, and I think, you know, some of this was, the reason to go in was clearly, you know, breaking intelligence led. There wasn't that much consultation with wider NATO allies, etc., and they're not sure about the war aims. They're also very aware of the risks. So if you take, for example, here in the UK, a British warship getting damaged, sailors being killed, etc., you're much closer to getting drawn into a wider war with Iran, whether you like it or not in that scenario. I mean, the most likely option for this to happen, and I still would agree with Andreas here, I still, at the moment, it's pretty low likelihood, would be a US-led, with their naval assets, integrated multinational naval operation. But, you know, I would stress the difficulty of this. When we saw the US, as Ernest Will in 1987-88, they tried to do this with a much lower threat environment. It's incredibly resource intensive, you know? You're not just talking about ships with multiple different types that you need and air bubbles, etc., to put over. You need constant close air support, air patrolling, yeah? You're going to need the whole suite available for your minesweepers and your counter subsurface UAV. This is another, you know, scale of complexity to what we saw tried in Bab al-Mandab, and also a different scale of threat. So I think that's why you're seeing the reticence to jump in. I'd also say that the idea, like, you know, certainly in the UK, that thing that Trump said, well, you know, you didn't really help us, we don't need you, a couple of weeks ago, and then coming around and saying, well, actually, we do need you. That doesn't really wash. We understand politically what's going on and the strength of the special relationship doesn't really wash too much with the public, I would argue.
Eli, that point, I think, is an important one. Yes, he's asked a range of countries, and they do include China, that's not an ally, but he's mainly coming to the allies with this ask. And these are the allies that since he became president for the second time, he's been disrespecting, he's been questioning NATO, he even threatened to seize Greenland, he put punishing tariffs on his closest partners. He didn't inform them in advance about this. And since the war started, he's lifted oil sanctions on Russia, which all of them imposed. I mean, are those allies right to say, now you're asking?
Well, that's a good question to ask, but the other way to look at it is, President Trump, again, approaches this quite differently. And he has additional leverage with NATO in the sense that President Trump doesn't like to keep things stovepiped in one area. So I would not be surprised, I'm not privy to this, but I would not be surprised if behind the scenes there are discussions about the U.S. coming in and providing a substantial amount more support in the war on the Ukraine in exchange for support down on the U.S. war in Iran. That is not a tactic that I think we've really seen much before with these smaller conflicts by a U.S. president. But I believe that's what's going on behind the scenes, because Europe's priority is dealing with Russia and the threat from Russia. And the United States priority right now is obviously the war in Iran. So I think that that's a point of pressure that will happen behind the scenes. A lot of the stuff that happens in public is very performative. But if President Trump behind the scenes is going to the NATO allies and saying, all right, we'll help arm Ukraine, we're going to help with the anti-drone equipment that they need, we're going to put more pressure on Russia, we need your ships, I think there's a really good there's a really good chance he's going to get a deal done if that's what the offer is.
Andreas, I mean, do you think President Trump is trapped now with regard to his options? Because even if he were to declare the war over, declare victory right now, there's no suggestion Iran is going to end its attacks. And Iran doesn't really even need to attack very much. It's the threat of the missiles and the drones that are meaning people can't ensure their ships going through the strait.
So the issue with the Strait of Hormuz is really not a military one primarily. It's one to do with markets, insurance and shipping primarily. And so the key problem here is that markets have no confidence that currently they can underwrite shipping or ships and vessels to go through the strait. And all Iran has to do to undermine that confidence is throwing in some missiles or some drones from time to time in order to undermine that confidence. And they can keep on doing this indefinitely. So militarily speaking, this is not something a navy can actually solve. It's a market issue. And that confidence cannot be restored by the military. That confidence can be restored through diplomacy only. And I think what we're seeing now is that other countries are coming forward, especially in Europe, are saying, OK, if we want to go through that strait, through that choke point, we will have to develop some sort of back channel with Iran, potentially via Oman, to negotiate a free passage through that bottleneck. We've seen Turkey doing it. We've seen Pakistan, India trying to do this. We've seen France and also Italy trying to reach out. I think what we're seeing is a gradual opening up of the straits for particular countries who have agreements in place with the Iranians. And my forecast would be that the US is probably, with this president, focusing on military only, would probably be one of the last countries to get a free passage, considering that they're unwilling at the moment to engage constructively and diplomatically the Iranians to basically get a passage through the strait.
Patrick, briefly to you, I mean, the idea of outside mediation there from Andreas, yet this is the man who is always saying he's the man who solves the wars. Do you think he's going to accept outside mediation? Because another option, of course, you could control the Straits of Hormuz if you took all of the Iranian shoreline. That would mean boots on the ground. Is that a possibility now?
No. The Iranian shoreline, the Persian Gulf, is 730 miles. As Andreas said, they look at the terrain there. It's just not happening militarily. And if you do go for it, you're just going to suffer. Yeah, so that's not really an option. You've got two ones. One is the convoy. You know, when they did this with in 1987, as I said, it was really resource intensive and got a small number of boats out. You know, but sort of suggested that we can do this if under duress if we need to be. I think much more likely is some sort of de-escalated strategy. Again, you look at the Omanis; they've been very, very present in getting, or as far as we understand, you know, the air corridor out from the UAE, etc. So I think that's an important point. Secondly, Trump has got sunk costs here. You know, serious sunk costs, burning through his stockpiles, committed to a war. Some questioning, we don't know to what extent amongst the Emirates and the regional GCC powers about how long or how supportive the top of the governments are, but we've definitely seen some questioning at the lower level officials. And he's got domestic issues and, of course, the lack of popularity in the States. These are sunk costs. So he's going to keep going for a while so that he knows when his military tell him, we've set Iran back militarily at least by 10 years, by 15 years, including the nuclear program. And they're on that timeline. It seems to be by the week, sort of confirming on a Sunday ahead of the markets what's going to happen. I think the wider issue here is how and if the US and Israel are aligning their tactical and operational successes, not without some costs, to strategic effect. And we're either 60 to 75% into this war now, according to Trump's timetable. And that's my question about this. And that's fair enough. You can have that, and we may not see it yet. Maybe it's going to be more strategic successful. But so far, it looks like Iran has played a better strategic hand than the US.
Patrick Bury, Eli Bremer and Andreas Krieg, thank you for joining us on Inside Story today. Remember to check out our website for context and analysis on all aspects of the war. Go to aljazeera.com. If you have thoughts and comments, we'd like to hear from you. Post on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or get in touch on X. There we are, at AJ Inside Story. Stay tuned for Al Jazeera's ongoing coverage of the war. Stand by because it continues right now.
The conflict is arising because of Israel's insistence on striking oil facilities inside Iran.
This is one of the oil facilities of the country that has been targeted.
You can see the puff of cloud once those interceptors take out those missiles and rockets and drones.
Hezbollah rockets have reached this far into Israeli territory, and Israel consider this a serious escalation.
Lebanon's government is struggling to meet the demand for emergency shelter. This stadium is being converted into a mini tent city.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hello, I'm Neve Barker. You are watching Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, has been killed in a strike. Iranian state media have released a statement from Larijani's social media on Tuesday. Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. The Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has been killed in a strike. Iran has not confirmed the news. Soleimani was Iran's top security official, serving as the head of its internal security force, known as the Basij, since 2019. He joined the Revolutionary Guards in 1982 and was a veteran of the war with Iraq. The Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed the killing of Larijani and Soleimani.
I've just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basij, Iran's central repression apparatus, who is responsible for the massacre of the protesters, were eliminated last night and have joined the head of the annihilation program, Khamenei, along with all those eliminated from the axis of evil in the depths of hell.
Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks against Israel. Tehran has also been striking Gulf countries that host US troops or assets. In a new statement addressed to neighbouring states, a spokesman for the army again insisted Iran has the right to defend itself.
We consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites.
Israeli forces have been bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for the families living there. Instability caused by the US and Israeli attacks on Iran has spilled over into neighbouring Iraq. Air defences have intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera an attack struck near the US Embassy compound. It's located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was targeted several times on Monday. Afghanistan says Pakistani airstrikes have hit a rehabilitation centre in the capital, Kabul, killing at least 400 people. An Afghan government spokesman has strongly condemned the strike, saying Islamabad has once again violated Afghanistan's airspace. Pakistan denies hitting a hospital and says the airstrikes on Kabul hit ammunition depots and technical support infrastructure. Police in northeastern Nigeria say at least 23 people have been killed in bombings in the city of Maiduguri. Explosions went off in at least 3 locations in the capital of Borno State. A teaching hospital and 2 markets were hit. No group has claimed responsibility for the attacks.
When we heard the second explosion, we saw people running out in panic. At that moment, we were not sure what had happened, but after about 2 or 3 minutes, other people who were running along the road started shouting that it was a bomb at the market entrance. As people were fleeing to save their lives and their property, many of them ran towards the post office area because the market entrance and the post office are not far apart. Unfortunately, as they were running towards the post office, the person who had the explosive device ran into the crowd while people were trying to escape.
Cubans have been protesting after a widespread blackout left 10 million people without power. The country's grid operator says the system has collapsed. Cuba is facing an energy crisis after the US imposed an oil blockade in January. President Donald Trump has said he would be, quote, honoured to take over Cuba. You're up to date. Those are the headlines. Stay with us. Talk to Al Jazeera is up next. See you very shortly. Bye for now.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes.
La posición del gobierno es. The position of the Spanish government can be summed up in 4 words: no to the war.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel, and I also condemn the subsequent attacks by Iran.
The attacks on energy facilities that has happened on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict with unintended consequences.
Stay with us for the latest developments on Al Jazeera.
Always trust.
Wars are often reduced to strategy. Frontlines, targets, deterrence. But for civilians trying to survive the bombs, war is something else entirely. It's the sound of families forced from their homes in the dark, the sight of cities emptying under relentless bombardment, and the reality of aid workers scrambling to reach people before the systems that sustain life begin to collapse. With the escalating war between the US, Israel and Iran, and violence spreading across the Middle East, aid agencies are raising the alarm. Jan Egeland is the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, one of the largest Western humanitarian organizations still operating in Iran. What his teams are witnessing there points to a crisis expanding far beyond the battlefield. And Egeland says US and Israel are violating international law by failing to observe proportionality and distinction between civilians and military targets. At a moment when the region is once again consumed by conflict, the question is not who wins the war, but how people survive it. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, talks to Al Jazeera. So Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, thank you so much for talking to Al Jazeera. First of all, thank you. We're witnessing this war raging in the region, a war started by the US and Israel. What has it done to population stability across the Middle East?
It's been devastating, and it's not enough known to the world that millions are fleeing from the intense bombardment in Iran, in Lebanon, but also elsewhere. It's a regional war. It's often portrayed as some kind of a geopolitical, military, strategic chess game. But it shouldn't be. It's It's realities for families who are desperate, traumatized, and who are fleeing for their lives.
You mentioned that millions are fleeing. You're one of the few organizations, the few international humanitarian organizations that operate in Iran. So you might see things that not everyone else sees. How many people have been internally displaced, first of all, inside Iran by the US and Israeli attacks?
Well, no one has the exact figure. I've heard 3 million. It could be more. Iran is a huge place, 90 million plus inhabitants. Tehran, which is under intense bombardment day and night, has 10 million inhabitants. It's a huge place. Millions seems to have now left Tehran, but also many other cities. We have 110 aid workers on the ground, where we are, as you say, one of a handful groups. We're the biggest Western aid group in Iran. 110 aid workers also flee, many of them with their families, but we have 8 relief centers in as many provinces, and we see how the needs are growing.
I don't mean to belittle your efforts, of course, but 110 aid workers, and you just mentioned that we could be talking about over 3 million people displaced. Is that a number that 110 aid workers can help with? Is there a feeling that you're overwhelmed?
Of course, we're overwhelmed, we're overstretched, and we're underfunded. The main aid work is done by the national organization, by the local organizations.
But shipping has been disrupted, flights have been disrupted. Are local organizations or international organizations like yours even able to bring supplies in that are desperately needed?
At the time, we're not. But of course, we have stocks in the country. We can purchase within Iran. But
how long will those stocks last, though? Sorry to interrupt, but how long are those stocks going to last?
Well, it could be weeks, but we would have to go also to the local markets, the regional markets. Iran is a middle-income country. It has supplies. It's not Somalia. However, the longer this goes, the more disruption there will be to everything also internally. You cannot have thousands of air raids on heavily populated urban areas without a cascading effects where public services fail, where supply lines fail, where shopkeepers are killed, where shops close, where the markets fail, and thereby our aid work is becoming infinitely more difficult.
So what happens after a few weeks when those stocks finish?
That the suffering explodes, really. At the moment, people are fleeing, many in their own cars, out of the main cities, first and foremost Tehran, but also many other places. They go to smaller places because they believe it will be safe there. They are then shocked to see that the smaller places are also bombed. And it's not just military and the nuclear targets this time. It's everything that has to do with the governmental services, with the regime, if you like.
We're talking about millions, 3 million plus people having been displaced in Iran. When you add to that some of the numbers from sources, credible sources about displacement in the region, like the Global Report on Internal Displacement, talks about 11 million in Sudan, over 7 million in Syria, almost 5 million in Yemen, over 3 million in Palestine, 1 million in Iraq, 1 million in Lebanon, or around 1 million in Lebanon. What is the bigger picture? Are we heading towards a region of displaced populations?
We do, and it's and the entire Middle East affected, but is also beyond. You didn't mention Afghanistan. Afghanistan is next door to Iran. Afghanistan governed now by the Taliban, is in its own war with Pakistan. The border crossings where we work between Iran and Afghanistan have been bombed. It's hard for people now to flee from Afghanistan to Iran and from Iran to Afghanistan, and there are people going in both directions. It's traumatizing for entire nations and populations.
And coming back to Iran, though, international human rights organizations cite reports of Israeli and US attacks on medical centers, some 10 medical centers, a school which killed, as you know, 165 schoolgirls and staff members, according to local Iranian reports. Amnesty International talks about how US and Israeli strikes are putting prisoners, including children, at risk. There have been reports of strikes on sports centers, 18 boys and girls being killed while playing volleyball. Are you concerned that the US and Israel are violating international humanitarian law?
Yeah, because it is not proportional. I mean, there are three rules for warfare. Your warfare has to be proportional, not excessive. This seems to be disproportional. There has to be distinction between civilian and military targets. But when you have so many thousands of air raids, of course, there will be cascading effects for the civilians. And you have to show precaution. That's the third principle. And there's not enough precaution when a girls' school is bombed because it belonged to an area that once was owned by the Revolutionary Guards. So all of this to say, we need a ceasefire. We cannot continue like this. And it's not just in Iran, it's also in Lebanon. But as you will know, there is also indiscriminate missiles going the other way from Iran, from Hezbollah, into the Gulf countries, into Israel, that is completely indiscriminate. It could go anywhere, really. It has to end. We need a ceasefire.
Yeah. Of course, we've heard the US president deny that the US was responsible for the attack on the girls' school, although US media investigative reports have pointed or indicated otherwise. You mentioned the Iranian attacks on Gulf countries, which have hit civilian infrastructure, airports, civilian installations. Are you worried about the effects of these attacks on the stability of civilian life and the violation of international humanitarian law there too?
Absolutely. I mean, that is completely indiscriminate. I mean, on the other way, it's disproportionate. There is not enough precaution. It's too excessive. It seems that what goes the other way is completely indiscriminate, and it could on both sides massively hit water supply, electricity, and have this breakdown of services in urban areas.
What would that mean? Could that lead to massive population upheaval in the Gulf?
Well, it would mean that people would not have safe drinking water. It would not have. It would mean that people would be suffering. It would mean that the healthcare would suffer. It could be epidemic disease. I mean, that's of course the worst scenarios. We're close to that, I think, now in Iran and in Lebanon, because of the ferocity of the bombardment. But the missiles going the other way could hit things that are illegal under international law. You cannot and should not and must not hit civilian infrastructure that is needed for the survival of the civilian population.
And as you mentioned, we've seen Iranian missiles and drones also take civilian casualties, cause civilian deaths and injuries in Israel. When you look at the bigger picture of this, people are wondering, is the international order, is international law dead at this point?
No, it's not dead. I've been I'm old enough to remember the War of the Balkans, where the same argument was. It was made. It's the end of humanitarian law as we know of it, of international law. Now it's the law of the jungle. But of course, we're now in a deep crisis for geopolitical cooperation, for conflict resolution, for conflict prevention. It seems that men with power and guns believe they can solve problems the military way. And it's nearly
But is
never,
it different,
ever.
Jan, with all due respect, is it different this time than the Balkans when you have the leader of a nuclear-armed superpower threatening on Truth Social, quote, military consequences to Iran at a level never seen before, and threatening to, quote, make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation. Death, fire, fury. I mean, doesn't that make you worry that we're at a new level?
We haven't seen that level of language before. No, true. I mean, of course, the bombing of Iraq during Saddam Hussein was also called something with fury and shock and awe and so on. That was the whole point of it. Overwhelming military force is one thing that one has been discussing again and again. My point is, what did they achieve in Iraq after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, or in Afghanistan after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Taliban is back? And I think that's a key point here also. How come it's easier to spend a couple of $1 billion per day in this current conflict? Because that's what they're spending, the West and Iran and the Gulf countries. But we cannot give them millions to save lives among civilians, women and children. We're completely underfunded in our life-saving work in these countries.
Can any humanitarian, any coalition, even alliance of humanitarian organizations, deal with a scenario in which nations are bombed until they can never be built back? Is that something within, I mean, do you plan for stuff like that when you read these kinds of comments?
Well, no, well, we do as much. We're humanitarians. I have meetings day and night now with my colleagues within the region on how can we search, how can we bring in new teams, how are we able to do supplies from outside? Can we use cash transfers? Iran is under sanctions. The Western sanctions against Iran makes it more difficult for us to help the victims of this conflict, those who could even be sympathizing with the aims of the West. It's a lot of cascading effects here, but we're waking up every morning to try to do our utmost, and we try to tell the decision makers we need a ceasefire and we need a surge in saving lives. Maybe we could stop spending billions and billions on something which has never really worked, which is to bomb regime change, to bomb solutions to intricate problems. The language on all sides here is very disruptive. Who's talking about rebuilding, protecting humanity, make humanity great again? That would be my message.
Focusing then on the humanitarian effort on the ground, and you mentioned Lebanon. Our correspondent has been reporting on how even after people have moved from areas like the southern suburbs of Beirut after the issuance of Israeli forced evacuation orders, and they go to other civilian areas, we've seen attacks follow them. Are you worried that this pattern of Israeli attacks is preventing displaced people from finding refuge anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen that myself in Lebanon, that, Shia women, children, grandmothers fleeing from southern Lebanon to elsewhere are met with a lot of suspicion by the local population there, because they know Israel is really bombing anything anything that could be associated with Hezbollah, which makes it impossible for these people to really find refuge.
What happens to them? And can you help them? What is it that you can do? So this is something you've seen yourself.
In Lebanon, we have a bigger machine than we have in Iran. Several hundred aid workers were supporting dozens and dozens of collective centers, and also receiving Lebanese who flee into Syria. Because it's a sign that it's really bad in Lebanon that people flee into war-ravaged and not rebuilt Syria. But that's where many end up. We are, however, again, overstretched, underfunded. There is too little attention to saving lives and too much attention on military escalation that will make everything worse.
You know, I was reading about an incident and I thought about how it impacts the work of organizations like yours. On March the 6th, reports talk about, on March the 6th, Israeli forces disguising themselves in ambulances while they launched a raid into Nebichit in Lebanon. Does that undermine the sense of safety that humanitarian workers from organizations like yours feel when you go in with clearly marked vehicles?
And it's a war crime to be misusing ambulances. There's been claims on both sides that the other side are camouflaging themselves as aid workers or health workers or ambulance workers with the Red Cross symbol, which is a protective emblem for aid. That it's a war crime. What part of our problem is, of course, that there is impunity now for too many of the crimes committed by all sides. And what happens is that you end up in some kind of a mud wrestling game where it's seen as you can do whatever it takes to win because the other side is so terrible. Well, if you become like them, who's the good and who's the bad guy in these fights? I see only bad guys now fighting each other in too many of these scenarios.
Are you concerned, Mr. Eglund, that we're seeing a pattern of Israeli attacks that attempt to create a buffer zone through permanent forced displacement in southern Lebanon?
Well, in southern Lebanon, we've seen incursion after incursion after incursion. I remember being a young UN soldier in southern Lebanon in 1978. That was among these Israeli incursions. Again, it hasn't solved any of the issues. And of course, Israel is hit by missiles from Hezbollah's side. What all of this screams at is a diplomatic, negotiated settlement where the international sponsors of the parties help bring about agreements. It's not going to be these military campaigns that saw more hatred, more generations who feel that they have to seek revenge. I think that's part of the problem across the Middle East.
We must talk about Gaza as well. We're 5 months into a shaky ceasefire in Gaza. Much of the population, though, still displaced. Why? What is stopping perhaps organizations like yours from trying to help people back into a more settled lifestyle in their communities again?
I think Gaza, where I've been many times over the years, is an example of a job only half done, not even half done. Yes, the big war is over, but there is no solution to the underlying problems there, and new problems have come. My organization, the Norwegian Refugee Council, and 40 other fine international groups American, European, and others, are being banned by Israel from doing work in and from Israel, which makes it impossible for us to enter Gaza and to have people going in and out and supplies going in and out.
I wonder what you think, where you think this is going. In a report of February the 19th, the UN raised concerns over, quote, ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank because of what it said was, I apologize for that noise, that is actually a warning that we get here when there is incoming missiles or drones suspected. And just to clarify for our viewers, of course, this is happening as we record this show, Wednesday, March the 11th. We'll try and continue, though, with our interview. So as I was saying, the UN, in a report of February the 19th, raised concern about ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Are you worried? Are you seeing a pattern of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily call it that, but what I see...
What do you call it then?
Well, I see de facto annexation by the occupying power Israel of increasing parts of the occupied West Bank. And of course, they are now keeping under military control part of the little Gaza crammed place for Palestine is under Israeli military rule, and they're still completely destroying every infrastructure possibility for the Palestinians there. So it's just horrific what's happening, and the Gulf countries that can speak to Israel and have the ear of Netanyahu, and the US and Germany and others need to do more to say if it's wrong for Russia to occupy Ukraine, that we all agree on, how come it's tolerated that Israel use occupation as some way of stealing land for their settlers, the thugs that are organized and beat up Palestinian women and children every day? The hypocrisy is astounding.
Where did the population go? Whether we call it de facto annexation or ethnic cleansing, we've had one US plan at one point talk about the removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Where does the population ultimately go, especially in places as well, we mustn't forget, like the West Bank, which international human rights organizations have cited Israeli attacks, settler attacks, as depopulating Palestinian centers and neighborhoods?
People are crammed together in smaller and smaller and more crowded ghettos, towns, urban areas, and the land is taken over by settlers or military Israeli organizations. The Bedouins, who have been 50 years outside of Jericho, are now forced to leave their livestock, which is often stolen. I've seen it with my own eyes, by criminal settler gangs, and they end up as miserable recipients of our aid in some town somewhere, and they have to live their life that they've had for hundreds of generations as Bedouins across these areas.
Got to ask you a final question about maybe the largest displacement situation in the region, which of course is Sudan. Okay, I just got to mention, if you're hearing those sounds of explosions, we assume that is attempts to intercept anything incoming. So apologies for the noise there. But yeah, the situation in Sudan. Over 11 million people displaced. Is anyone able to deal with that? Is there hope for that situation?
I was recently in South Kordofan in Sudan. It's now the worst conflict area and possibly the worst famine situation in what is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, Sudan. We're scaling up. We have only a few weeks before the rainy season when roads become impossible. Impossible. I mean, we cannot go there. So we're working with 40 local groups to scale up.
Can you scale up in time before the famine spreads?
Where we will go from 100,000 to 500,000 people that we will try to help.
Jan, how many lives are at stake? Just to put it in perspective for people, how many lives are at stake right now in Sudan?
Oh, in Sudan, it's 20 million people who urgently need assistance, and we're perhaps reaching half of them. So I must say, we as humanitarian workers feel increasingly alone with the civilian population in the midst of these crossfires, because we're really so overwhelmed and we feel there is not enough resources, nor attention, nor support for our work.
It's been a pleasure talking to you. Jan Egeland, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The United States has perfect capability of beating any country in the world into a pulp, but it will come at a cost.
Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions.
Conflict, it's all created by human beings, so it can all be solved by human beings, if only we can learn to cooperate.
International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
We're looking at the war in Iran from multiple angles, starting with what the White House is saying about America's strategy. It changes by the day. What are journalists to make of it? Why have the Iranian authorities maintained their large-scale internet blackout in a time of war? They insist they have their reasons. Why is Israel saying that certain Gulf states are on its side? Is anybody buying that? Plus, the AI angle.
We have a complete muddying up of who made the decision to kill to begin with.
How is that technology being used to target Iranians? And are we approaching the end of accountability? The war on Iran is entering its third week, and what began chaotically has only grown worse. In terms of weaponry, the military capabilities of the warring parties, it should be no contest. The U.S. and Israel hold the upper hand, except that Iran is fighting a different kind of war. It is responding asymmetrically, unconventionally, targeting various economic pressure points, making clear that the battlefield extends well beyond its borders. When it comes to the information war, the messaging that's coming out of Washington has been erratic, at times contradictory, and largely ineffective. Tel Aviv is fully engaged on the propaganda side, pushing, amongst other things, a far-fetched narrative relating to the Gulf states, Arab ones, implying that they support Israel in this war. The denials from those states have been quick in coming. If you are having difficulty keeping up with it all, you are not alone. Censorship, varying degrees of it, has been imposed in the countries at war, and coupled with the propaganda that's out there, news consumers are dealing with a maze of information. This was the week that the war the Americans and the Israelis launched against Iran grew significantly more global. An emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council underscored that.
The draft resolution has not been adopted
and reinforced just how powerless the UN is to end the fighting. The worst of the collateral damage has been economic, and it extends well beyond the Middle East. The war has disrupted, in some cases upended, global supply chains. It has rattled stock markets and pushed up the cost of energy, affecting what people, including Americans, will pay to heat their homes and what they are already paying at the pump.
Iran is trying to wage war against oil prices. If Iran could raise the price of oil to $100 a barrel, it inflicts equal or more damage to the United States than American bombs do to Iran. So Iran is fighting on a very different battlefield. It's fighting against American economic power. It is a war that ultimately will be decided by whose threshold of pain is higher.
Asymmetrical forms of warfare are challenging for news consumers to grasp. The munitions math, for instance. It is unclear how many ballistic missiles and drones the Iranians have, how long their stocks will last. To hear the Trump administration tell it, that doesn't really matter.
We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
The president and his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, are talking like they can dictate what happens next.
Whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender.
For all the bravado, though, the shifting, conflicting messaging coming out of this administration indicates that it doesn't know where this story is going either.
We're in a truly unprecedented moment where the rhetoric coming out of the White House is so bellicose.
Epic fury!
And so over the top that it's almost impossible to judge what they actually believe, what they mean, what they intend to do. And part of it is just this truly bizarre United States administration that's nothing like we've ever seen before.
These are people who believe that U.S. military power can pretty much solve any problem. It will not solve this problem. I mean, we should have learned over the last 20 plus years of the global war on terror, the invasions and occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq, where we couldn't solve these problems militarily.
There are very experienced and very smart analysts in the Pentagon, and they've long understood Iran's asymmetric strategy.
The war between Iran on one side and the U.S. and Israel on the other is a perfect example of asymmetric warfare.
It just seems that this has just been disregarded by political decision makers. And clearly Donald Trump is being led by the nose by the Israelis, who had been claiming that this would be a walk in the park.
Could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
Al Jazeera has a permanent presence in Iran, journalists based there. This past week, CNN became the first Western news outlet to get a team into the Islamic Republic since the war began. That presence matters, since some of the images CNN has been beaming out challenge the narrative coming out of Washington, Tel Aviv, and on occasion, CNN's own studios in the U.S.
Now Iran is firing missiles at Arab countries. If any other country did that, I think there'd be a huge hue and outcry and huge marches in the streets.
Although most American news outlets have not been as complicit in selling this war as they were in 2003, when U.S. forces were targeting Baghdad.
Compared to the Iraq war, the American media is being much more critical because of the completely unclear messaging coming from the Trump administration.
We didn't have a clear answer to the question, what constitutes success in this war, when we went into it, and so now we don't know how to get out of it.
They're giving contradictory answers the whole time. We're hearing a lot of dissent from within Congress.
President Trump is lying to the American people about this war.
And that validates and gives permission to the media to be more critical of this war. And it's reassuring that CNN is broadcasting from Iran. The Iranian regime understand that the images of the people who've been bombed are always going to elicit more sympathy than the country dropping those bombs.
The media was very quick to ask questions about why are we in this war? What is the justification?
Peter, have you ever seen an administration launch a preemptive war with this sort of third-party defense reasoning?
But the media is not questioning enough about how this war is being conducted. They're not asking, show us what damage have been done to military bases. There's too much accepting what the Pentagon says at face value.
On CNN, you had an Israeli government-affiliated analysts to explain what the Iranian people are thinking and how much they really support Americans and Israelis dropping bombs on them.
By and large, the responses from Iranians that I've spoken to has been overwhelmingly in favor of the United States and Israeli action on the ground.
And this is just absolutely absurd on its face. But the good news is that fewer and fewer Americans actually pay attention to this stuff. And I think the fact that this war is so unpopular is a reflection of that.
While letting foreign journalists in, the Iranian authorities are still keeping foreign news content, including Western propaganda, out. But that is just part of the rationale for the continued clampdown on the internet. Restrictions put in place during the anti-government protests across Iran in January. Iranian officials, however, are able to get the word out, messaging Americans and Israelis, telling them that Iran and its counterattacks are just getting started. Iranian citizens can still communicate with each other online, but only about 1% of normal internet traffic there is currently reaching the outside world.
It makes it much more difficult to communicate, but Iran does have a national internet, which people can use internally. It's the access to the outside that they've cut off. And the reasoning for that is that they're trying to control the way in which social media, propaganda, satellite televisions, etc., can influence Iranians' reaction to the war. In recent few years, social media and satellite television outside has been quite influential with the Iranian public. And also the internet can be used for information gathering in war by Israel and the United States. So they're trying to blind the US and Israel from being able to use Iranian internet to conduct the war.
The United States and Israel have weaponized Iran's internet infrastructure against it to undertake cyber attacks on banks and financial institutions, on vital and critical infrastructures. So that's important. And various sympathetic pundits obviously have access to the internet and come on Western channels and articulate their position.
Well, Iran is hammering the Israeli regime in retaliation for its atrocities.
But internet access becomes quite uneven in these contexts. And so it means that our picture is going to be stilted and it's going to be fragmentary.
Meanwhile, in Israeli media and political circles, another narrative has been put out there on where the Gulf states really stand on this war. The media side of it started with the Jerusalem Post, reporting that Qatar and the UAE, states that have had their issues with the Islamic Republic, had quietly joined the Israelis, launching covert attacks on Iran. The Israeli ambassador to the UN went on air with that, telling Israel's Channel 12 about supposed coordination with those governments.
יש קשר שקט, ואני מכבד את זה. הם לא רוצים להיראות שהם עובדים איתנו בצורה גלויה.
The Qataris and Emiratis quickly denied that, insisting that their militaries are engaging with Iranian drones and missiles entering their airspace, but that it's all defensive. The Israelis are well skilled when it comes to disinformation, how to confuse, divide, and conquer. This latest tactic, however, is unlikely to work, given the Gulf states involved, their domestic politics, and recent history.
It's very, very unlikely that we'll see Gulf states join an Israeli-U.S. war effort against Iran, especially in the wake of Gaza. Saudi Arabia and others are quite conscious of the anger that their own public still have against the U.S. and Israel for the genocide in Gaza. The attack on Doha back in June, the so-called 12-day war, was a wake-up call. Even for countries that are not huge fans of Iran, they don't want to live in a region where Israel dominates and attacks at will.
Whether they're true or not, I don't think that the leaks of various actions taken by Gulf countries in this war are intended to harm those countries. They're intended primarily for domestic Israeli consumption, to make Israelis feel better about the prospects of success.
The one place where this war is supported is in Israel. So if you look at Israeli polling, it has been very, very supportive for the war in Iran because of the degree to which the Israeli public is also propagandized. So that's why we have this very confected and contrived picture, which is all part of the propaganda war.
Staying with the war and the seemingly coordinated Israeli media reports about Gulf states allegedly attacking Iran, Tarek Nafa has been tracking the coverage of that story.
The view that Israel and its media are using disinformation to drag the Gulf states into a war of Israel's making has fueled days of heated reporting and commentary.
وسط هذا الضجيج الإعلامي تتكشف الأهداف الخفية، جر الخليج إلى مستنقع الحرب وتحويل المنطقة بأسرها إلى بركان توترات لا يهدأ.
Prominent figures across the Arab world, some of them known as channels for official thinking, have been blunt in their anger towards the US for siding with Israel and its designs for the region at the expense of the Gulf's security. All of these countries have expressed fury and even a sense of betrayal at Iran's continuing attacks on them. In the case of Israel, it has been notable how clumsy attempts to involve Gulf states in this war have set back Israeli efforts to normalize relations with those countries. There was a strongly worded statement from Oman's foreign minister saying his country would not normalize with Israel, and this from former Saudi intelligence chief Turki al-Faisal on CNN.
Forget normalization. Let alone what Israel is doing in Gaza and the West Bank. This is Netanyahu's war. You talked about the dog and the tail, who's wagging who. It is definitely Mr. Netanyahu.
Since the first attacks on Iran, the White House and the Pentagon have struggled to contain their enthusiasm over their chance to test out the latest military hardware and software at their disposal. The U.S. has spent years investing in AI-enabled targeting systems, autonomous weapons, and long-range so-called precision missiles, tools that make identifying and striking targets easier, faster, and more dangerous than ever. And as has been the case in Gaza, AI-powered systems appear to be playing a central role in how this war is being conducted, guiding decisions that have life and death consequences. Matt Mahmoudi is a researcher with Amnesty Tech, as well as an assistant professor at Cambridge University. He's been digging into this topic for a while now and joins us here in the studio. Matt, Donald Trump boasts about having the greatest military in the world. Is this the moment, do you think, that he and the Pentagon, the Department of War, have been waiting for to test their vision of what war in the future looks like?
It's clear that we're watching a new form of warfare emerge, and we've seen this going back to the start of the genocide in Gaza. We saw target acquisition systems like Lavender and Gospel that rely on large tranches of information, things like social media data, any databases that the government might hold, to make determinations about whether someone is a combatant or not. In the context of what we might be witnessing here in Iran and the Middle East through the use of a large language model, we're seeing a lot of those same technologies packaged together in a effectively chat prompt-based interface that allows the military to go in and simply put in a human speak level prompt that asks for particular targets to be generated that have particular characteristics. There is this zealousness and overzealousness with the even idea that you can simply have a quick in and out strike through the use of artificial intelligence systems. Of course, it is an opportunistic moment that the US government seems to have taken. And we've seen this also through their relationships with tech companies who were all too happy, even just before, days before the war, to provide their technology, no questions asked, until the very, very last moment.
Now, we've seen how devastating some of these AI-powered strikes can be. That girls' school in Minab, a bombing that killed at least 165 schoolgirls and staff. From what you are seeing, how lethal, though, how accurate, and just how autonomous are these systems?
It is incredibly difficult to say how accurate these systems are because it really comes down to what your understanding of accuracy in these systems are. We look at things like Lavender, target acquisition systems, for example, in which there is a claim that by using disparate sources of data, you can generate a list of targets that can be hit with precision, but when you end up with a list that's a list of 40,000 names, you start to wonder, Who vetted these names? How do we end up with these names? Was it simply by proximity to particular facilities? Was it through posts that people made on social media? These probabilistic systems work simply through a relational approach in which you, having been connected, for example, on a social media profile to a particular individual who may have said something or who may have a particular affiliation, renders you a threat. In the same case, we're seeing in Iran now thousands of airstrikes on what seems like indiscriminate grounds, right? And you start to wonder, to what extent is there any accuracy at play at all? Sure, if your aim is to decimate the entire country, you could make the argument that you have acted with great accuracy in performing the devastation across Iran. But did you achieve the goal of eliminating the particular individuals that say you were interested in targeting? And this is where target acquisition gets it wrong. It is a AI washing of the attempt to establish a legitimate target. It's simply saying that because the system said that these targets are the correct one, that makes it a legitimate target, which is a violation of international law because individuals who are in the chain of command have not actively been involved in actually vetting and understanding who they're targeting and why.
Another way to put it is, no matter how advanced these systems are, the failings come at the end where the human component still is.
That's correct. And in the context of, for example, the disputes, the controversy between Anthropic and the US government, you see an instance in which Anthropic is insisting that they have a restriction written into the contract that they hold with the US government, with the Department of War, that says that they are against the usage of autonomous weapon systems without oversight. However, at this rate, oversight can be defined in any number of ways. The US government can say that somebody had a look at the list of targets for 15 seconds, for 2 minutes, and they deemed that as sufficient without ever having interrogated how the particular large language model arrived at the actual list in the first place. So the oversight itself is incredibly permissive.
So Anthropic's beef with Trump and Trump's beef with Anthropic, we read about that, we saw the news reports, but are they the outlier here? Are they the only ones who are fighting back?
The interesting framing here is the fighting back component of it, because the company was very willing to enter this contract to begin with the US government, with the Pentagon. And we've seen a number of other AI companies that have, over the last few years, entered contracts with the Pentagon and Department of War, with the US Immigration Customs Enforcement, who has been actively involved in military tactics in the streets of Minnesota, of Minneapolis. And so the involvement of AI companies in tactics of warfare is not new. The fact that Anthropic was able to demonstrate resistance merely days before the strikes took place, the preemptive airstrikes on Iran, allowed them to position themselves at a moral high ground that lets them, on the one hand, sell their product for being incredibly potent in the context of warfare, as we see now, a couple of weeks on from the initial strikes. It has been revealed by reports that Claude, which is their product, may have been used in the context of the airstrikes in Iran, which again gives them potency as a brand and as a company that's developing this technology. They can also posture to the fact that they resisted the government, and in fact you should be using their product at every turn because they are the good guys in this context. And that dichotomy that they're able to balance as a company of, on the one hand, having developed a product that can be used at scale for warfare, and on the other hand also being, again, the morally superior AI company, allows them to bring in the profit, the kind of reach that AI companies can only dream of.
The use of these systems can make it difficult for some people to determine whether some of these attacks were deliberate, the result of intelligence failures, or the result of errors in AI itself. Is that creating a way for militaries to evade accountability and just say the machine got it wrong?
It's really important to understand that under international law, you have to have a legitimate target under international humanitarian law when it comes to airstrikes, when it comes to the use of force. And you have to have a chain of command in which there is accountability of some variety. There has to be a clear understanding of who is exercising the command and who is then following the command. With the insertion of AI, we have a complete muddying up of who made the decision to kill to begin with? Was it the system? Was it the designer who designed the tool to begin with? Was it the person who sat and operated the interface or took the indicator that it was giving the person? And these are fundamentally questions that mean that these systems are more likely to automate killing at scale and create a sort of a dehumanization, because it doesn't allow for individuals that operate them to really get into the weeds of interrogating systems that they simply follow. We have been calling constantly at Amnesty International, at the Stop Killer Robots Coalition, for an internationally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems precisely because of this, because there is currently no way of ensuring that there is any oversight, there is no accountability, and companies are some of the parties here that are able to simply skirt all of that whilst deriving most of the profit.
What you're saying is that the fog of war, which was already thick, is being made thicker by AI.
Absolutely.
Matt Mahmoudi of Amnesty Tech, Cambridge University, thanks for speaking with us here at the Listening Post today.
Thanks for having me.
And finally, this past week, a renowned Palestinian historian, Walid Khalidi, passed away at the age of 100. He was born in Jerusalem in 1925, 23 years before the State of Israel was established. Khalidi will be remembered for his pioneering work in uncovering the facts of the Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948, including the Zionist master plan for the occupation and ethnic cleansing of Palestine. He was a skilled debunker of Israeli historical falsehoods, and he understood the international dynamics that sustained them. A speech that Khalidi made at the UN in 2009, in which he talked about the importance of U.S. media and government support for Israel, sounds like it could have been delivered yesterday.
It is defended by U.S.-supplied arms, sustained by the U.S. mass media, shielded by U.S. diplomacy, and often manned by armed U.S.-born colonists. The U.S. is a major part of the problem and the major actor in the solution.
Walid Khalidi embodied the kind of historical knowledge that Israel and its backers have tried so hard to suppress.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Niamh Barker, live from Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel says it's killed 2 senior Iranian officials, the security chief and the commander of the besieged internal security forces. No let-up in the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Major cities, including the capital Tehran and Shiraz, are hit. The Navy warship, the USS Tripoli, is said to be on its way to the Middle East. It's believed to be carrying ground troops. Israel carries out more attacks on Lebanon hours after European leaders call for de-escalation. And in other news, Afghanistan blames Pakistan for an airstrike in its capital, Kabul, that's killed at least 400 people. Good to have you. Israel has announced that Iran's security chief has been killed, but Tehran hasn't confirmed this. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says Ali Larijani was killed in a strike on Tehran. In another development, the Israeli military also says the commander of Iran's internal security unit, Gholam Reza Soleimani, was killed in the strike too. There's been no comment on that yet from Iran. The Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed the killing of Larijani and Soleimani.
I've just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basij, Iran's central repression apparatus, who is responsible for the massacre of the protesters, were eliminated last night and have joined the head of the annihilation program, Khamenei, along with all those eliminated from the axis of evil in the depths of hell.
Well, Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. He came from a family that has been influential in Iranian politics for decades and joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. He was seen as a balancing figure in Iranian politics, but after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, he issued a strongly worded message saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. Well, we're covering developments from Tehran, Ramallah and Doha. But first to Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Good to see you, Tawhid. So as we await official confirmation from the Iranian side on these two apparent assassinations, tell us more about the significance of who they are, what they mean to the nation.
Well, first things first, we don't have any official confirmation from the Iranian side about the reports about the assassination of Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council of the country, as well as the commander of Basij militia so far. And it is sort of similar to what we had during the time when we were waiting after reports came out about the assassination of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Again, back in time, we didn't receive any confirmation until we wait for a couple of hours. And right now we see a similar echo, but still this time Tehran has not come out to deny these reports. So there is a high possibility for that to be confirmed, even though, as I told you earlier, no official confirmation so far. But still, it could be considered, if true, as a major blow to Iranian political and establishment, seeing the critically significant role of Ali Larijani, who was a bridge when it comes to the security apparatus, when it comes to the military sphere, and when it comes to the very political establishment. And of course, it's going to be critically important in terms of the network of political elites of the country and the power elites of the country, seeing the very fact that he was a pragmatic conservative, meanwhile with very good relations with reformists, and of course strategically speaking, he was also important figure. As you were mentioning, we have a very long list of positions he has had so far, including a member of IRGC from the very early days of the Islamic Revolution back in 1979. Then he was a deputy labor minister. He was a minister for cultural affairs. He was a speaker of the parliament for more than 10 years. And he was the secretary for National Security Council, state TV's head, and other positions that he has had over the past decades, which makes him very much significant, not a marginal character at all. And strategically speaking, after the assassination of the Supreme Leader, he had again another critical role in terms of the formulation of the foreign policies of the country, and in terms of very particular the decisions related to the continuation of the war over the past 2-3 weeks, I may say. So in that case, we can rest assured that domestically speaking, and in terms of the current critical situation the country is facing, a very delicate one indeed, this is going to be considered, if confirmed, again, a big major blow to the Iranian political establishment. Meanwhile, we have to keep in mind that we are talking about a highly complex, elevated, intricate dynamism when it comes to Iran's political structure, which is not based upon one person or two, but a very complicated network of different actors and factors. And of course, when it comes to military sphere, we can say that's the same thing. We know that several military commanders of the country, including the commander-in-chief for IRGC, including the actually secretary for the Defense Council, including the chief of staff for armed forces, were all assassinated at the very first day. However, the country seems to be functioning when it comes to government's functions, when it comes to military aspect. We know that the retaliatory strikes by the Iranian side still goes on, quite pretty much indicative of the very fact that the system, at least at this point, is working.
Tawhid Asadi there in Tehran, many thanks. Noor is live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank to take in a reaction there. And Noor, Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani have joined Khamenei in the depths of hell, according to Israel Katz. I mean, beyond the rhetoric, what else is being said in Israel about the significance of these killings?
Well, Niamh, these are political assassinations, no doubt, and they are in line with the Israeli policy of not allowing Iran to recover politically, of not allowing the system in Iran to survive. That was the pledge and the policy proclamation that we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister from day one. And so the idea that anybody who rises to the helm of power, anybody who has a significant role to play in the system will be assassinated. Ali Larijani, over the past few days, has been heavily talked about in Israeli media and commentary, described as the most dangerous mind in Iran. So this is being celebrated as a win for Israel right now, a win militarily, strategically as well, because this is a man that thought to be key to any kind of breakthrough, any kind of end to the war through a deal that may have been, in the works through mediators.
And Noor, what does this operation itself, do you think, say about the extent of Israeli intelligence over Iran right now? Also, is there any indication that this was actually carried out alongside the United States, or was this solely an Israeli endeavour?
Well, so far, Israel is the only country taking credit for this. There doesn't seem to be any reference to American involvement. One can assume that there was consultation, that Washington knew what was going to happen or what had happened before it was announced by the Israeli Minister of Defense and by the Israeli Prime Minister. But this is very good for Israel's brand, so to speak, as an exporter of cyber intelligence and spying capabilities and so on. Israeli companies who work in that field have made tens of billions of dollars over the past 3 years from their so-called achievements during the genocide in Lebanon and now in Iran. So this is definitely something that will be capitalized on, if you will, and that will make a lot of people a lot of money in the coming weeks and years, and something that Israel can add to its brand as a military power in the region and beyond.
Noor, thanks for that. Noor Ode there in Ramallah. Introducing Zohra Kharazmi, is a professor at the University of Tehran. She joins us from Tehran. Welcome to the programme. So it's been a matter of hours now since the Israeli Defence Minister confirmed the deaths of Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani. Yet in Tehran, we have a total news blackout. Is the Islamic Republic reluctant to tell its own people that its wartime leadership has been wiped out?
Actually, this news is a very important one due to the character of Dr. Larijani and the vital role he has during the war and the sort of intelligence upper hand of Israel. But at the same time, usually the confirmations of such news need to be assured. I mean, that maybe, because we don't know how was the field of the assassination, maybe the body is not found yet, or it should be confirmed when everybody is really certain about. But anyway, this assassination for Iranians, as Iranians perceive it, is again the dirty hands of Israelis. And Larijani was a very mild person, very pragmatic spokesperson that was bridging the gap between the principalists and reformists, and everybody is remembering that the approval of the JCPOA in the parliament in a very short while was because he was actually paving the way. So I think that removing such persons is an indication that Israel and the United States are running out of strategic targets, and anyone that is assassinated right now is below the assassination of the supreme leader. So it cannot really be a game changer. However, Mr. Larijani is very appreciated for what he did and the loyalty indicated to Islamic Republic these days.
Ali Larijani, as you've said, I mean, he wasn't just another official. He was also the bridge between the IRGC and essentially the wider world. And he was the man managing the transition for Mojtaba Khamenei, and the man known in European circles as spearheading the successful nuclear talks in 2015. Do you now fear your leadership may be inclined to operate on impulse without experienced politicians such as Ali Larijani?
You know, Islamic Republic, after particularly the assassination of the former leader, indicated that it is so much systematic than it's assumed beyond. However, the Westerners usually behave and treat the Islamic Republic with calling it a regime, for example, something beyond the state, but it is a state in its place, and it has a legitimacy. And today, the timing of the assassination was also significant because it's Charshanbe Suri here, that people are feasting, having family celebrations, and doing fireworks because we are really approaching the New Year. And today, people just change the track, coming to the streets, not at 7 o'clock that every single night they're coming, but at 5 o'clock. Why? Because the Iran International and other, you know, the American mercenaries are called to come to the streets for sabotage. So even in this delicate time, assassination of Ali Larijani, I think, is leading to more solidarity and more unity among the people.
What about the level of security on offer in particularly cities like Tehran now? Let's talk about Gholam Reza Soleimani. He was the man tasked with keeping the Iranian people in line through the Basij. If the leadership can't even protect the man in charge of its own internal security, why should lower-level members of the security forces believe their leadership is still in control of the capital?
You know, removing the individuals doesn't mean that the system is being actually out of control. Maybe it is pressured, and it's a very critical time of war, but the very consolidated and concerted fronts in the military side indicates that how the U.S. and Israel are bleeding economically and militarily. And Ali Larijani's assassination, this sort of actually acts of aggression, is making much more solid block here to even have more hybrid operations in the military side. In intelligence side, maybe Israel has upper hand, but for sure and certainly in the military side, Israel is badly pressured. And be sure that the casualties of Americans and Israelis is much beyond that. They are censoring and actually letting out.
OK, I mean, you made it clear that you believe in the revolutionary resilience of the nation, but resilience requires a functioning chain of command, irrespective of who is removed. I mean, with the Supreme Leader, the head of the Supreme National Security Council and the head of the Basij all gone in under 20 days, does that really say resilience to you? We're going to, unfortunately, come away and speak to Benjamin Netanyahu, who is speaking now.
Another matter which is more important, what is taking place at the time of war is what is called resolve and resolute. Yes, we are steadfast, resolved. We have the steel resolve among our top-tier commanders, soldiers, the people, and officials that we will prevail. That's why I will urge you to turn a blind eye to all the media reports. These are historical moments. Following the October 7, Israel has become a world superpower. Together with a friendly state, the United States, we are fighting side by side. This is a great achievement in the face of all the threats facing our nation. This might, it is the might of our armed forces, our army, and our people. Make no mistake that we will provide all the necessary help, the compensations, and other necessary expenses. We will be also extending a helping hand to the citizens of the North. As we did with the Rising Lion, we will do this time. This morning, we managed to kill Ali Larijani, the leader of the IRG, a group of thugs who are wreaking terror in Tehran and all across Iran. We also killed the leader of the Basij. They are the assistant thugs who are wreaking terror in all the Iranian cities. We are working with our jet fighters, warplanes, drones to shake the foundation of the regime, hoping to give an opportunity to the Iranian people to oust the regime. It will not be an easy task. Yet, if we continue, we will have the opportunity to enable the Iranian people to take the matter in their own hands. Together with our partners in the Gulf, and Mr. Trump stated there is total coordination between the United States Army and ours. We will enable them to launch indirect attacks to continue to shake the foundation of the Iranian regime. We still have a large number of surprises and plots which we cannot disclose at the moment. On another note, what is more important in order to win victory and prevail on all these battles is to continue to maintain our steel resolve, steadfastness among the top-tier commanders, officers, soldiers, and above all, our people. We are determined, we are adamant to win victory. That's why I urge you to turn a blind eye to all the media reports, what's being circulated within the media. This is a historic moment where Israel will become a global superpower together with our great friend, which we are fighting side by side in the face of all the threats we are facing. Who else possesses our might, our strength, our alliances, our strength? I urge you to continue to maintain your resolve and strength. I handed down orders to increase the compensation and also to lend a helping hand to the residents of the North, as we did during the Corona pandemic and the Rising Lion operation. We will do it once again.
Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, Israel's Prime Minister, platforming the assassination of Ali Larijani, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Basij Internal Security Force, describing this as obviously a key moment defining Israel's continued attacks against Iran. Today, we killed Ali Larijani and the Basij commander, he confirmed. We are destabilizing the Iranian regime, and we all hope to give the Iranian people the opportunity now to overthrow it. We have a large number of surprises and plots that we will not yet reveal, he said, implying that there are other plans in the pipeline to continue piling on the pressure on the Iranian leadership. Well, the Pentagon, we know, is sending more warships and troops to the Middle East at the moment. That's according to US media reports. The amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, is now heading to the region along with Marines. It was stationed in Japan. The deployment is meant to reinforce US troops already in the Middle East. Well, the build-up follows a request by US Central Command, CENTCOM, which oversees American military operations in the region. Let's bring in Inzaman Rashid, who's overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. Inzaman, we are seeing US Marines coming from Japan being redirected to the region. What should we read into this arrival of this amphibious readiness group?
Yeah, and they're coming at speed as well, Niamh. I think that's important to point out, because what would usually be probably a 2 to 3 week journey is being shortened to just shy of 2, maybe even around 10 days or so. So we could see the arrival of USS Tripoli here to the Gulf very, very soon. When it does get here, well, what's its plan? That's the big question. And I don't think Donald Trump has been incredibly clear on that. Of course, he wouldn't reveal directly what the plan is to Iran. But having that extra military might in this region is something that Donald Trump has suggested that he wanted for quite some time. We saw even prior to this conflict starting the huge buildup of US military assets in this region. And we've seen them in full force as well, particularly from the Gulf, firing into Iran and into Iranian territory. Well, this particular vessel brings along with it around 5,000 or so Marines. And there are some analysts suggesting that this could be used in some form of ground invasion in the Strait of Hormuz. Behind me, I'm just at the very entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, where, of course, there haven't been many ships passing through these waters. But this particular vessel, the USS Tripoli, could be used as some form of ground invasion to take back control of these waters. Donald Trump has suggested trying to build together some form of group of countries that can actually send warships out to these waters to essentially fight here, essentially to gain access of these waters, but also to escort some of these hundreds and hundreds of vessels that are currently anchored down in the area around the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz to actually try and get them through safely. Today, the International Maritime Organization has said that it's very unlikely that there will be a safe operation of escorting ships through. It's also not a sustainable and viable option in the long term, given that they would only essentially be taking a few ships through at each time. So not only could Iran potentially target the USS vessels, the other vessels from different countries, they would also be striking seafarers who have been out there stranded essentially in one place for many, many days now, Niamh.
Inzamam, many thanks. Inzamam Rashid, there, overlooking what is essentially the world's biggest choke point right now. Many thanks. Now, Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks against Israel. Tehran has also been striking Gulf countries that host US troops or assets. In a new statement addressed to neighbouring states, a spokesman for the army again insisted Iran has the right to defend itself.
We consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites.
I speak to Victoria Gatenby, who's live for us in Doha. Victoria, let's start with what's happened nearest to us, those loud explosions in the sky over Doha not that long ago. I mean, can you provide our viewers, especially here in Qatar, with any more information? It follows an apparent uptick or so in the past day.
Yeah, so Niamh, around 90 minutes ago now, most people probably in Doha heard some very loud explosions, some interceptions. We're still waiting to hear from the Ministry of Defence as to whether those were missiles that were intercepted or drones, but it sounded very similar to the missiles that have been intercepted over the past few days. There have been 2 attacks on Doha on Tuesday, so this one about 90 minutes ago, and then earlier this morning at around 6:30 local time, the threat level was raised again, and people heard the sound of more missiles being intercepted. The Ministry of Defence confirming that that was a missile attack. Now, there were no injuries, but debris from one of the intercepted missiles did land in what's known as the industrial area here in the Qatari capital, Doha, and that caused a limited fire, which the authorities have been dealing with ever since. Now, elsewhere in the region, in Kuwait, there have been injuries in civilian residential areas. The Kuwait Ministry of Health confirming that 2 members of a medical emergency team have been injured after debris from an intercepted missile landed on their ambulance centre. And in the UAE, there's been a death. A man has been killed after a ballistic missile was intercepted and landed in the Bana Yas area of Abu Dhabi. So we've been seeing an uptick, as you say, of missile and rocket attacks in the region in the last 24 hours. And while that has been happening, diplomacy has been continuing. So the King of Jordan was in Doha today to meet the Emir of Qatar. After their bilateral meeting, they released a statement in which they expressed their complete rejection of Iranian attacks on their territory. They called for the immediate military action to end so that tensions in this region could be contained. And they said they needed to be a return to dialogue. So they're really calling for de-escalation and, you know, some kind of dialogue. But from what we've seen in the last 90 minutes here on the ground in Doha, that doesn't seem to be a strategy the Iranians are willing to follow at the moment.
Victoria, many thanks for the update. Victoria Gatenby, live here in Doha. I'm now joined by Wolfgang Puster. He's an independent security analyst and former defence attaché for Austria. He joins us from Vienna. And Ellie Garenmeyer is with the European Council on Foreign Relations. She's Deputy Programme Director and Senior Policy Fellow for the Middle East and North Africa. She is in London. A very warm welcome to the both of you. Wolfgang, we have, as you know, confirmed reports that both Ali Larijani and the besieged commander Gholam-Reza Soleimani have apparently been killed in Tehran, that coming from the Israelis. Does this, Wolfgang, does this decapitation of both the diplomatic bridge and the internal security force chief, do you think, weaken now the country's centre of power?
Yes, absolutely. The killing of both of these central leaders, especially of Larijani, who was probably the mastermind of Iran's defense policy in the current war with the US and with Israel, is certainly weakening, significantly weakening the coordination and the leadership of Iran. But let me stress, the Iranian leadership is in the meantime very much decentralized, and everyone can be replaced, although not with the same quality, not with the same influence, but they will be replaced. Altogether, this is a severe weakening of the Iranian leadership, makes their coordination in the war more complicated, but it is by no means a deadly blow.
Ellie, so apparently everyone can be replaced as Wolfgang, but not necessarily with the same quality of who has come before. Given the fact that these two senior figures have been able to be killed, according to the Israelis, does that show a key blind spot for the Iranians right now?
Look, I think that the Islamic Republic of Iran's leadership structure has prepared for continual high-stake assassinations. And this is partially why, apparently, even after the June conflict, they appointed several layers of leadership below, senior commanders, senior cabinet members, and I am sure that Larijani was one of those on the list that has several successions already appointed beneath him. But if you go back to what Benjamin Netanyahu just put out in his presser that you put to your audience, it does seem that the Israelis have no end state for this war yet, and that Bibi Netanyahu's introduction of this assassination was also tied to a ploy for regime change, that this is opening the door for Iranians at home to rise up because there is now a weakened central state. Now, we have yet to see indications of that happening in the type of ways that we saw nationwide protests in the country in January, which were obviously very brutally cracked down on, but we'll have to see. But it does seem that this is part of this ploy for regime change, if not regime collapse, from the Israeli side.
Wolfgang and Ellie drew attention to the recent comments of Benjamin Netanyahu. One of the key things he said, essentially, was that we have more tricks up our sleeve that we will reveal, essentially, in time. I mean, you are a former defence attaché. What does that tell you about the level of intelligence penetration into Iran at the moment? The fact that they can strike the de facto head of state and the internal security chief in quick succession?
Well, if we keep in mind what the Israeli intelligence was able to achieve in Lebanon and in Iran over the last couple of years, including this infamous Pager attack, I have no doubt that the Israelis really have a number of additional surprises on hand for the Iranian leadership. But what this might be, to be honest, I don't know. But I guess that the impact of these additional, in the future, intelligence attacks will be severe. If they are sufficient to change the regime in Iran, I would not bet on. But let me stress, if Israel wants to eliminate the threat from Iran once and for all, they need to have another leadership in Iran. I did not say a regime change, but another leadership which is willing to coexist with Israel. If this is realistic, time will tell.
Eli, back to you. Who do you think these killings serve more, Israel or the United States? So far, the Americans seem to have been quiet as to whether or not they played a direct role in these assassinations. But is this Israel's war or America's war?
Well, I'm personally of the view that Israel is very much in the driving seat in terms of how events unfold. But going back to your other guest's point, the assassinations since the opening salvo of this war of the supreme leader and now Mr. Larijani have so far empowered the most hardline elements of the Islamic Republic of Iran. These are not the elements that have traditionally pushed for peaceful coexistence with the United States or, frankly, Israel, for that matter. If anything, is the inverse of that. So one has to question, what is Israel's real end goal here? Is it to bring about a change within the Islamic Republic of Iran's regime structures, that deals can be cut with, a sort of Venezuelan model that President Trump seems to be favoring? Or is it to basically block all of those pathways and essentially either keep US and Iran stuck in this stalemate of containment and continual war, of this maximum pressure and maximum resistance, or is it to actually trigger some sort of a state collapse within the country?
Eli, staying with you then, on that point, I mean, in barely 3 weeks, Mojtaba Khamenei has already lost the man who was meant to guide his diplomacy, as well as the man who was meant to oversee internal security and essentially his survival in the country. But we have got this report from the Reuters news agency that Mojtaba is now rejecting peace overtures through intermediaries, we understand, here in the Gulf. So what choices await this leadership in Iran then?
I'm not sure if Mojtaba is still in charge. There is information that he is in coma. But what I'm sure is that as long as he is the leader of Iran, there won't be a change of the policy of Iran. But with the next leader, we'll see. So I could very well imagine that the next generation of leadership in Iran is ready also to the benefit, to the survival of their own regime, to find some kind of compromise with the United States and with Israel. We must keep in mind the ultimate objective, the center of gravity of Iran, of its leadership, is the survival of the regime. And for the time being, they are following a path of a sustained conflict, of a protracted war, of keeping the pressure on the Americans, on the Israelis, also through the oil exports. If this is not really the best way for them to succeed, I could well imagine that the next generation, and again, the next generation of leadership in Iran might find another way, might find a way of compromise with its Arab neighbors, with the Americans, and eventually also with Israel.
All right, Wolfgang Putzstein, security analyst, and Eli Gerenmayer from the European Council on Foreign Relations. A pleasure having you on the programme. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Here's a reminder of those latest developments. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, has been killed in a strike. Iranian state media released a statement from Larijani's social media on Tuesday. The Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has been killed in a strike. Iran hasn't confirmed the news. And the Pentagon is sending more warships and troops to the Middle East. That's according to US media reports. The amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, is heading to the region along with Marines. It was stationed in Japan. Well, these people in Tehran say they hope the war will end soon.
There must 100% be a ceasefire. God willing, there will be, but it should be done in a way that opens the doors of international relations with the whole world, creates diplomacy, and brings about a positive movement. It can't be war all the time. God willing, something good will happen for us.
I think people support a ceasefire, and those more complicated issues are something that the officials have to decide. But no one likes war.
Well, Israeli forces have been bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel's also issued a forced displacement order for families living there. Zaina Hodder is travelling through southern Lebanon.
There's been another Israeli airstrike. This is really very much an active war zone. Both sides really fighting for control of territory. We are in the eastern sector of southern Lebanon. What you see, this is the village of Khiam, really strategic ground that the Israeli military has been trying to take control of. Days of fierce fighting in this area. The Israeli military has been targeting roads, airstrikes. It's part of a strategy to disrupt Hezbollah's supply lines. It does not want Hezbollah to bring in weapons and fighters to areas closer to the border as the Israeli military tries to advance deeper inside Lebanon. Dibin is considered to be an area where Hezbollah has strong influence. There have been repeated Israeli strikes targeting that town, which is believed to be empty of residents. The Israeli military is advancing from more than one sector, and Hezbollah is trying to repel those advances. Hezbollah saying that it is targeting Israeli troops inside Lebanese territory while firing rockets across the border. They've even said that they've been hitting Israeli Merkava tanks. So Hezbollah trying to prevent the Israeli military from taking ground, and the Israeli military, advancing under the cover of heavy air power, Israeli airstrikes, artillery fire. The battle is still taking shape along the border, but it is here where the balance of power will be determined. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, South Lebanon.
Let's speak to Bernard Smith, who joins us live from Beirut. Bernard, so more news of forced evacuation orders. On top of that, what's the latest on the ground?
Yeah, Israel has renewed those forced evacuation orders for much of southern Lebanon. 14% of Lebanese territory to a river north now of the Litani. 886 people have been killed now, and that includes now a Lebanese soldier who died of his wounds, and 4 others were wounded when they got caught by Israeli shelling. Israel says it's not targeting Lebanese soldiers. Its argument isn't with them, it's with Hezbollah, but that is obviously an active combat zone. And the UN Human Rights Office, it said today that those strikes on the displaced and the killing of healthcare workers could amount to war crimes under international law. They make a couple of specific examples, including one airstrike on the 12th of March on the Beirut seafront overnight that killed 12 people. There were people camping out around there, displaced from elsewhere in Beirut.
Bernard, many thanks. Bernard Smith there in Beirut. Well, as we've been reporting, the Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in the strike. So who was Gholam Reza Soleimani? He was Iran's top security official, serving as the head of its internal security force known as the Basij since 2019. He had joined the Revolutionary Guards in 1982 and was a veteran of the war with Iraq. Soleimani was sanctioned by the United States, the European Union, and other countries for his suspected role in suppressing dissent in Iran. And he held a degree in history and was reportedly born in 1965, according to records by the US Treasury. All right, well, let's discuss all this with Ross Harrison, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. He's with me here in the studio, along with Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javaid. A warm welcome to both of you. Ross, so reports of these two high-profile assassinations, the news coming squarely from the Israelis at the moment, Ali Larijani and the besieged chief Gholam Reza Soleimani killed in strikes in Tehran. I mean, Larijani was arguably one of the most significant bridges between the country's hardliners and the Western world, particularly at the height of nuclear negotiations back in 2015. He was a prominent negotiator then. How are you reflecting on this moment?
Well, I think it raises the question of what the objectives are of Israel and the United States. If the objectives are to take out the entire regime, irrespective of whether we're dealing with a pragmatist or a hardliner, that's what they're doing. So they're making no distinction between sort of the trying to separate and save certain elements of the regime for a new type of leadership. So it certainly tells me that. And I think it's the most significant assassination since the killing of Qasem Soleimani, Major General Qasem Soleimani in 2020. It doesn't necessarily mean the regime's going to collapse, but in terms of strategic outlook, it certainly has that kind of, it's going to have that kind of an effect, particularly at this juncture of a wartime.
Osama, I'm curious to see how these killings will be communicated, particularly in the West in a time of war. Let me read you some descriptions of Ali Larijani, for instance, when he was mediating at the height of those nuclear talks in 2015, one of the biggest diplomatic breakthroughs in world history in modern times. A sophisticated and highly intellectual negotiator who understands the cost of isolation better than anyone in the Iranian establishment. That from Federica Mogherini, the former EU foreign policy chief. This from Catherine Ashton, former EU High Representative. The adult in the room who could translate revolutionary rhetoric into actionable policy. To simplify him as an extreme hardliner seems to be doing him something of an injustice at the moment. You met the guy. Tell us more.
It is an oversimplification. Ali Larijani would be somebody who would walk into a room and had presence. I recently met him on the second round of the negotiations, just ahead of them with the United States. He was sent by the Iranians just because of the weight he carried. It wasn't just another foreign minister they were sending. They were sending the head of the Supreme Security Council, the head who actually is, as you said, a bridge between the clerics and the working of the state. Somebody who can negotiate in a room full of people who have competing objectives. And that is why when I asked him if he was, how did the negotiations go? Because he met the Emir of Qatar, he met leaders of Hamas. He met the Houthis when he was in Oman, and he also met every single person who was trying to push for a negotiated solution. And he said the negotiations were going well. He did not answer when I asked him about, whether you think that there is going to be a solution with the United States with this. And he kind of said, well, we're in negotiation with everyone else. The strategy here, as Ross was saying, is essentially to go after everyone. But this is time and again a strategy which has proven to be ineffective. You saw it in Iraq, you saw it in Afghanistan, you've seen it in various other factions as well. Ali Larijani was killed while he was not in hiding. This is a regime which processes the martyrdom as a strategy of maintaining control. The person who comes after him, the popular support for him and for the regime grows. The reason why the United States was not able to do anything in Afghanistan because they got it completely wrong. And it appears that this is the same strategy to go after head and in an endless kill list. And you end up with more division and more chaos.
Ross, that strategy of honing in on one target after another, who does that serve more, Israel or the United States?
It's a very good question. I mean, the Israelis, I think, are not looking for a negotiating partner. They're looking for decimation. They're looking for Iran to weaken and perhaps even to collapse, because the Gulf Arab states will suffer from that, but Israel may not. In terms of the U.S. goals, it's a very open question. We really don't, because the stated goals have been shifting, we really don't know. I can tell you that one thing that we're going to see is that the Iranians learned from the last war. For the last 40 years, they learned from the Iran-Iraq war. They're going to learn from this, and whatever is going to come next, whether it's this regime or a next one, will take lessons from this moment.
Osama, obviously, Gholam Reza Soleimani, another key figure, apparently has been killed by the Israelis. He was the man responsible for the Besiege, the force that keeps the Iranian leadership essentially in power and silences dissent on the streets. I think that's probably the fairest way to describe it. I mean, does this killing in any way increase the prospects of nationwide protests? I mean, that's the wishful thinking, at least, on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Absolutely. I think that is what the ultimate goal is, to take out any central command, all central leadership, and essentially break it down into the 30-plus provinces, and everybody fights for their own. I think there is a certain flaw with this because the Iranian regime is essentially built around it. What you're seeing in terms of military strategy, in terms of structure, in terms of the way the commanders on each province are empowered to act on their own, they're built for this. Yes, there is a hierarchy. You need a supreme leader. You need a central chain of command. That would be more to scale things down, not to ramp things up. Remember that after the attacks in July, everyone you've replaced the central leadership with is a hawk, is somebody who is more of a person who would try to tell his followers that he's got the mettle to withstand the enemy. And that is why, if the Israeli strategy is to get Iran to implode, this might work towards that goal. But again, if the United States, as the US president has been saying that he does not know who to talk with because so many people that they have killed. If he's trying to look for an off-ramp, this is where the interests would diverge. And for the region as well, the moment you take out central, powerful figures who have international standing, then you push the process back a little bit further of who do you negotiate with, how do you come out of this, and is there a solution? Because this region and the United States apparently does not want a protracted conflict.
And Ross, as these figures are taken out one by one, as Osama said, I wonder how Iranian proxies and such as Hezbollah in Iraq, the Houthis, feel about seeing their patrons being one by one eliminated. Does this mean that they are now on the back foot?
Well, they've been on the back foot. I mean, Hezbollah's been on the back foot since the pager incident a year or so ago and the killing of Sinwar and Hania in Tehran. So they're already on the back foot. I think what they're trying to do, and we don't know how much of their activities are coordinated with Tehran, but what they're trying to do is to play into creating a multi-front war to deny the United States the ability to deal with all the contingencies, from Lebanon to the Gulf Arab states where we're sitting right now to what's happening in Iran.
OK. Many thanks to both of you, Ross Harrison of the Middle East Institute and Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines around the world. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in London for talks with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. European countries have sought to maintain international attention on Russia's invasion despite the Iran war. NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte will also join the meeting at 10 Downing Street, which is to discuss peace initiatives as well as ongoing help to Ukraine. Charlie Angela joins us from London. Charlie, Zelensky in the UK. It's not his first trip, of course. How does he make sure that his agenda remains top of number 10's concerns right now?
Well, first of all, he's actually meeting with King Charles at Buckingham Palace, and then he'll be moving on here to meet with Keir Starmer. And as you said, that is his goal, to make sure that Ukraine remains front and centre. He is essentially on a tour of European capitals, trying to shore up support at a time when international focus is shifting to Iran. And for Starmer, this is an opportunity for him to reiterate his support for Ukraine. He's made it clear he's not going to be drawn into that conflict with Iran, and this will be his chance to show his support for Kyiv. So after their bilateral meeting that they'll have here, they will be joined, as you said, by NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte. Now, he is fresh from being warned by President Trump that unless NATO supplies allies to help unblock the Strait of Hormuz, NATO will face a very bad future. So just like Starmer, he's looking to deflect from that criticism, and both leaders will be looking to reiterate that support for Ukraine. This is the war that they want to focus on.
And Charlie, is it anything more than reiterating support? Is there anything concrete on the table in terms of defence or technological support?
Yes, so at the core of this meeting is a new partnership that's going to be signed between Ukraine and the UK on drone technology. That's combining the Ukrainian battlefield expertise with the UK's manufacturing capability. And that is one of the few cards that Zelensky really has to play here. Their experience in dealing with Iranian-designed missiles really puts them in a very desirable position right now. A lot of countries want that know-how, want that expertise, and he, with Starmer, are going to be looking to see how they can export that to other countries. Now, they're also going to be announcing funding for an AI centre for the Ukrainian Ministry of Defence in Kyiv, and that's worth $650,000. But behind these doors, both leaders will probably also be talking about their concerns that the conflict in Iran is benefiting Russia with rising oil prices and the recent lifting of temporary sanctions by the US on Russian exports, both meaning that more revenue is now flowing into Moscow. And on this, Starmer has been absolutely clear that Iran should not mean a windfall for Putin. Now, after their meeting here, Zelensky is going to go down the road to Parliament and address MPs there, probably on much the same subjects: energy, money, and maintaining momentum for a lasting peace for Ukraine when that international focus is shifting to Iran.
Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Angela there in London. OK, some breaking news for you now. And the head of the United States' National Counterterrorism Center, Joseph Kent, has resigned over the US-Israel war in Iran. In a letter to President Donald Trump, Kent posted on X that Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. His post went on to read, "I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." More on that as we get it. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike on Kabul has killed and wounded at least 400 people, many of them patients at a drug treatment centre. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the two countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Bob McBride reports.
The aftermath of the devastating nighttime attack on the medical facility in the Afghan capital, Kabul, as the conflict with neighbouring Pakistan escalates. Witnesses say bombs were dropped just after evening prayers, destroying dormitories accommodating hundreds of patients being treated for drug addiction. Arriving rescue workers say they were confronted by scenes of horror.
Innocent people were living in this area. All were addicts who were admitted here for treatment. We condemn this act.
Rescue teams, helped by patients themselves, worked through the night, pulling out casualties from under the rubble.
I'm an addict myself. After the evening prayers, 2 bombs dropped. I was over there. I helped at least 100, 200 people.
Footage released by Pakistan shows what it says were precision strikes on military targets in Kabul and in the eastern province of Nangarhar. Islamabad has denied Afghanistan's claims of hitting a civilian facility, saying secondary explosions are evidence of ammunition dumps. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbours that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera.
In Gaza, thousands of patients are waiting for medical treatment that they cannot get at home. With border crossings largely closed, the World Health Organization says at least 18,000 people urgently need medical evacuation. Among them are Amna and Ahmed, 2 patients whose lives now depend on whether they can leave Gaza in time. Ian Houdoui spoke to the patients and has this report from Gaza City.
Day after day, Amna waits for a crossing that may never open. In 2023, she was injured in both legs. Since then, she has been waiting for Israeli permission to leave Gaza, hoping for surgery that could help her walk again. But Amna is diabetic, and with every passing day, the risk grows that doctors may have to amputate her leg.
My medical evacuation keeps failing. I have been waiting for so long so I can walk again. Every time I apply, either the crossing closes or something happens that stops me from leaving.
Amna's dream is simple: to stand on her own feet again, to leave the crutches behind. But with Gaza's collapsing health system and the severe shortage of medical supplies, the treatment she needs simply does not exist here. And Amna is not the only one waiting for a chance to leave. 33-year-old Ahmed is also hoping for medical evacuation. Suffering from kidney failure and prostate cancer, Ahmed's condition continues to deteriorate as Gaza's health system struggles to give him the treatment he needs.
If I can't receive treatment abroad,
Doctors will have to amputate my second leg, just like they did with the first one. I'm terrified of losing my other leg, and the treatment I need simply does not exist in Gaza.
Israel has closed the crucial Rafah border crossing with Egypt shortly after its forces and the US launched their attacks on Iran. But according to the World Health Organization, at least 18,000 people in Gaza urgently need medical evacuation, many of them children. The restrictions imposed on Gaza by Israel are risking the lives of thousands here. For many patients, their basic right of medical treatment and freedom of movement has become a dream they fear may never come true. Hind al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Police in northeastern Nigeria say at least 23 people have been killed in bombings in the city of Maiduguri. Explosions went off in at least 3 locations in the capital of Borno State. A teaching hospital and 2 markets were hit. No group has claimed responsibility for the attacks.
When we heard the second explosion, we saw people running out in panic. At that moment, we were not sure what had happened, but after about 2 or 3 minutes, other people who were running along the road started shouting that it was a bomb at the market entrance. As people were fleeing to save their lives and their property, many of them ran towards the post office area because the market entrance and the post office are not far apart. Unfortunately, as they were running towards the post office, the person who had the explosive device ran into the crowd while people were trying to escape.
Cubans have been protesting after a widespread blackout left 10 million people without power. The country's grid operator says the system's collapsed. The island nation is facing an energy crisis after the US imposed an oil blockade in January. President Donald Trump has threatened to impose tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. Trump has said he would be, quote, honored to take over Cuba.
You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
Let's take you to these live pictures of the Beirut skyline. Lebanon's capital has clearly been hit once again. Multiple strikes by Israeli forces in recent weeks, bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The air attacks come after Israel announced on Monday that it was moving troops to the south of the country. Let's take a short break. We'll see you shortly.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict without a plan, without authorization for Congress, or even a debate in full view of the American people.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield. Shockwaves are hitting global energy markets as facilities are damaged, supply routes disrupted, and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Neve Barker, live from Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel says it's killed 2 senior Iranian security officials. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says their deaths give Iranians a chance to remove their leaders. The Navy warship, the USS Tripoli, is said to be on its way to the Middle East, believed to be carrying ground troops. Israel carries out more attacks on Lebanon hours after European leaders call for de-escalation. And in other news, Afghanistan blames Pakistan for an airstrike in its capital, Kabul, that's killed at least 400 people. Good to have you. Israel has announced that Iran's security chief has been killed, but Tehran hasn't confirmed this. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says Ali Larijani was killed in a strike on Tehran. Well, in another development, the Israeli military also says the commander of Iran's internal security unit, Golan Reza Soleimani, was killed in a strike also. There's been no comment on that either from Iran. The Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed the killing of Larijani and Soleimani. Well, Israel's Prime Minister has been speaking about the strikes on Iran's leadership. Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel is shaking the foundations of the regime.
This morning, we eliminated Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani is the boss of the Revolutionary Guards, which is a gang of gangsters that in practice runs Iran. Alongside him, we also eliminated the commander of the Basij, the helpers of the gangsters, who spread terror in the streets of Tehran and other Iranian cities against the population.
Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He's been Iran's security chief, appointed as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. His family has been influential in Iranian politics for decades. Larijani joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. Well, he has been considered a balancing figure in Iranian politics, but after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, he issued a strongly worded message saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. We're covering developments from Ramallah and Tehran, first to Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital. So, Tawhid, we are, of course, still waiting for official confirmation from the Iranian side on these 2 apparent assassinations. What are you hearing?
Yes, we are. Until now, first things first, we don't have any official confirmation from Tehran about the actually assassination of Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council secretary, as well as the head of or the commander of Basij militia. Still, we are waiting for it. And this is quite similar to what happened when the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, took place for hours. Iran kept on not confirming it, but just denying these reports. This time, Tehran has not come out with any denial, and that is sort of intensifying the possibility for the reports to be true. But still, if confirmed, it's going to be a major blow for the Iranian political establishment, seeing the very significant role of this character. We know that this is not a marginal player when it comes to Iran's political establishment. He acts like a bridge between the security apparatus, the military segment, as well as the political establishment of the country. And of course, this is not the first blow over the past 2-3 weeks after the assassination of the supreme leader. Now there is this long list of military commanders, including the head of IRGC, the commander of IRGC, as well as the chief of the staff for armed forces, as well as the defense minister, and many others who have been killed as a result of these airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. But speaking of the significance of Ali Larijani, we have to keep in mind that strategically speaking, he is the person responsible for many decisions to be made, specifically after the assassination of the supreme leader. And he had this long list of different positions from the very early days of the Islamic Revolution. He was a member of the Revolutionary Guards. He was a former, actually, deputy minister for labor. He was a minister for culture. He was the head of state TV. He was also a a Speaker of the Parliament, indeed, for more than a decade, and that creates a very specific character when it comes to Ali Larijani. Now, it's not going to be an easy task for Iran to find a replacement for this specific character. Meanwhile, we are aware that we are dealing with a very intricate dynamism when it comes to Iran's domestic political establishment.
OK, let's hear from Noor Uda now, who's live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking, confirming these killings, and also suggesting that there are more operations to come.
That's right, Niamh. I mean, the Israeli Prime Minister is being very consistent that this assassination, a political assassination, no doubt, will advance Israel's goal of not just toppling the government in Tehran, but really crushing the entire system. Benjamin Netanyahu has made it very clear his intent, his objective is for the Islamic Republic of Iran to no longer exist, for an Israel-friendly Iran to take its place. And so these assassinations play a central role. He believes, at least as far as his base is concerned, this is a big win that he needed to tout and celebrate in that video.
Let's go back to Tawhid Asadi. And Tawhid, we know the other individual who was killed, Gholam Reza Soleimani, the besieged commander, was responsible for internal security. We are, as you've said very clearly, still awaiting official confirmation of their deaths. But have there been any reports, though, of any reinforcements of checkpoints, of any change of tactics, any noticeable response on the ground, or is it too early to say?
It's a little bit early, but still we are aware that this is not just the foreign strikes, foreign assaults that are just targeting the Iranian territories, but the political establishment is also worried about the potentiality of a domestic chaos. Seeing the very fact that back in December we witnessed a massive protest taking place across the country, first and foremost driven by the economic demands. Later on we heard political and social demands added to this actually demonstration, and of course seeing the sort of public dissatisfaction that is out there when it comes to at least a segment of the Iranian society. Now there is this concern among the politicians that in case of a destabilized scenario, domestic chaos is going to be another scenario that could be taken into consideration very seriously. Speaking of the checkpoints, we know that over the past few days we have been receiving reports about these checkpoints being targeted by the drones of the Israelis, and that is creating the exigency for a sort of shift. And we have to also keep in mind that that is added to the major blow that the country has faced, seeing that this is not just the big military headquarters, but also very smaller police stations have been also targeted, and now there is a risk whether or not the establishment could make sure that the security of the country, domestically speaking, is guaranteed while the airstrikes continue across the country, specifically in the capital from early hours of today, from the midnight, I may say, we heard the sounds and the after sounds of multiple massive blasts, and it goes the same when it comes to other cities. So there is now a sort of mixed concern, domestically speaking, of course, when it comes to the airstrikes coming from the Israelis and Americans.
OK, well, as you can imagine, the Israeli leadership are hailing this moment as an operational triumph. Here's how the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, confirmed the killing of both Larijani and Soleimani.
I've just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basij, Iran's central repression apparatus, who is responsible for the massacre of the protesters, were eliminated last night and have joined the head of the annihilation program, Khamenei, along with all those eliminated from the axis of evil in the depths of hell.
No, clearly the leadership in Israel is very keen to show the lengths that they've gone to carry out these assassinations. I mean, what does this operation say about the extent of Israeli intelligence and the degree in which the Israeli state has essentially penetrated into the corners of Iranian security right now?
Well, Niamh, this is an important part of Israel's brand as a military superpower in the region. And this is something that Netanyahu keeps talking about, that this war, what Israel is doing in this war is putting it on par with global superpowers. And those are his words, not mine. Now, the surveillance, Israel's ability to hack into telecommunication systems, to carry out surveillance, to penetrate all the defenses is notorious. It does have a specialty, if you will, in terms of publicly assassinating its adversaries. This is a new level of that capability, and one that Israel is keen to tout for its base in the right wing in Israel, but also for those vying to buy that technology. And those companies have made tens of billions of dollars over the past 3 years. Now, it's not clear how Israel is doing that, how Israel is penetrating all those defenses, how it is able to find out where all of these leaders are. We don't know the specifics. We don't know. We don't have confirmation, as Tawhid was saying, if those assassinations were successful, and we don't know the circumstances. Was he in a bunker? Was he in an apartment? Was he in a public place? Those things would probably shed some light on how exactly Israel was able to get him. But we do know that, at least as far as Israeli sources are concerned, there was an attempt to assassinate Ali Larijani on Monday. That was called off, possibly because of intelligence. And then the assassination, according to Israel, went ahead successfully, and the confirmation was announced today.
OK, many thanks to both of you, Noura in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank and Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Well, I'm now joined by Wolfgang Pusztai. He's an independent security analyst and former defence attaché for Austria. He joins us from Vienna. And Ross Harrison, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. He's joining me here in the studio. As we have been reporting, let's give you some information first before we go to the interview. The Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. So who is he? Let's give you some more information. He has been Iran's top security official, serving as the head of its internal security force known as the Basij since 2019. He joined the Revolutionary Guards in 1982 and has been a veteran of the war with Iraq. Soleimani was sanctioned by the United States, the European Union and other countries for his suspected role in suppressing dissent in Iran. He's held a degree in history and was reportedly born in 1965. That's according to records by the US Treasury. All right, straight to our guest then, Ross Harrison and Wolfgang Pusztai, who I introduced a short while ago. Welcome back to both of you. Firstly, to you, Ross, could you put these killings into perspective for us? Because Iran's leadership has essentially suffered another major decapitation. I mean, Larijani was often seen as the bridge between the old clerical guards and a more kind of pragmatic form of leadership and bureaucracy, particularly because of his role in international diplomacy. How are you reflecting on this moment?
No, I mean, it's a significant moment. He was both the head of the Speaker of the Majlis earlier, and is just recently the head of the Supreme National Security Council. So he's a significant personage and particularly in the last number of months since the June war, as Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader, was sort of in hiding for a certain period of time. Ali Larijani rose. So his star rose, and it rose, his ability to manage through the current war and his ability to manage diplomatically after this conflict, I think Iran's ability to do that has been dealt a blow.
Turn to you, Wolfgang, particularly on the Basij commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani. I mean, he is the man responsible for internal security. What does it say about this catastrophic blind spot when it comes to Iran and its leadership's ability to look after its chain of command?
Israel has certainly deeply penetrated Iran's state security system and the whole state. And they are using this for their decapitation strikes on day one and for the continuation of these decapitation strikes. But maybe even more important for the situation on the ground, the Israelis and the Americans are now in phase 3 of their campaign. This means they are particularly after the ground forces of the security elements. This means they are after the commanders, the medium and lower level commanders of the Basiji, of the Revolutionary Guards, and the others. And this is certainly something that must be very worrying for the Basiji and the other security forces. And this is something which might encourage the Iranians a little bit more to take their destiny into their own hands. But I doubt that this will be the case anytime soon.
Maybe not anytime soon. Ross, putting that to you, is it wishful thinking on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu to just assume that with these latest assassinations that the people of Iran who are against the leadership will rise up?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Iranians, as much as they may be against the current regime, are very nationalistic. And they will interpret this assassination and killing in the context of the entire war. So whether they will be mourning him per se, or whether they will be mourning the fact that their country has been penetrated by Israel and by the United States, that remains to be seen. But a very nationalistic population, the notion that somehow the U.S. or Israel will be greeted as liberators and see this as a positive, this whole series of events as a positive turn of events, it's unlikely, at least in the near to medium future.
Wolfgang, judging by everything that we have seen so far in this conflict by way of escalation upon escalation, given another serious decapitation of significant figures within the Iranian leadership, what are you anticipating the Iranian response to be now?
Well, I'm not so sure that the Iranians are not welcoming the killing of the Basiji leaders and the Larijani. This depends on about who we are talking about. The Iranian population is not a very homogeneous one. We must keep in mind that about 1 month ago, 10,000 of Iranians were killed, were murdered by the regime. I doubt that the families of those, I doubt that the people where they are coming from, that they are really mourning about the death of these 2 leaders. Where are we heading right now? I would say the strategy of Iran will continue with what probably Larijani developed. This means to continue a war of attrition, to continue, even if it's just a few missiles strikes on Israel, to show to the Israelis, to show to the world that they are still capable of offensive operations. And they will also continue their drone attacks on the Arab Gulf states. I would say they will continue with these attacks as long as they need not to pay for it.
Well, on that point, I mean, it does beg the question how much discomfort, particularly the Gulf region, can take as a result of the actions taken by Israel. I wonder how the United States navigates all of this at the moment. It's desperate for extra support from allies to help with the Strait of Hormuz. They are clearly reluctant to get involved in what is seen as a war of choice by the Americans. And now, of course, the Israelis going forward with a strategy of hitting more and more and more senior command. What is the sentiment in the United States at the moment? How does it negotiate and navigate these twists and turns before it?
Well, I don't think the leadership really knows at this point in time. I mean, the expertise that could have either possibly prevented this war or helped the United States navigate an off-ramp, that leadership and that expertise has been sidelined within this administration. So how they're interpreting this series of events and how it affects the U.S. Gulf Arab state partners, we really don't know. I can tell you that if we were looking for some kind of an off-ramp, if we were assuming that eventually the Iranians would look for some kind of a cessation of hostilities, this pushes that way back because the Iranians are determined to do 2 things. One is survive, show the world that this regime will survive, and number 2, to recreate deterrence. And this series of events, as tactically smart as it may have been from the Israeli perspective, certainly sets back the likelihood of any kind of cessation of hostilities in the near future.
Wolfgang, if the Iranian leadership's sole strategy right now is based around survival, they must be looking at this reluctance from NATO partners to help the Americans as being something of a win for them. I mean, the idea of a coalition of one is what's essentially ahead of the United States right now in the region, no?
Well, I would say the situation is not about emotions. This is not about emotions. This is about interests. This is about the interests of states and of continents. The Europeans need to know, is it in their interest to be more active in the Gulf region without joining the war? There are several options that they might support the defense of the Arab Gulf states, for example, that they might strengthen the defense against the drones, that they might help in demining in the Strait of Hormuz and other issues. So my recommendation to the Europeans would be not to think about what kind of differences you had with the American presidents before and what you think is your emotional best solution, but to think about your interests. It's all about interests. And this is the same for the Europeans as for the Arab states.
All right, well, Wolfgang Pusztai, former Austrian security attaché, military attaché and security analyst, and Ross Harrison from the Middle East Institute. A pleasure to both of you. Thank you. In the United States, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center has resigned, saying he cannot, in good conscience, support the Trump administration's war in Iran. Joe Kent made the announcement on social media, claiming Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. He also alleged the conflict was driven by pressure from Israel and what he called a powerful pro-Israel lobby in Washington. The Senate confirmed him in the role last July in a narrow vote of 52 to 44. Mike Hanna is live for us at the White House. So, Mike, a resignation coming at a particularly awkward time for the US president. Talk us through its significance.
Yes, indeed. Well, as director of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent has played a fundamental role in terms of defining the intelligence by which President Trump decided to go to war. He's now saying that he believes that an echo chamber was created by Israel, giving President Trump false information, which led to him getting the U.S. involved in this war. Now, Joe Kent is no ordinary director, no ordinary bureaucrat. He's a much decorated special forces operative who has been on the ground in many areas. So he is somebody who's speaking with a great degree of knowledge. And in addition to that, his wife, Shannon, was also a special forces operative. She was killed in 2019 in a suicide bomb in Syria at the time. He mentions in his resignation letter the fact that he lost a loved one in war, reminds him of how others may be losing loved ones in this current war being waged by President Trump. Now, the significance of this, too, is what he is doing is echoing what many within MAGA, President Trump's support base, have been saying about this war. Their criticism is that President Trump pledged not to get the loss of U.S. soldiers' lives in another war in another country. But his critics contend, including his former now director of counterintelligence, that is exactly what he is doing.
Mike, we may not have an answer on this yet, but I wonder if you could help us with this. The killing, of course, of Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani. I mean, can the U.S. administration confirm at this stage that this was solely an Israeli operation, or is there any kind of indication that perhaps U.S. intelligence or any kind of support was offered here?
No, none whatsoever. I can't answer that question because there has been no formal response from the U.S. administration to the reports of Larijani's killings. However, it would be critically important for the administration, given that Ali Larijani was the absolutely central figure in terms of the negotiations that happened directly or indirectly with the U.S., and he has been conducting these negotiations for his entire career. So it could be a blow to any desire the administration may have to seek some negotiated end to this conflict.
Yeah, very good point. Mike, many thanks. Mike Hanna at the White House there. The Pentagon is sending more warships and troops to the Middle East. That's according to US media reports. The amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, is now heading to the region along with Marines. It was stationed in Japan. The deployment's meant to reinforce US troops already in the Middle East. The build-up follows a request from US Central Command, or CENTCOM, which oversees American military operations in the region. Journalist Imzaman Rashid reports from the Strait of Hormuz.
We saw, even prior to this conflict starting, the huge buildup of US military assets in this region, and we've seen them in full force as well, particularly from the Gulf, firing into Iran and into Iranian territory. Well, this particular vessel brings along with it around 5,000 or so Marines, and there are some analysts suggesting that this could be used in some form of ground invasion in the Strait of Hormuz. Behind me, I'm just just at the very entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, where, of course, there haven't been many ships passing through these waters. But this particular vessel, the USS Tripoli, could be used as some form of ground invasion to take back control of these waters. Donald Trump has suggested trying to build together some form of group of countries that can actually send warships out to these waters to essentially fight here, essentially to gain access of these waters, but also to escort some of these hundreds and hundreds of vessels that are currently anchored down in the area around the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz to actually try and get them through safely. Today, the International Maritime Organization has said that it's very unlikely that there will be a safe operation of escorting ships through. It's also not a sustainable and viable option in the long term, given that they would only essentially be taking a few ships through at each time. So not only could Iran potentially target the USS vessels, the other vessels from different countries, they would also be striking seafarers who have been out there stranded essentially in one place.
James Dorsey is an adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. He says although minesweepers could be important for protecting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, they're not the only line of defence.
They're essential if the Strait of Hormuz is mined. I don't know that we know that with independently confirmed with certainty. One could argue that the Iranians do not have an interest in mining the strait. First of all, that would contradict their claim that the strait is open to all except for some who are its adversaries and their allies. In other words, the United States and Israel and their allies. But also, it would controvert its ability or complicate its ability to allow ships, as it has done already, Chinese flag vessels, Turkish flag vessels, Indian flag vessels to safely traverse the waterway. So I would take at this point be cautious whether or not you really need minesweepers at this point. I think much more you need other defenses against drones, against the fast speedboats, and against missiles.
The US is facing growing isolation of its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the US and Israel launched a military offensive on Tehran. So far, President Donald Trump's call for allies to ensure the safe passage of vessels has gone unanswered. Trump has criticised allies for failing to support Washington. A fifth of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally passes through that vital shipping lane.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Well, the Philippines has begun distributing an $85 fuel subsidy to public transport drivers. It comes days before President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is expected to suspend excise taxes on oil products. The country imports nearly all of its fuel supplies and has been hit hard by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Prices have doubled since the Iran war. Barnaby Lowe has more from Manila.
More than 2 weeks into the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran, fuel prices in the Philippines are skyrocketing. The price of diesel in particular has doubled. That's consequential because jeepneys, the minibuses that are the backbone of public transport here, run on diesel, and drivers, not just of jeepneys, but tricycles and taxis, have had to absorb the additional costs.
I used to make $13 in a day. Now it's down to around $2.50. The money for my family is now spent on fuel.
It's why the government has prioritized assistance for them. These tricycle drivers are among the first to receive an $85 fuel subsidy. Other public transport workers will have their turn in the coming days and weeks, officials have assured. $500 million has been earmarked for this program, and more financial aid is in the pipeline.
If prices keep going up, the subsidy won't be enough, but it will help one way or another.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is also expected to reduce or suspend excise taxes on fuel, but the country's energy minister says that may not help much given the local oil industry is deregulated, meaning the government has no control over pricing and the Philippines' near complete reliance on imported oil.
Whether it's 2 pesos of excise or 4 pesos or even 6 pesos for excise tax, it's not as big of an impact compared to what is the jump already.
So by helping drivers, the hope is to also cushion the impact for commuters. But even then, transportation officials say they're compelled to approve petitions to increase fares across most public transport. Barnum Below, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Israeli forces have been bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. The air attacks come after Israel announced on Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. Zaina Hodder is travelling through the south of the country.
There's been another Israeli airstrike. This is really very much an active war zone. Both sides really fighting for control of territory. We are in the eastern sector of southern Lebanon. What you see, this is the village of Khiam, really strategic ground that the Israeli military has been trying to take control of. Days of fierce fighting in this area. The Israeli military has been targeting roads, airstrikes. It's part of a strategy to disrupt Hezbollah's supply lines. It does not want Hezbollah to bring in weapons and fighters to areas closer to the border as the Israeli military tries to advance deeper inside Lebanon. Dibin is considered to be an area where Hezbollah has strong influence. There have been repeated Israeli strikes targeting that town, which is believed to be empty of residents. The Israeli military is advancing from more than one sector, and Hezbollah is trying to repel those advances. Hezbollah saying that it is targeting Israeli troops inside Lebanese territory while firing rockets across the border. They've even said that they've been hitting Israeli Merkava tanks. So Hezbollah trying to prevent the Israeli military from taking ground, and the Israeli military, advancing under the cover of heavy air power, Israeli airstrikes, artillery fire. The battle is still taking shape along the border, but it is here where the balance of power will be determined. Zaina Hodder, Al Jazeera, South Lebanon.
You are watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Here's a reminder of all the latest developments. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in a strike. Iranian state media have released a statement from Larijani's social media on Tuesday. The Israeli military also says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has been killed in a strike. Iran hasn't confirmed the news. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says their deaths give Iranians a chance to remove their leaders. The Pentagon is sending additional warships and troops to the Middle East. That's according to US media reports. The amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, is heading to the region along with US Marines. It was previously stationed in Japan. Let's get a perspective from Iran on Israel's claim that Ali Larijani has been killed. Zora Karazmi is a professor at the University of Tehran. She says Larijani was an influential figure, but assassinating him will not lead to a change in government.
Islamic Republic, after particularly the assassination of the former leader, indicated that it is so much systematic than it's assumed beyond. However, the Westerners usually behave and treat the Islamic Republic with calling it a regime, for example, something beyond the state, but it is a state in its place and it has a legitimacy. And today, the timing of the assassination was also significant because it's Charshanbe Suri here that People are feasting, having family celebrations, and doing fireworks because we are really approaching the New Year. And today people just changed the track, coming to the streets, not at 7 o'clock that every single night they're coming, but at 5 o'clock. Why? Because the Iran International and other, the American mercenaries are called to come to streets for sabotage. So even in this delicate time, assassination of Ali Larijani, I think, is leading to more solidarity and more unity among the people. Removing the individuals doesn't mean that the system is being actually out of control. Maybe it is pressured, and it's a very critical time of war, but the very consolidated and concerted fronts in the military side indicates that how the US and Israel are bleeding economically and militarily.
Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed joins me in the studio to take into consideration everything that we've heard over the course of the day so far. Good to see you again, Osama. So another layer of Iran's leadership has been essentially decapitated. Ali Larijani and also Gholam Reza Soleimani, commander of the Basij organization. On Ali Larijani, I want to read something from back in 2015, at the height of the all-important Iranian nuclear negotiations. This is from Javier Solana, former EU foreign policy chief, describing Larijani as this. He said, in a chess match, it's like having a chess match, he said, with a man who knows every piece on the board. Osama, you have seen Larijani up close. Can you explain this reputation that preceded him?
Well, he was essentially a man that you would rarely see not smiling. He would keep his cards close to his chest, but always give you something that he wanted to come across. This is why he was called the adult in the room by many of the diplomats who had interactions with him back in 2015. Somebody who had been operating on various wavelengths of the Iranian mechanism of function, as well as to the outside world. He was somebody who would be sent by the Iranians as a second layer of assurance to the Gulf nations after Abbas Araghchi was sent for the round of talks that were happening with the Americans, saying that they're ready and willing to negotiate and they're going to put their weight behind these negotiations. I asked him whether he was confident that there's going to be something coming out of the United States, to which he smiled again and has been in touch with all sides. So Ali Larijani is a major blow, but to the point of the strategy of decapitation, again, he's going to be replaced by somebody very quickly, as you've seen in the past as well. Yes, it does set them back in terms of leadership, in terms of hierarchy, but it is not going to end the regime.
I wonder which country that strategy of decapitation serves more. Is it Iran? Sorry, not Iran. Is it Israel? Is it the Americans? Because we know that when there have been prominent negotiators coming to the fore previously, that they have been killed. When negotiations have started, they have been destroyed essentially by Israeli intervention in Iran. Talk us through the significance of this latest decapitation within the context of Israel's ongoing strategy in Iran.
Well, if you just look at the strategy of Israel in the last 2.5 years, every time there is the fear of negotiations coming back, Israel hits at the negotiators. You saw it, what happened in Tehran with the Hamas leadership killed there. You saw it in the attack here in Doha. And now you see Ali Larijani, because he would be somebody, if there were people who were talking to somebody, he would be the person to talk to. You've seen frustration from the Trump administration saying that they've killed so many people, they don't know who to talk to. And Israel is essentially eliminating all of those. So whether this is going to further frustrate the Trump administration or is going to be in line with that policy we'll have to wait and see. Because if there is an off-ramp, if there is a de-escalation, if there is a solution, a ceasefire, anything to do with that, there needs to be a central command of leadership. Now, you take them out, it does serve the purpose of further fragmentation, bringing people to the top layer who are probably not as experienced, probably who will have to prove themselves, whether it's the military leadership or the hawkish political strands, and that they will have to do more to say that they can defeat the enemy as their predecessors did. And again, we have to remember that this is an assassination where Ali Larijani was not in hiding. The supreme leader of Iran was not in hiding. Essentially, what this gives the message to their followers and the people who are going to replace them is that they're going to have to carry on with this concept of martyrdom as part of leadership. And that is something that I believe people in the United States and Israel are getting wrong, because this further brings the hardliners on top and strengthens the positions that they're holding.
On the point of Gholam Reza Soleimani, commander of the Basij organization's assassination, then he is a man responsible for internal security, for essentially putting down anti-government protesters in the past. If you're saying decapitate one, it's replaced by somebody more hardline, but at the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu is saying now is the time for you to rise up. Those two positions don't match, do they?
Well, in the calculus of the Israeli vision, absolutely they do. Because if you take out the central chain of command, central leadership, people who are respected by all sides, provinces already have a decentralized command structure. So essentially, this would mean that those provinces will be able to act as they please, and that could create further chaos. I think that has been the case from the very beginning. As you saw the goalposts being shifted from the US president, whether it was the nuclear issue, then it was the missile program, then it was regime removal from Iran, and then now it's unconditional surrender. That actually follows into that area. But right now, what we're seeing from our colleagues reporting on the ground is that you're seeing very, very minuscule resistance, if any, towards liberating Iran from this regime. Essentially, Iran's hardliners, Iran's nationalists, people who were opposed to this regime have now come under this banner of they have to deal with the threat of their country fighting a foreign enemy and then figure it out internally.
Osama, many thanks. Osama bin Javed. Iran's Speaker of Parliament says Tehran doesn't want war, but will defend itself. In an interview with the Parliament news agency, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said Iran is looking for long-term security guarantees.
The threat must be removed from the region and from Iran. The danger of war must not continue, and this mustn't happen again. A ceasefire followed by their attempt to restart everything again 5 months later is not acceptable. We're not seeking the continuation of war. We're not saying that we want war or that we want to disrupt the security of the region. Absolutely not. We want security in the region to be established in such a way that they never repeat this cycle again. We seek sustainable security. Sustainable security is security that is people-based within the countries of the region themselves and by the countries of the region themselves.
Well, even before the war between the US, Israel and Iran, many American farmers said the agriculture sector was in a recession. Now they're facing a new challenge because of the conflict in the Middle East and a lack of fertilizer, which will inevitably affect costs for consumers. Rosalind Jordan reports.
When spring arrives in the U.S., farmers usually worry about bad weather. This year, they're worried about the price of fertilizer.
I've talked to my supplier about what we need. We've got some of it locked in. He's still having some struggles getting the fertilizer that he needs locked in too.
The struggle is because of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. Gulf countries produce 15% of the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus used in American agriculture. But with the war closing the Strait of Hormuz, there's no way for cargo ships carrying fertilizer or anything else to leave the Gulf and reach their customers. That means the cost of fertilizer has shot up, forcing farmers to make last-second changes.
I think you'll see some farmers switch some corn acres to bean acres, and I haven't pulled that trigger and decided to do that yet, but I'm sure thinking about it.
The trickle-down effect is easy to see. If farmers grow fewer crops, what's on the market will be more expensive as well, and shoppers will have to pay. Industry leaders say the only answer is to reopen the strait.
Hopefully we can see some calming down of those prices and really get back to I don't know if there is such a thing as a normal year, but get back to some input prices that allow some profitability on those farms.
One estimate says you'd need 10 naval destroyers to escort just 5 cargo tankers through the Strait of Hormuz right now. That's 10% of normal daily traffic. So no immediate price relief for farmers and consumers. What U.S. farmers say they need, a quick end to the war and even quicker shipping so they can get back to growing. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
Let's take a look at some other stories making headlines around the world. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in London for talks with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. European countries have sought to maintain international attention on Russia's invasion despite the Iran war. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte will also join that meeting to discuss peace initiatives as well as the ongoing offer of help to Ukraine. Well, Charlie Angela is joining us from London on Downing Street, and I understand Zelensky might be soon arriving behind you, Charlie. Firstly, clearly, no doubt, he's keen to prevent the war against his country from being eclipsed by the crisis in the Middle East. Here he comes.
Absolutely, and I'm going to let the camera turn to capture him. He's just come from Buckingham Palace, of meeting with King Charles, and now arriving here, you can see behind me, with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Now, Zelensky is essentially on a tour of European capitals, trying to drum up support, keep the focus on Ukraine as the international attention shifts away onto the conflict with Iran. But for Prime Minister Starmer, this is about keeping Ukraine front and centre for a different reason. He's been clear that he's not going to be drawn into that conflict with Iran. He wants to show that he's still being proactive, and Kyiv is where his support will be. Now, they're going in for a bilateral meeting, and then they'll be joined by the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who himself is fresh from being condemned by President Trump for not supporting the unblocking of the Strait of Hormuz. He said that NATO faces a very bad future if he doesn't get their support. So both Starmer and Rutte are looking to deflect from that criticism with Zelensky. So there will be some photos of them standing side by side later on.
And Charlie, they've disappeared inside the famous Black Door. Any indication of what is on the table potentially for Zelensky? Anything by way of concrete promises in terms of defence or technology?
Yes, so at the core of this visit is a new UK-Ukrainian partnership on drone technology, combining Ukraine's battlefield expertise with the UK's manufacturing capability. And that really is one of the few cards that Zelensky holds, that expertise in that drone technology that is now being seen needed with Iranian designed missiles which are hitting the Gulf. So he's going to be talking with Starmer about how they can strategically export this to other countries who are looking for this kind of technology. They're also going to be announcing funding for an AI centre for the Ukraine's Ministry of Defence in Kyiv to the tune of $650,000. But behind these doors, they're also going to be discussing their concerns that the conflict in Iran could be benefiting Russia. Now, with rising oil prices and the US's temporary lifting of sanctions on Russian oil exports, more revenue is going to Moscow. Afterwards, Zelensky is going to be going to Parliament. He'll be reiterating that message of money, energy and maintaining momentum for a lasting peace for Ukraine.
Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Angela there on Downing Street in London. Now, in Nigeria, dozens of people are feared dead and many more injured in a series of blasts in the northeastern city of Maiduguri. At least 3 suicide bombers detonated devices at a market and hospital on Monday. It's the latest in a string of attacks in Borno State carried out by the armed group Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa, known as ISWAP. Amit Idris has more on the story.
In a week that saw the killings of dozens of security forces and local militia, civilians in Nigeria's northeast are the target of this latest attack. The locations underline the intention of the attackers to inflict as much harm as they can.
From what I personally saw with my own eyes, there were at least 10 bodies on the ground. Honestly, I did not count them one by one because I could not bear to do so. But there were many dead, and the number of injured people was even higher.
Shortly after, another bomber detonated his device.
We were just sitting there when we suddenly heard a loud explosion. Everyone immediately started running in fear. Later, we learned that the other explosion near the post office was also caused by a man carrying a bomb.
The University Teaching Hospital in Maiduguri was also a target. The police say 21 people were killed, more than 100 were injured in the attack. Boko Haram and ISIL in West Africa have stepped up their attacks during the fasting month of Ramadan. In the past 2 weeks, they have launched daring attacks against the military positions in Borno State, killing security personnel, including senior officers. The presence of American troops in Nigeria has failed to stop the attacks. Before the latest flare-up, Maiduguri had witnessed a long period of calm, raising hopes that the city may have been insulated from attacks. Officials have called for calm and vigilance, but the latest violence in the region has jarred nerves, leaving many people wondering whether this signals the return of chaos in a city that is slowly rebuilding from 16 years of violence. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
Afghanistan says Pakistani airstrikes have hit a rehabilitation centre in the capital Kabul, killing at least 400 people. An Afghan government spokesman has strongly condemned the strike, saying Islamabad has once again violated Afghanistan's airspace. Pakistan denies hitting a hospital and says the airstrikes on Kabul hit ammunition depots and technical support infrastructure. It's the latest escalation and a growing conflict between the countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Pakistani security forces say the attacks were aimed at military targets near Jalalabad and Kabul. The strikes came after Pakistan accused the Afghan Taliban forces of firing at the border unprovoked. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider has more now from Islamabad.
Pakistani security forces say that they were responding to unprovoked fire on the Pak-Afghan border by Afghan Taliban forces, after which they conducted airstrikes on 2 cities in Afghanistan, one in Nangarhar near Jalalabad, the other in Kabul. Now, the Pakistani fighters were involved in what they say were infrastructure belonging to the Afghan Taliban, and also ammunition depots and also weapon storage areas. Now, the Afghan Taliban, of course, on the other hand, are saying that what was hit was also one of the rehabilitation hospitals for drug addicts, and that there were heavy casualties. Pakistan, on the other hand, has denied that, saying that they do not strike civilian targets, that the intended target were military targets, and of course that is creating a lot of tension in the area. Now, the two sides have been exchanging fire across the border since the end of February, after Pakistan accused Afghanistan of not containing or reining in the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Pakistan, on the other hand, had warned that they would go for reprisal attacks, after which air raids were carried out. The Afghans then retaliated end of February, and that has now blown into a full-blown war between the two countries. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
The Palestinian Authority is facing a deep financial crisis that could affect its ability to pay salaries in March. With the conflict in the Middle East, many warn that the Palestinian economy could take an additional hit. Nida Ibrahim explains the reasons behind this financial crisis.
The Palestinian Authority has been in debt for years. Now officials are warning this is not a financial crisis, but an existential threat.
This debt is not due to financial mismanagement, but rather to the withholding and theft of our funds by Israel. This is the 10th month in a row that we've not received a single penny of our money held by Israel.
This is the Palestinian finance minister, and he's saying that the government was barely able to scrape together enough for 60% of public sector workers' salaries in February. In March, even this may be impossible. Classrooms across the occupied West Bank are mostly vacant. Public schools have cut teaching hours to 3 days a week as a stopgap measure. And teachers are among the worst affected, but so are many other sectors. The PA employs 172,000 people. And because the market depends on these salaries, when this cash flow dries up, it chokes the economy. A major part of this crisis comes down to one thing: money that Israel collects on behalf of the Palestinians and refuses to hand over. Let me explain. Because of Israel's military occupation, the Palestinian Authority has no effective control over its borders. So under a 1994 agreement called the Paris Protocol, Israel became the tax collector on its behalf. How does that work? Goods come through Israeli ports or Israeli-controlled crossings, and Israeli authorities collect customs and duties. The deal is simple. Israel deducts a handling fee, then transfers the rest of the funds to the PA every month. This money makes up around 60% of the PA's revenues. It's vital for its survival, vital for the economy itself. But since 2019, Israel has been freezing or subtracting amounts from these transfers. To date, it's withheld $4.5 billion, and the excuses vary. The main one, the PA allocates money to families of Palestinians imprisoned or killed after attacks against Israelis. And for its part, the PA has caved to international pressure and reduced such payments, leaving many families in limbo. But the financial pressure does not stop there. Palestinians who used to work in Israel are being heavily restricted. The checkpoints are further hindering businesses, and international aid is declining. And because money is politics, Palestinian officials say the cash crunch is a sign of a bigger problem. They fear Israel is working to dismantle the PA, or in their opinion, worse, replace it with a technocratic committee similar to the one recently established in Gaza. 30 years ago, the Palestinian Authority was created as a foundation towards a state, towards sovereignty and independence. The fear now is that this ambition is being buried. In the end, it's an authority collapsing in slow motion, and the crumbling economy is just one aspect of it.
Nida Ibrahim there. And Cubans have been protesting after a widespread blackout left 10 million people without power. The country's grid operator says the system has collapsed. The island nation is facing an energy crisis after the US imposed an oil blockade in January. President Donald Trump has threatened to impose tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. Trump has said he would be, quote, honoured to take over Cuba. NBC reporter George Solis has this from Havana.
Cuba is in the dark. The entire electrical grid collapsing today as the country struggles with an energy crisis, leaving millions on the island without power.
During this latest blackout, people have been spilling out to the streets here for hours. Fortunately, some cloud cover to keep them from this blistering heat.
It's been 3 months since a drop of oil has reached the country. Highways are empty because there's no gas. Women are delivering babies in dark hospitals with no electricity. Conditions are deteriorating. I sat down exclusively with Deputy Prime Minister Oscar Perez Oliva Fraga, considered by many to be Cuba's economic czar. His plan to attract more foreign investors, including large companies from the United States. He says Cuba is open to having a fluid commercial relationship with U.S. companies, with Cubans residing in the United States and their descendants. This person tells me it would be a breath of fresh air. And while there are people in the United States who legally do business with Cuba, Washington's trade embargo restricts many companies from doing authorized business there. Today, President Trump was asked about taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba, I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it.
What a relationship would look like, though, remains to be seen, particularly since Congress has to vote, and many in Congress are skeptical.
I would ask and advise any Cuban that lives here or any Cuban in exile, please don't invest in Cuba. You're wasting your time.
Today, Cuban-American activists in Miami came together to send a message.
If we don't have any change in political rights, if we don't have any political guarantees, there's no economic change that's possible.
Freedom is to be able to choose your destiny. It's about Cuban sovereignty, not about business.
And tonight, those Cubans plunged into darkness will come here along Havana's iconic seawall to not only cool off, but escape the reality of the situation.
OK, we're going to take a short break now. Do stay with us. The news continues here in just a couple of moments' time. See you all soon. Bye-bye for now.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments. Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The United States has perfect capability of beating any country in the world into a pulp, but it will come at a cost.
Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions.
Conflict, it's all created by human beings, so it can all be solved by human beings, if only we can learn to cooperate.
International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
They're not only violating protesters, but they don't want people to cover it.
A critical look at the global news media on Al Jazeera.
It's 15 GMT, 6 p.m. in Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel and Iran. I'm Fuliba Thibault. Coming up, Israel says it's killed 2 high-ranking Iranian officials, the security chief and the commander of the Basiji internal force. Iran launches more strikes on central Israel and carries out further attacks across the Gulf region. Also this hour, a top U.S. counterterrorism official resigns, saying Iran did not pose a security threat to the United States. The Navy warship USS Tripoli is said to be on its way to the Middle East. It's believed to be carrying ground troops. And nearly 1 in 5 people in southern Lebanon have been forced from their homes, with Israel launching what it calls targeted ground operations. It's been more than 2 weeks since Israel and the United States launched their attack on Iran, a move that has thrown the region and global markets into chaos. And there appears to be no end game in sight. Just a few hours ago, Israel said it killed Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani, during an attack on the capital, Tehran. Since the war began, Larijani has been a central figure in the leadership structure, second only to the supreme leader. Israel also says it's assassinated Gholam Razeh Soleimani, the commander of the feared internal security force known as the Basiji. There's been no comment yet from Iran on either of the reported killings. But Israel's prime minister says their deaths will pave the way for regime change.
We are undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it. This will not happen all at once. It will not happen easily. But if we persist, we will give them the opportunity to take their fate into their own hands.
As we mentioned, Ali Larijani has been an important figure in Iranian politics for decades. He's been Iran's security chief after being appointed secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. Larijani joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, he ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. Larijani has also been considered a balancing figure in Iranian politics, but after the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, he issued a strongly worded message saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering all the latest developments for us from Doha in Qatar, the White House in Washington, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and Tehran, the Iranian capital. And that's where we begin with Tauhid Asadi. So, Tauhid, still no official confirmation of the killing of Larijani and Soleimani. When could it come?
Well, actually, we are waiting, and at this point, as you mentioned, there is no official confirmation from Tehran about that, and that is quite similar to the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader of the country. For hours, we had to keep waiting for the official announcement of his assassination. Last time, we were receiving denials from the Iranian side, but this time we don't even see that report coming out. There is no confirmation, no denial, and that is just intensifying the possibility of the reports and statements from the Israeli side to be true. But still, if confirmed, we know that we're dealing with a very important major blow when it comes to Iran's political establishment, seeing the significant role of Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, which is perhaps the most high profile after the supreme leader to be assassinated. We know that since the revolution of 1979, he has been involved in different circles of power inside the country. First, he was a member of the Revolutionary Guards. Then he was actually appointed as a deputy labor minister, as well as the culture minister, as well as the state TV's head, as well as the actually a senior advisor to the supreme leader, and he was also a speaker of the parliament for more than 10 years and very close to the circles of power in Iran. He was seen as a sort of bridge man to actually make the consensus between the security apparatus, the military establishment, and the political establishment. And of course, despite the very fact that he is recognized as a conservative, pragmatist politician, he had good ties with this wider spectrum of political parties inside the country. And it goes without saying, he had a role after the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, very significant one, strategically speaking, specifically when it comes to the trajectory of war. Now that he is set to be gone, it's going to be not an easy task for the Islamic Republic to find a replacement. Meanwhile, we know that we're dealing with an extremely complex political system.
Indeed, we are. Noor O'Day, what are Israeli officials saying? How's the killing of Larijani and Soleimani being framed there?
Well, they're being framed as a big win for Israel, Folly. The Israeli prime minister says that this is one very important step towards undermining the foundations of the Iranian government system. The goal in Israel is not just to kill the leaders in Iran. It is to basically kill the Islamic Republic of Iran, to replace the system of government to one that is friendly to Israel. And this assassination, or these assassinations, if confirmed, would go a long way according to the Israeli narrative. Of course, this is happening while Iranian missiles continue to attack and strike in the heart of Israel fully. So this is also an important message domestically, that Israel can continue to strike, has superiority in the air, has intelligence, is able to hurt the enemy, so to speak, because on the home front, there are difficulties, and Netanyahu domestically needs to continue to make his base believe that he can turn this into a strategic win for Israel.
Tawhid, let me come back to you and ask you about how this is going to complicate things internally. You mentioned it briefly, but also Soleimani, the Basiji commander, he was responsible for internal security. He was central to, some would say, the internal repression in Iran. Have there been any reports of a reinforcement or checkpoints or changes of tactics since this reported killing by the Israelis?
Well, fully, he is not the only person responsible for domestic security. He is one of different actors and factors in charge of taking control, and specifically when it comes to possibility of domestic chaos right now. And the Iranian political establishment, it seems that it's just feeling it. It's not just the missiles coming from the outside, but also a potentiality of domestic escalation inside the country that is out there. And speaking of the checkpoints, we know that over the past few days, we have been receiving reports about drones targeting these gatherings of Basij militia, and of course the security checkpoints. And of course today we also witnessed something interesting in that regard. following a sort of a state call, of course not really official one, but there was a sort of a state call for people to gather at the downtown in main squares of different cities, including in the capital. We saw, I would say, a crowd of people attending the streets to express their solidarity and support to the political establishment. But still, we have to keep in mind that a certain segment of Iranian society is not satisfied with the political establishment, and specifically when it comes to the economic situation in the country. Back in December, we saw a massive protest taking place, initially driven by economic demands. Later, there were some social and political demands added to that. And so there is this sort of delicate situation that Iran deals in terms of its domestic security, and they're trying to cope with that situation. We know that Basij militia is a sort of voluntary one. I mean, people can join whether they, when they like, and we saw a number of people joining these militia under this situation.
Noor, what does this operation say about the extent of Israeli intelligence over Iran? And also, I think a question that a lot of people are wondering now, is there any indication that this was carried out, if confirmed, of course, that was carried out alongside the United States, the extent of U.S. involvement in such an operation?
Well, at this point, it doesn't seem like the U.S. administration had any active role in that. At least we haven't seen any indication of that. Israel is taking all the credit, and the officials were racing to announce the assassinations one before the other. The Minister of Finance, in this case, preceded the Prime Minister. Now, this is important, Folly, for Israel's brand as a country with a commanding military, as a regional military and intelligence superpower. We do not know who contributed to that intelligence, but this is something that is very difficult to investigate. But certainly Israel, especially in the past 3 years, has been able to market itself as almost invincible, as being able to penetrate any enemy's electronic sphere, as being able to target all its adversary whenever and wherever they may be. We saw that in Gaza, we saw that in Lebanon, and we saw this repeatedly also in Iran. And because of that, Israeli companies, spy companies and the military-industrial complex has made tens of billions of dollars over the past 3 years, Foley. So this is very important. What the backstory behind that is, it's difficult to ascertain, to be honest.
Okay, Noor, thank you very much. Noor O'Day in Ramallah there, Tawhid Sadi in Tehran. Thank you very much, both. Let's now head to Washington, D.C. and bring in Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, let's start with the reported killing of these two Iranian security officials. Did any word out of Washington on whether the U.S. had any advanced knowledge of this strike, given Larijani's central role in Iran's security architecture?
There's been no comment from the administration on this reported killing, although it would be of concern, perhaps, to the administration that the man who was at the utter center of negotiations throughout his career, direct and indirect with the United States, has now been removed, if these reports are indeed true. President Trump said shortly after the conflict began that there were very few people left to negotiate with because, he said, so many had been killed. But certainly Larijani would have been one of those with whom this administration would need to negotiate if it is going to end this conflict in some kind of negotiated way. So, point of concern, perhaps, to the U.S. administration.
And meanwhile, Mike, we've had the first senior Trump administration official resign over the war in Iran. Tell us more about this.
Yes, well, Joe Kent is no ordinary bureaucrat at all. He's a special forces operative who spent decades in various forms of the U.S. Army, much decorated veteran. He's been in theaters of war in many places on some 11 deployments throughout his career. So this is somebody who knows about the dangers of war, who knows about being in foreign territory in the service of your country. And importantly, he's a fervent supporter of President Trump. He's also a fervent supporter of President Trump's MAGA movement. So a resignation from a person of this stature is truly damaging to the administration. Here he's saying that he believes the Israelis created an echo chamber together with the Israeli lobby that persuaded President Trump to go to war with false information provided to him. Now, this, once again, is from the Director of National Counterterrorism. He is the person who would know these mutterings, these echo chambers, because that is what his job is. So it is something very damaging to President Trump, because also what it does is echoes those voices of dissent within the MAGA movement who are deeply opposed to President Trump starting a war, something that he said he never would.
Yeah, quite a significant resignation. But at the same time, Mike, the Pentagon says it's sending more warships and troops to the Middle East. That's according to U.S. media reports. The amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli is now heading to the region along with Marines. It was stationed in Japan. The deployment is meant to reinforce U.S. troops already in the Middle East. The build-up follows a request from the U.S. Central Command, which oversees American military operations in the region. So, Mike, what does the sending of this vessel suggest? Is it a ground operation? Is it suggesting that the U.S. is considering a ground invasion now? And how popular would that be domestically?
Well, formally, the Pentagon says it doesn't discuss operational matters, but the deployment of these Marines has been widely discussed within the media. Now, I have seen Marine expeditionary units being moved into theaters in many areas around the world. And the one thing I do know is that they are not moved into theaters of conflict to stay on ships offshore. The Marine expeditionary unit is absolutely precisely trained to ground their boats and to go onto shore. So the fact that this 2,000 Marines are on within this unit, the fact that it's being deployed to this center of conflict would appear to indicate that there must be some discussion or thought about a potential ground involvement, because, as I said, Marines do not sit on the ships and wait while the conflict goes by.
Mike Hanna at the White House in Washington, thank you very much for that. Let's now take a closer look at Iran's various security branches. The Artesh is its regular army, which is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. But its most powerful military force is the Revolutionary Guard, which reports directly to the supreme leader. It runs parts of the economy, including construction, port operations and telecommunications. Then there's the Basij Internal Security Force, which is a largely volunteer-led special unit whose leader Israel now says it's killed. The Basij monitors dissent and often leads crackdowns. It has armed brigades and anti-riot forces. Then there is the Faraja, Iran's main police force. Its officers handle criminal investigations, traffic violations and border control. The Faraja falls under the Interior Ministry but works with the Revolutionary Guard and Basij if and when necessary. Well, joining me now in the studio to further discuss this is Ross Harrison, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and author of the new book, Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. And also with us in Vienna is Wolfgang Poschai, a security and defense analyst. Gentlemen, thank you both for being with us on Al Jazeera. Ross, let me start with you. We've had no confirmation from the Iranians yet that these two top security officials have been killed. But if confirmed, how big of a blow would this be to Iran's security apparatus?
Well, it certainly would be a blow, Folly. Whether it would be a death blow, we don't really know. I doubt it. I think this regime was built for resilience. It's more institutionally complex than most people fully understand, and so it tends to regenerate itself. But we've seen a series of assassinations since the beginning of this war. And so this will test the theory of the case as to whether, in fact, this regime does have the kind of resilience that it was built for.
Wolfgang, again, we're still waiting for confirmation, but would an operation at this level almost certainly be coordinated with the United States? Or do you see this as an Israeli decision that Washington was informed of but did not drive?
Actually, these kinds of targets are tracked and they are cleared for being eliminated. If there is an opportunity, this is also a matter of time. There is no time, simply no time for consultations between the Americans and the Israelis. But I'm pretty sure that both agreed already before that Ali Larijani is a target to be eliminated. So to answer your question, no, I don't think there was a coordination just before the strike.
So, Wolfgang, what is your assessment then of what these assassinations, if they're confirmed, what they change on the battlefield, especially when missiles are still coming from Iran towards Israel and the Gulf region countries?
with each elimination of one of the Iranian top leaders, the regime is getting weaker and weaker. Yes, they will be replaced. There is absolutely no doubt about it. And on the other side, it is also obvious that these guys were in charge. They were the leaders because of their capabilities, because of their capacities, because of their skills, and because of their networks. Any successor will not be up to the standards of the guy who was in the position before. On the other hand, as Ross just said, the system is very decentralized. So this will not have an immediate impact on the number of missiles, on the number of drones launched by the Iranians on their opponents and also on the Arab states.
Ross, a decentralized system, Wolfgang says there, but how might these deaths then shift the internal balance between those who argue for calibrated retaliation and those who favor maximal escalation against the U.S., Israel, and the Gulf countries?
Well, I think the war itself, Folly, determined that. The fact that really, because the way in which the Iranians were left at the end of the June war of 2025, they believed that they had to take a maximalist approach, that any kind of a measured, kind of calibrated approach was something that would not serve their interest because it would send the message that they are weak and that they can't respond in a more maximalist way. And that's why in the early days of the war, we saw places like where we are right now receive the Iranian missiles.
Israel is very confident, as we heard from our correspondent right now, that they continue to target Iran's leadership and they're trying to exploit this leadership vacuum, it would seem. The U.S. administration, on the other hand, I mean, judging from what we've heard in the last few days, has moved away from that idea of regime change as an objective, at least from what we've heard in the last few days. Do you think if the killing of someone like Larijani is confirmed, that the U.S. objectives would once again change? Is the goalpost going to move again?
Well, the goals of the United States change breath to breath in terms of Donald Trump, so it's hard to really sort of strike a marker to determine that. But I can tell you that if, in fact, the United States was looking for an off-ramp, remember, President Trump indicated that he was surprised that the Iranians, in the early days of the war, had not already capitulated. And so what this killing does, Folly, is it sets that prospect of any kind of an off-ramp using diplomacy back, because even if at some point in time the United States is ready for diplomacy, the Iranians, after these assassinations, are going to be determined to make sure that they recreate deterrence and go up the escalation ladder.
All right. Wolfgang, do you agree with that? I mean, Trump's war aims are shifting. Netanyahu's have been more consistent. State collapse through regime collapse in Iran. How dangerous is that?
No, I don't agree. Actually, military planning, military operational planning is based on a military strategic guidance. And the objectives within this military strategic guidance are usually planned between the top military leaders and the National Security Council. I guess, the military strategic objective in this strategic guidance was to establish the preconditions for overthrowing the regime of Iran. Not to topple the regime, but to establish the preconditions. The weakness in this objective is if you have only established the preconditions and your desired end state will be or is another regime, a regime change or a more cooperational regime in Iran, with just establishing the preconditions, you might never ever achieve your strategic end state.
Okay, Ross, what do you respond to that?
Well, I would say that the Israelis are now claiming that they are close, that the regime is close to collapse. And this is going to be the test of whether this regime can survive. The thing that is worrisome is what the Israelis are also saying is now the Iranian people, not yet, but soon, will have an opportunity to take their destiny in their own hands. And that's...
But are protests internally in Iran feasible at this stage of the conflict?
Well, they're not impossible, but remember, the early days of the war, when Ali Larijani was killed, when Ali Khamenei was killed, there was some joy and so forth, and there may have been some early celebration, if not protest. Remember, Iran has borne the brunt of this conflict. The Iranians have borne the brunt of this conflict. The notion that somehow they are now in the middle of being under siege are going to come out and forego a nationalist response in order to protest against this regime when the country is under siege, not just the regime, the entire country is under attack. That's unlikely. Not impossible, but unlikely.
Wolfgang, your thoughts about this? An internal unrest, given what we're seeing right now, is that likely?
Well, actually, the main problem with the ongoing campaign is the sequencing. You remember, in February, there were mass protests. There were mass protests on the streets, and probably more than 10,000 people were killed. The problem is, at this time, the Americans were obviously not yet ready to intervene. If these street protests would take place right now, the regime would be already probably overthrown.
Right. When you say the Americans are not ready to intervene, what do you mean exactly, as in a ground operation?
No, I mean that the carriers were not in place, and I mean that the bombers were not in place, and the fighter squadrons were not yet in place
January.
for such a massive intervention.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, in January and February, yes.
Okay, so what changes now, you think? We have this, Wolfgang, we have this amphibious assault ship, USS Tripoli, heading to the region. Are we looking at a ground operation very soon?
Actually, the USS Tripoli Amphibious Readiness Group provides the command of Central Command with another capability, with a limited ground force capability. It is important to understand what the Marine Expeditionary Unit consists of. At the core, it's a reinforced Marine Infantry Battalion, which means we are talking about 1,500 Marines that could be the boots on the ground. This is certainly not enough to take the Strait of Hormuz. This is certainly not enough to take the island of Karg. This is a limited capability for some limited ground operations, but this is certainly not the preparation for a major ground invasion of Iran.
All right, Ross, your thoughts about where the conflict is headed with this additional hardware now coming into the region?
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. There has not been announced what this additional carrier group and 1,500 soldiers are going to do. They've talked about Karg. I agree that is not necessarily enough to mount any kind of significant ground operation. There's been talk about it going after the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, but it's unclear. I think the real question now is, are we looking at mission creep? The war was supposed to be over within a relatively short period of time. Donald Trump had assured the Gulf Arab states that it would be over within days, and now you're seeing not just the conflict itself become more complex, but U.S. and Israeli actions and strategic alignment, and then maybe perhaps now misalignment, also being more complex.
All right, Ross Harrison, Wolfgang Putzai, thank you both very much for your analysis.
Thank you, Folly.
Thank you for your insights. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme has warned that the Iran war could push 45 million people into acute hunger by June. The UN body says this will be caused by a rise in food, oil and shipping costs because of the conflict. If this occurs, those facing acute hunger would rise significantly from the current record level of 319 million. The US-Israeli war on Iran has spread quickly to the region and caused mass displacement in Lebanon and Iran. Israeli forces are continuing to strike southern Lebanon. This is the aftermath of an attack on Arab al-Jal, which is a village near the coastal town of Sidon. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli bombardment for more than 2 weeks. Zena Khodr has more from South Lebanon.
There's been another Israeli airstrike. This is really very much an active war zone. Both sides really fighting for control of territory. We are in the eastern sector of southern Lebanon. What you see, this is the village of Khiam, really strategic ground that the Israeli military has been trying to take control of. Days of fierce fighting in this area. The Israeli military has been targeting roads, airstrikes. It's part of a strategy to disrupt Hezbollah's supply lines. It does not want Hezbollah to bring in weapons and fighters to areas closer to the border as the Israeli military tries to advance deeper inside Lebanon. Dibin is considered to be an area where Hezbollah has strong influence. There have been repeated Israeli strikes targeting that town, which is believed to be empty of residents. The Israeli military is advancing from more than one sector, and Hezbollah is trying to repel those advances. Hezbollah saying that it is targeting Israeli troops inside Lebanese territory while firing rockets across the border. They've even said that they've been hitting Israeli Merkava tanks. So Hezbollah trying to prevent the Israeli military from taking ground, and the Israeli military, advancing under the cover of heavy air power, Israeli airstrikes, artillery fire. The battle is still taking shape along the border, but it is here where the balance of power will be determined. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, South Lebanon.
The Israeli military has continued issuing forced displacement orders to residents of southern Lebanon. The Lebanese government says more than 1 million people have been displaced. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, says the Lebanese government says more than 1 million people have been displaced. About 300,000 of them are children, according to the UN's Children's Fund. UNICEF says more than 100 minors have been killed and more than 300 wounded across Lebanon since March 2nd. And Syrian authorities say about 80,000 civilians from Lebanon have crossed into Syria. Joining us now on Al Jazeera is Ted Shayban, who's the Deputy Executive Director of Humanitarian Action and Supply Operations with UNICEF. Is live from Beirut. Ted, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Can you tell us about the scale and urgency of this crisis in Lebanon? Is this now more than a displacement crisis and more a collapse of civilian life?
Look, this is a terrible crisis for Lebanon, and children have paid a terrible price for this war. 111 children have been killed in the last 2 weeks, over 330 children wounded. That's a classroom a day of children killed or wounded for the last 15 days. As you said, over 1 million Lebanese are displaced, including 350,000 children. Children who are no longer in their homes, children who are no longer in school, children who no longer have that sense of normalcy, who are afraid as they go to sleep at night, listening to the bombing in the background. UNICEF is responding to this crisis. We're working closely with the government of Lebanon in a response coordinated by the Ministry of Social Affairs, and we're working with other partners, first to address the needs of children and their families in shelters. 113,000 Lebanese are in 600 shelters, and that's the basics. Making sure they have blankets, it's cold, making sure they have clothing, making sure they have water, making sure that there's psychosocial support for children, and then, of course, addressing also the needs of the 800,000+ that are living in communities.
Ted, Lebanon's systems were already under strain before this crisis. Are aid agencies like UNICEF anywhere near able to meet the scale of the needs right now?
The response is beginning, and it's a robust response, but more is needed, there's no doubt. As I went to different shelters, both in Beirut and outside of Beirut today, populations that I met with, children and their families, said they felt that they had been welcomed. Social solidarity is still in place, though under strain. They indicated that they had found the basics in terms of food, in terms of shelter, in terms of water. But clearly more is needed, and we need in particular to reach out to the population that's living at community level. So not just those that are most vulnerable that are living in shelter. And what is needed in order to do that is also for donor partners to continue to contribute to the response. The UN has launched a flash appeal in Lebanon for $348 million. UNICEF's proportion of that flash appeal is $48 million. And we're counting on donor partners to respond so that we can continue to support the Lebanese response.
We're seeing also, Ted, tens of thousands now fleeing into Syria. What risks are these families facing as they cross the border, and what conditions await them on the other side of the border?
Look, we have to say that Syria is at a historical generational opportunity to change its recent history. The fact that 90,000 people have crossed back into Syria is an indication that they've made the calculation that in relative terms, the situation there is safer than it is here in Lebanon. This is true in the short term, and certainly what we need to do is support those families as they go back home, as they reintegrate their homes and villages in Syria. That includes, firstly, access to basic services, but it's going to be a long road in terms of reintegration. There's questions about jobs, there's questions about security, and that's something that we're going to be looking at on that side of the border, working with both our partners in the UN system, but also the Syrian authorities. But what is clear for the region as a whole is that the guns must go silent. We need a de-escalation from the war we're in. There needs to be a political way forward so that children in Lebanon, children in the rest of the region, don't have to continue to suffer the consequences of decisions made by adults.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about the situation in Lebanon and also Syria. Ted Shaban of UNICEF joining us there from Beirut. You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of the latest developments in the US-Israel war on Iran. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in a strike. Iranian state media have released a statement from Larijani's social media on Tuesday, but have not confirmed his death. The Israeli military says Gholam Razeh Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. Iran has not confirmed that news either. The director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center has resigned over the war with Iran. In a resignation letter posted on X, Joe Kent said he could not in good conscience support the ongoing war. This is the most high-profile resignation from the Trump administration since the Iran war began. Now, Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks against Israel. Tehran has also been striking Gulf countries that host U.S. troops or assets. In a new statement addressed to neighboring states, a spokesman for the Iranian army again insisted that Iran has the right to defend itself.
We consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites.
Let's get an update on the situation in the region with Dmitry Medvedenko here in Doha. Dmitry, there's been an uptick in Iranian attacks in the region in the past 2 days. We've heard explosions here in Qatar. Tell us about what's happening here and the rest of the region.
Well, yes, Folly, at around 2:30 local time, there was a series of explosions which felt like they were very close to where we are. We're in central Doha. I was actually outside when it happened. The ground was shaking. Colleagues were saying the windows were shaking as well, so it felt like those explosions were a little closer than usual. Around 4 or 5 of them happened. The government then said that it was an interception of a missile attack coming in from Iran. There were no details regarding any damage or any casualties, but the Ministry of Defense did say that the interceptions were successful. Similar message coming about this morning's attacks at around 6 a.m. local time. There was also a series of strikes, and as a result, one of the missiles or debris from one of these attacks fell in the industrial area of Doha, causing a fire. And this comes amid the ongoing diplomatic efforts that Doha and the other Gulf countries are continuing in order to bring this conflict to an end. We had the King of Jordan visiting Doha today. He was greeted by the Emir, and they were talking about the importance of ending this conflict, rejecting Iran's claims that only military targets, that it's only targeting military facilities and no civilian facilities, that they were supporting each other's efforts in protecting their citizens. And these kind of diplomatic contacts continue on a daily basis, including in person. We had the foreign minister of Egypt also visiting. Despite the limited flights, despite the security situation when it comes to air travel, these efforts are continuing. And another series of attacks that is worth mentioning is in the UAE, which said that it downed 10 missiles, 45 drones today on Tuesday. And also one of these attacks resulted in falling debris, killing another person, increasing the death toll to 7 in the United Arab Emirates. Folly.
Thank you very much, Dmitry, for the update. Dmitry Medvedenko in Doha. Now, Iran's military power is often described as opaque and complex, but behind that complexity lies a deliberate design. The nation operates parallel armies, multiple intelligence services, and layered command structures, all ultimately answering to the supreme leader. Ali Hashem explains how Iran's military and security institutions operate and why they are structured as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated, and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are two parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC. And its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the Aerospace Force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats, and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response, and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the two main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs. They coordinate. Above the battlefield sits the political security layer, the Supreme National Security Council, which brings together senior military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and political leaders to align national security policy. It coordinates strategy, but it does not replace military command. This system may appear complicated and fragmented, but this is done on purpose, and it's central to how Iran manages power. Even after the killing of senior IRGC commanders and joint staff figures, transitions have been orderly. Iran's military structure is built to absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
To discuss this and the implications of the reported killing of top Iranian security officials, joining me in the studio is Sultan Barakat, a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, and Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed, who's covered Iran extensively for us. Osama, let me start with you, because you met Ali Larijani a while ago here in Doha. What is he like? I'm speaking about him in the present tense because we have had no confirmation from the Iranians, of course, of his killing. What is he like, and what will his killing, if confirmed, mean for the trajectory of Iran's foreign policy?
Well, he was, as described by various diplomats who had dealings with him, was the adult in the room, somebody who would smile at you from the most difficult of circumstances and negotiations. I met him as he was still not sure there's going to be a second round of negotiations after the round in Doha. While he was here meeting the Emir of Qatar and the Prime Minister and the Sultan of Oman, he was also meeting his allies in the region. He met the Houthis. He met Hamas leadership here in Qatar as well. He was sent by the Iranians as somebody who has more stature and weight than the foreign minister, somebody who had the ear of the Supreme Leader as well as the IRGC. So it is a major blow to take him out of the equation. And it is going to be a blow, or a very difficult void to fill because of the weight that he carried. He was a person, when I asked him about what was the chances that he's going to get a deal out of the US or even set a date for a second round, and he smiled again and he said to me that, we are in touch with all sides. So somebody who kept his cards close to his chest, somebody who was respected by all sides, somebody who was seen as key to any off-ramps that might be in the offing with the IRGC, with the new Iranian leadership, with the various reformists in Iran as well.
Right.
And it appears that it is following the trajectory of Israel, that whenever it sees the opportunity of a deal, it scampers it.
Sultan Barakat, Larijani, as Osama said, has been a figure most associated with strategic restraint in the system. How does his killing, if confirmed, move this conflict in the immediate?
Well, it is a real blow to the potential of diplomacy. And I don't think it's the right message that the United States wants to send to Iran. On the one hand, Trump and his people keep floating the idea that there is a possibility of dialogue and so on. But if Israel continues with its assassination tactic, then it is saying to the Iranians, even if you were to try and find another route to this, the likelihood you'd be killed. So it doesn't really encourage anyone to engage into anything except direct confrontation and defending themselves at this stage. So it's not in the interest of ending the conflict in any diplomatic way.
Now, this Israeli assassination tactic that we've seen in Iran since the beginning of this conflict, Osama, how much chaos is it causing within Iran? Obviously, there is a system in place and people are being replaced, but the Israelis are keeping this going. How long do you think until the system is no longer able to cope?
Well, I think this is the strategic objective of Israel, to get Iran to a place where it implodes and somebody somewhere takes charge of it. I think it's still, to this point, wishful thinking. And this is not just Iran. Look at the trajectory of how Israel targeted Doha, how it assassinated Haniyeh in Tehran. Every time there is some murmurs of there might be an off-ramp, the Israelis have been successful in dragging the United States for the first time after multiple presidencies resisted the idea despite all of the Israeli pressure. So Israel's strategy is very simple, that it is going to continue to go after fragmentation, continue to break the chain of command and leadership. But I don't think that it is the right calculus, because what you see in Iran on the ground is something very different. Yes, all of the provinces, more than 30 of them, have their own fragmented leadership, but it is entrenched into the system. It is not a leadership that has come out of a vacuum. It is designed to be that way. Iran is digging its heels for a long, prolonged conflict. And this is why, if the strategy is to decapitate, well, the kill list is just going to get longer.
It does also show that Israel has definitely compromised the Iranian state structure in terms of intelligence gathering. If they're still able to assassinate at that level, means that they're there. I mean, they're being very successful in gathering intelligence and in operating.
Their objective seems to be to sow chaos within Iran and perhaps lead to an internal uprising within the country, which is what the Americans initially said they wanted, right? Are we going to see that happen if these assassinations continue?
I doubt it. I mean, so far there hasn't been any major figures who came out to say, well, I want to distance myself from the regime, which we saw, for example, in Syria when they started the regime change idea. So no one has really done this so far. Publicly or even privately within the Iranian policy making. But I do worry about everything Netanyahu says. And I think today he says something very important about declaring Israel as a global superpower. And that, to me, I think means that we're in for a surprise. And he did promise us a surprise. And it could be maybe potentially the use of tactical nuclear
But we heard
war.
President Trump say yesterday that Israel would not use nuclear weapons in this conflict.
Well, will not use nuclear.
The fact that he even mentioned nuclear weapons.
But the way it was kind of talked about today and the message Netanyahu was giving, he will be willing, I think, and we know his history. I mean, he's not gonna, no moral line is gonna stop him. He is not far from using what we call tactical nuclear weapons, which are limited in effect and seen as more user-friendly. They're more usable in a sense. And this is what is then going to get him to mark Israel as a global superpower on its 80th anniversary.
Let me ask you, Osama, about the Gulf region. What do Gulf states want? What outcome do they want? Obviously, they want an end to the conflict, but are they also concerned about regime chaos within Iran, or are they more concerned about a stronger regime in Iran emerging from this conflict?
Well, I think you see the Gulf states time and again from the very beginning appeal to the Iranians that do not hit us, it is illegal. Try and find avenues of contact with the Iranian government. Taking out figures like Larijani and the Supreme Leader essentially now pushes, as Sultan said, all of it completely to the back burner. The people who are now going to be in charge, there is always obviously going to be a replacement. This replacement is going to be less known, less central. It is going to have to prove their own mettle to its people and followers that they are able to achieve it. And to your point of what is happening is essentially an Israeli operation, but I think the calculus needs to change here, that from the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan, the decapitation did not work for 2 decades. Larijani and the Supreme Leader were not killed in intelligence-based operations. 2 days ago, they were essentially out in the streets when bombs were falling on them. The strategy of this regime, of this government, the way it's entrenched with istishhad, with martyrdom as part of their strategy to entrench the followers as well as the upcoming leadership, to make sure that there is a continuity of command, is going to be there. Now, the question is that how deep are those spoilers, if you can call them, are those assets in that we saw come up earlier when we saw those protesters come out in their thousands? So far, you have not seen that on the streets of Iran.
Okay. Briefly, Sultan.
And this is why I think now Iran needs to choose its battles very carefully. And one thing they really need to reconsider is all this wave of attacks on the Gulf states. They need to approach this in a phased type of way to cease fire or end the war. And the first step is to stop the targeting of the Gulf states and concentrate on what is coming from Israel's direction.
All right. Thank you both very much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Osama bin Javed, Sultan Barakat. Thank you for your time. Let's now take a look at some of the day's other news. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in London for talks with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Before that, we're going to take you to Washington, where the US President is meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. Let's listen to what they have to say.
The history of those bonds.
Well, you told me something before that was maybe the most interesting of all. How many presidents are in some way related through blood with Ireland?
23.
Can you believe it?
23 Irish presidents.
They're great politicians. The Irish are great politicians.
Absolutely.
No, but think of it. 23 are in some form, and many of them have gone to Ireland.
Absolutely.
Grant
went to Ireland after his presidency. Right. I was saying earlier, Ronald Reagan's visit was an extraordinary one in a place called Ballyporeen in County Tipperary. And of course, John F. Kennedy, whose grandfather was Irish, came back, I think, early '63. That's a very memorable visit because of what tragedy that happened subsequently in the assassination, which touched people in Ireland very deeply. So the Kennedy family strong. Assassination, which touched people in Ireland very deeply. So the Kennedy family strong. Resonation with Ireland.
Well, we like the family too.
Yeah.
One person in particular, one very non-controversial.
I know that. Yeah.
But now he's doing a very good job. He really is. But we have more. I think people here by far than you have in Ireland that are of Irish descent. We have, so you have quite a few, but we have a lot.
You have a lot more than we have.
It's pretty amazing by a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a great honor. And any questions for me? Well, I'm having, it's a great thing, my son and my family. We have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg, and it's been amazing. And Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition, and it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go.
I did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try, but it will be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. It's going to do. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
It'll be a great success.
Yeah. It's a very, very hard. It's a very hard course. Mr. President.
What progress have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks, and all of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. Very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for the killing. The man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks, he was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us. But they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much, we have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world. And they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is, and I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they killed, think of it. They killed, now I hear it's about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed. That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And we as the United States have to remember that because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. I don't know.
On Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
Planning Commission.
I have not heard that. No.
Mr. President.
I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. Human and environmental group is objecting to.
Mr. President.
How close the U.S. to announce a coalition of willing to secure the Strait of Hormuz? Which countries are joining and which countries have...
Well, we've had great support from the Middle East. Qatar has been great. UAE has been absolutely great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And, of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong, along with us. I was against Iran long before I even thought about Israel being against Iran. If you look back, many years ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world of ours, and turned out to be I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Karg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 years. For 48 years, they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it, and they would have had it